The end is nigh, and the end begins today. No, Nostradamus, not the end of the world, the end of VCT Philippines Split #1, where we are going to find out which of these teams are going to be heading to the Masters to face off the rest of the Titans in hopes of maybe going to the champions at the very, very end of it. And here to sing the song of the hometown heroes that are going to be representing the flag of the Philippines is me, your bard, Illustrado. And then joining me in these merry band is of course going to be the rest of the squad, Trix and Viminal. How are you guys doing today?
Howdy, Mr. Bard. I'm doing incredible today. Very, very excited as per usual because out of all the weeks that we had, this one is bound to be the closest.
And finally, we're not seeing Bren here, so I'm thinking that the matches are also going to be a lot closer. So it's going to be good. There are a lot of matches I'm looking forward to, especially tomorrow's match with Hashira playing up on the field. I know that DreamFyre is going against ArkAngel too, so looking forward to that.
It's going to be a really interesting week, and I think we've talked about this before, how the power level, so to speak, of the teams are just so close. I mean, from #1 in the Philippines, which is Bren, to #2, the gap is pretty wide.
Yeah.
But it's growing, or rather shrinking, smaller and smaller each passing day. But from 2 to, I'd say, the rest of the teams, the gap is just so narrow that anybody could come out on top of this. So we have a lot of teams that we're going to be seeing today that could be the next representative of the Masters, and it could be anyone. It could be ArkAngel, could be Hashira, you know, it could be TFO. It's just a big toss-up here. But I'm going to ask you before the entire thing starts at the very, very beginning. Give me a dark horse who you feel like we don't, who might have a pretty good chance of taking this whole thing.
start with you, Trix.
A dark horse.
Dark horse.
DR Esports.
For me, the dark horse is definitely DR. I'm gonna have to agree with you on
Yeah.
that.
I mean, solid performance last time.
Yeah.
So-
And is it because of the fact that they just were the only team, the first team to actually take a map locally off of Bren in a very, very long time?
I would say yes, it is that, but also just the growth of the players, how much they're improving,
Mhm.
and how much further they can come as well. I think they've got a good chance of taking it to the home, like the whole way. But it really depends on how much they have practiced.
Well, you mentioned DR, and we're going to be seeing them play tomorrow as we show you right now the match schedule of when they're going to be playing. It's going to be up against Hashira. That's going to be on Saturday, but before we talk about their story, it's going to be the stories of Atlas, TFO, Empire, and OG. Already right off the bat here, we're going to be starting off with these games, and we expect all of these games to go the mile. You know, a lot of us are predicting 2-1s. Hardly any of us are expecting 2-0s, and all of our predictions are very varied, honestly, on this test,
Yeah.
on this desk, on the not just the caster side, but also the analyst side. It just goes to show how close these games could very well be. And we're really expecting a lot of crazy things that these teams have been preparing during the week or two break that we've had since the last time here. Now, let's go ahead and talk about the first match that we saw last time in the semifinals. One, it was Bren versus Oasis. And let's give you a little bit of a flashback, a little bit of a backstory before we talk about any more. And it was one that we were expecting Oasis to do a little bit better, maybe take a map off of Bren. But in the end, Oasis did actually show up and show massive, massive improvements.
I think just Bren again. It's just a team that can't really. You can't say that they're not gonna win. You know, as much as I enjoy the fact that there are some teams out there, especially teams like ONF, or sorry, now DR Esports, that was able to take a map decidedly off of Bren. It just feels like there's so much to the gap, as you've mentioned earlier. The gap is just way too large and other teams really have to step up and pick up the pace there.
Yeah, and they have been. The gap has been, I'd say, shrinking day after day, but it's still pretty significant though. But we have started to see teams taking maps off of Bren here. We've seen ArkAngel actually take game one of the best of 5 up against Bren, and we actually saw NFO, and well, now known as DR Esports. They took a map off of Bren as well. Now, this is going to be interesting as we get closer and closer to the Masters as well, because one of these teams could suddenly show up and close that gap when it comes to the Masters itself. But let's talk a little bit about OG themselves now. We talked a bit about Bren. Now, Viminal, you know a lot about these guys. They have been settled in their boot camp. It's been a couple of weeks already. You think that and they look better after they were settling in their boot camp. Do you think this trend is going to continue? Are they going to keep improving, and will they, be more polished this week, you think?
I think definitely having the boot camp is a huge factor in terms of their team chemistry and team synergy.
Yeah.
You know, they're a team that's always been on the cusp of greatness, and I think those little improvements, actually having a boot camp is a huge improvement. You know, it's going to push them further and just maybe cross that edge to achieve what they're truly capable of. And I'm really impressed with their new 6-man, and I'm pretty happy that we're seeing a lot more rotations with their roster.
I think definitely being on the receiving end of a boot camp and having that kind of experience, it helps consistency as well. Just being able to see your teammates and show your frustrations to them as well, and for them to show you just support based on like just their actions, it helps a lot in game.
Yeah, I agree. And let's not even begin with the technical things that you can solve by being in a boot camp. You're all together. You're on the same internet. You're all, on the same, power grid. That at least no one's going to suddenly drop out. It's just a massive improvement overall here. But enough about those guys for now. Let's talk about the let's talk about the head-to-head, rather, excuse me. Borkum versus Brain Freeze. As you can see, these two MVPs of their squads. And a little bit of a wide gap, as you can see, between the both of these guys. 2.6 KDA versus the 1.2 of Brain Freeze. Safe to say it was not the best map of OG. And Bren having Haven as their best map really shining through.
Yes. I just think I'm not sure why when playing against Bren you would actually leave Haven open.
Yeah.
because that
Straight
is
up ban Haven. when
yeah,
you're up
that
against
is their
Bren, right?
best map, and they've mentioned it.
I think it's because teams would really rather avoid their worst map rather than ban out Bren's best map, which honestly, in a best of three, you can't let them have. I mean, sure, maybe in a best of five, you can let Haven slip through. I take it as a loss. But in a best of three, you just need to ban out their Haven and
Yeah.
hope that your worst map isn't that bad.
Yeah, that's fair. You're picking there between the two lesser
lesser
things.
evils, yeah.
So it is very hard, but I would say really just don't play against Bren on Haven, because whether or not it is not your worst map, it's going to become your worst map.
Against Bren, exactly. Because the
Yes.
way that they do it, it's just so fluid. It's just so natural. And it shines every single time they come out to play. A little more
Yeah.
stats on the screen for you guys right here. 11.8k damage versus the 9.9. That's a little bit of a world of difference here. And the round itself on Icebox, this is the game that was fairly close, and we saw... I'm surprised. Well, Beats was amazing on this, but let's not forget how great Young Pork was on not just the offensive side, but especially on the defensive side, really locking down that B site with that Viper.
Definitely had multiple clutches to his name during this match, and really a shining moment for this player. And this is by the time we realized that how much this guy needs to be on the field when it comes to OG Chimera, and definitely impressed by his performance here on Icebox.
Young Pork has been showing up consistently recently in terms of performance in the maps. So I do hope to definitely see him a lot more on Oasis Gaming's matches.
Yeah, I agree. But one really quick, I do want to talk about the sort of international setting right now that we're seeing ourselves, because Bren just got the first qualification, the first golden ticket to the Masters in, and they're going to be going up against the regional teams. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is another regional team that just got into the MYSG, the Malaysia-Singapore qualifier, Just Lose. They are a team that have been strong locally. They came out of nowhere. Nobody really knows the backstory of these guys. And suddenly they just come out of the woodwork and just wreck everybody. Now, they just got their qualification, and they're going to be having to go up against Bren, who they also defeated in a 2-1 series in a recent tournament as well. You know, how do you think this is going to go for Bren that Just Lose and other international teams are coming into the play?
I think, Bren is a team that is pretty much learning from experience as they go. And they don't take each loss very lightly. They try to adapt and overcome as they go. They try to evolve as much as they can. And trust me, we're not the only ones asking this question. Of course, they're asking, what are we going to do against Just Lose this time around?
Yeah, and especially against other teams that are coming out from the region as well. We talked about other teams like Paper Rex, who have been showing up a little bit shaky, but still a lot of star power on their squad. One of the top teams in the region. And, a lot of the other teams are going to be coming out here and showing, because we haven't had that much showing of, power levels in the region itself. And come the Masters in a week or two, that's when we're really going to be able to find out which of these teams are going to be worthy of being called the Masters of SEA.
I think it's difficult to say that as well, because every country actually has their own play style. They all play very differently. You see it when you hop onto the Japan server, when you switch to the Hong Kong server, and you go to the Singapore server. It's all very different. And a big part of that is just because it depends on what those regions decided this is what we're good at, and we're going to start honing on to that.
I agree, but one example of a team that plays rather differently from other teams, especially in the country, is Hashira. Let's take a look at their recap here with ArkAngel as well. I know that both these teams, not exactly the freshest, especially ArkAngel. They're sort of an old squad as well, but Hashira, one of the young bloods in the country as well, definitely showing up and making their name here in the VCT. Definitely a team to watch out for as well, with their duo of Jeremy and Hatred really surprising us and what they can do against other really veteran teams here. What do you think about how this semi-final went, this ArkAngel Hashira?
It went about as much as I expected it to, I would say. Hashira did a good performance. I was actually surprised with how well they performed. But as I mentioned last time on panel, I do think that they have to work on a good default. They're very easy to read because they have a lot of these great set plays. But relying on set plays like that against a team that is able to read those plays and react accordingly, it makes it very difficult.
And that's definitely something that they have been working on in the back scenes, back room, excuse me. But definitely, I think that they have been showing massive improvement lately, and I know from an inside source that there are a lot of role changes coming up here for the side of Hashira. I mean, admittedly, I've been coaching these guys for a minute now, and the massive improvement that we've started to see from them. Hopefully, they can improve and maybe change things up as we go later into the tournament. Now, let's talk about ArkAngel for a bit. You've been with these guys as well, but I'm going to pass it on to Viminal first, and I definitely think that there's a lot you wanted to talk about with these guys.
Now, ArkAngel is a team that was, of course, perennially looked at as the second best team in the Philippines. They've proven it time and time again. They've secured the final slot, time and again here in many other tournaments as well. And a squadron that has a lot of experience. But they didn't have the best of runs during the week 1 and 2 qualifiers, although we saw such a huge improvement, especially during their matchup with Hashira over here. Just a lot of the fundamentals that we come to expect from such an experienced team was ironed out.
Yeah.
There's just something about ArkAngel that just has this like magic element to them. That just like when they're in dire need, they maybe summon their plot armor and we're ready to go. We're back on our feet, and then suddenly Josh S wakes up and just starts fragging everybody. There's just something about ArkAngel that's just so exciting to watch. Like, one day they're just in the slump, and then the next day just like suddenly the best team in the Philippines. It's like sometimes they can be.
It's true. They have that potential and they need to figure out how. I think a lot of teams actually need to work on this. It's getting into the zone, and it's getting into that player zone where nothing else matters except how you perform, and that's when every player will be at their peak. But again, something that's very difficult to train, especially for teams that are working online. If you have a boot camp, it's somewhat easier to train because you have usually a routine that you do with your team in order to get to that area.
I agree. And I think getting into the zone is something that ArkAngel has been known to do. They can be unstoppable once they are in that zone. And it's just one of their biggest strengths and weaknesses, I'd say, as a team, that they can be so emotional and so momentum driven. Like, you just don't know what to expect from them. One day they're hitting all of their shots, and then the other they just miss everything. It's just, once they find that consistency, I definitely think we'll see a lot more top place placements from these guys in the near future. But let's look at the stats right now. Coming into this semifinal recap, it is Cypher's, Envy Cypher rather, versus Ching's Raze. Now, if you can look at this, Envy on that Cypher, on that Sentinel with a KDA of 3.0. A far cry from other Sentinels also. One of the few Sentinels that you can see who really likes to go out and get those kills, as he is also a young blood here, versus Ching's Raze, only on a 0.9 KDA. And this was surprising because this was ArkAngel's map pick.
Now, here's what we're talking about. ArkAngel's performance being somewhat of a there's dual side to it. Sometimes you're absolutely on point, and then the next map, not really. And this is exactly what happened during that series. They were on point during the first map. Second map went to Hashira's way, and this is something really surprising. And I do believe that ArkAngel will be able to work on this issue. But yeah, gotta commend Envy here for. Such a stellar
great performance. Hashira honestly performing very well. On the flip side, it's rare to actually see both teams lose on their map picks. Hashira losing on their map pick as well as ArkAngel losing on theirs. It's not common in all of these, in any title really, for a team to just kind of flop.
Yeah, I mean, and especially on their map pick, this is, I'd say, one of the biggest flops that we've seen. Not just all weekend long, all tournament long, all season long. And definitely them waking up later on, especially after a big crushing defeat like that, to come out 13-8 against Hashira. Very, very big improvement. It's like they just slapped themselves, in the face and be like, hey guys, wake up. And it seems like that's exactly what they did. They just started playing as a unit. One of the biggest, I think, problems that we noticed on ArkAngel was, I think, confidence in not just themselves, but in each other. They weren't holding crossfires. They weren't, I think, trusting each other as a team. And that's something that was evident, not just to, even to us viewers, even to us as analysts and casters. But it's something that they, out of nowhere, seems to have patched up. They were holding crossfires. They were playing defaults together. They were trading kills efficiently. Yeah. What on earth what on earth happened there? And I know, Trix, that you have a much better insight on this than anyone else. How did they wake the hell up after that game?
It would just be a matter of brushing off the pressure, and this goes for any team, any player that's coming into the scene. It's about having the mental strength to just say, it's over, it happened, move on. Every round should actually be that way for you. You have to think that the score is still reset every time, and you go into it thinking that you could do absolutely anything you want with that game. And ArkAngel just really showing that, you know, they were able to bounce back, that they were able to figure out who they are as players. And to me, watching them for a while, it felt a lot like an identity crisis.
Yeah, and it seems like they have found their new selves very, very recently. But enough about those guys for now. We're going to be taking a look at the grand finals, the granddaddy of the last meeting. It was, of course, Bren versus ArkAngel. The two top teams in the Philippines ended up in the grand finals together, a little bit surprisingly so. And it started out with a really, really good game, with ArkAngel taking the first game in a very decisive fashion, really showing it, really showing up and making a name for themselves against Bren, taking a first map against those Titans. How do you think that went? I'm going to start with you, Viminal, here. What went down here, and how did ArkAngel let that slip?
Coming in here from ArkAngel, I really do believe that people like Ching and perhaps Motsuki as well, you know, they've been absolutely stepping up, and it's great to see players like Ching have their potential unleashed on the duelist here. Definitely a big factor to ArkAngel's success here. But of course, in the end, when Bren Esports had that extra layer, that extra dimension of skill when it comes to their synergy in terms of utilities and ultimate economy as well.
Yeah.
So really, that's the secret ingredient, the X factor of Bren, that a lot of teams here in the Philippines don't have.
I think, honestly, at some point, they just started hitting their shots, and when they do, they just steamroll.
Yeah.
Do you feel like Bren are like this, Tricks? Like, they can be out of it sometimes, but when they hit their shots, boy, do they hit their shots.
I think when I think of Bren, I actually feel they read their opponents more so than they're reading their own team. Because you see that they're all confident and comfortable in so many roles, but you also see them change it depending on who their opponents are. And I feel that's actually Bren's X factor, the fact that they can change depending on how their opponents are playing and how well they understand their opponents, whether it be mentally or just through the game.
I agree, but at the same time, they do have these specialties on their team that
Yeah.
they can really, really tap into when the going gets tough. And one of those, and I think that we need to absolutely talk about this, Jesse Vash on that famous Sovash. An amazing performance from him, just absolutely breathtaking, especially in those last, games. You know, why is it that these guys shine so much on their selected agents? Like, it's like they live and breathe their roles.
Now, I remember when Jesse Vash started out as a Sage main, and he would play nothing but Sage, literally. And he would learn everything there is about to using the kit in terms of utilizing it in different areas of the map. And I feel like this is the sort of mastery that we've come to expect from Bren. You know, they spend a lot of time grinding on a particular agent until they can confidently say they mastered it, as opposed to being a jack of all trades, master of none type of thing.
Yeah, I agree. And it really appears that they want to go for a certain level of mastery over not
Yes.
just their agents, but also their opponents. And as we can see right here, the first map, as we go into the first stats, ArkAngel versus Bren, it is 13-10, one of the best performances that we've seen from ArkAngel, I'd say, ever, honestly. The success that they had on this first map against Bren, on a map that Bren has been known to be good at, was a really shining example of what ArkAngel can do.
I mean, I'm not sure if I would say Bren is known to be good at Ascent. They're known to be decent at it, but they're like, you know, really known to be good on Haven.
I mean, no, they're really great on Haven, but I get nuances, whatever, semantics.
No,
but
I
still.
just mean a lot of people would argue that Bren's least good, least skilled map is Ascent.
Well, I'd say, okay, I see where you're going with that,
Yeah.
but I definitely think that recently, I think they've been struggling on Bind as much as
too,
Ascent.
actually.
Yeah, but historically speaking, I'm going to agree with you completely. Ascent hasn't been their biggest success map.
Yeah.
Case in point, the stats that we're seeing right now here, which is interesting to see because Ascent is such a map made for a strong team that has good fundamentals.
That is true.
Why do you think that, the pieces should all fit, but why do you think Bren has been struggling on Ascent so much?
Struggling on Ascent, it might just be the fact that because it's against two teams with great fundamentals, the attacker side can capitalize on those mistakes more. Any over aggression that Bren might push because they are confident players might just get punished, and then the other team will just capitalize and say, okay, this is our site now.
Also, a lot of Filipino teams locally, they're pretty good at Ascent in terms of map knowledge, in terms of set plays, and basically just knowing what to do in the map. Again, it's a map that is catered to a lot of good fundamentals, and a lot of teams here have good fundamentals. So Bren's sort of edge or X factor can't really be played to its full extent on that map, simply because a lot of other teams in the Philippines know how to play Ascent very, very well.
Yeah, I guess their strength on it is somewhat attenuated because of the
Yes.
fact that other teams are just starting to shine on it as well. Case in point, OG, who has been known to be phenomenal on it.
Yeah.
And especially with Young Thor coming into the picture even more so now. But let's focus on the rest of the maps here. Haven was unsurprisingly a Bren win, 13 and 5. And looking at the damage, 13.3k versus the 9.8k of Bren. And I just think that we should just use this time to echo the statement. Just don't play Haven against Bren, guys. Just don't do it. Just ban it.
Yeah, ArkAngel did very well on Haven against Hashira, but still goes to show how much better Bren is at that map.
I mean,
So
it's like so natural to them. Like when they get on Haven, they probably barely talk. Like, do that thing. Okay, yeah, I'll do the thing. I mean, I'm sure they communicate more about when they want to trade and
Yeah.
whatever, but a lot of the things come natural to them on Haven. And surprisingly, as on Icebox as well, where they were also, I'd say, tested multiple times. A
Yes.
lot of teams thought that they could take Brent on Icebox, only to be proved wrong time and time again.
and only for Bren to change their lineup only against ArkAngel. It's one time they pulled a different lineup, and I was like, wow. To me, that just showed Bren's respect as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've been using that whole no duelist composition against a lot of teams during these past few weeks. But of course, against ArkAngel, as he said, a great show of respect as they went to a more sort of regular kind of team
Yeah.
composition with duelists this time around.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you because, I think the respect really comes into play here, especially on maps like Icebox where they may be a little bit shaky. They didn't really perform that great on Icebox lately, but they have been eking out those victories. And, I think one of the reasons why a lot of teams still go up against Bren on ArkAngel is because admittedly, it's a tough pill to swallow that even on Icebox, Brent can still absolutely wreck you. So I think the strategy for a lot of teams was to take them on an Icebox, which may have leveled the playing field a little bit more, but look at this, it just doesn't. But, in the end, the stats, they don't lie here. 2.8 KDA versus the 1.1 of Ching. Dubstep really shining through as that duelist, as Raze here on Bren. Surprisingly, he didn't go for the Jet because it's so good on a map like Icebox, especially getting on top of Tube and all the positions off angles that you can play. Just decided not to do that anyway and still made a really good performance here up against ArkAngel's Ching, who, safe to say, didn't really do as much as well here on Bind now as we take a look at the recap for Bind. Despite them struggling on Bind here, Bren still shows that they were the more dominant team.
I mean, the fact that as Vimino mentioned earlier, the ultimate economy that Bren has, especially with Borkum on that Phoenix, they know how to abuse the Phoenix ulti.
Yeah.
And how to really use it to open up the sites to get all that intel, or really just the fact that let Borkum go at it and he's going to get all the kills.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, the Phoenix is such a powerful pick because it only has 6 ticks until you
Yeah.
get that run it back. And he can definitely abuse it, especially in the hands of Borkum. He frags out all
Yeah.
the damn time. He has ult up all the damn time. So it just makes so much sense. And I really think that people are undervaluing the ultimate of the Phoenix. And I wish that people would sort of take note of this.
I mean, it's one of the cheapest ultis in the game.
Yeah.
Like, you get a kill on the first round. You get like 2 kills on the first round and you die, and you get a spike plant. That's like 4. That's like you're like 2/3 of the way, and you have your ultimate.
Yeah.
You'll probably have it on the next round if you get a couple orbs. Like, it's just so good to be using. And one reason why I think this really shines through, this really works, is because they always have set plays on what to do with those ultis.
Yes. Yeah.
And they're so effective. Every time that the Phoenix ulti is up, they know what to do with it, how to
Yeah.
use it, and it's up a lot of the time, like you guys said here. But enough about that grand final. That's enough for our recap, excuse me. For the meantime, let's talk about the bracket. We're going to be coming up and taking a look at the story, at the journey of the teams here today in the VCT Philippines. Now, it's going to be an interesting one, I'd say, and I don't think it's going to be I don't think it could be any closer. Like, this is probably the best bracket we could have possibly hoped for. We're starting off with Atlas and TFO, definitely two teams that I'd see very similar power levels to.
Yeah.
And Empire and OG, who are virtually on the same level. DreamFyre and ArkAngel, that's probably the one that might go to 0, maybe. But even then, DreamFyre is even looking better. And at the very end, it's DR versus Hashira, who I think are also basically pretty much on the same level as well in terms of power levels.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at this, we all discussed backstage over the past week or so that basically any team here is capable of taking that master slot. I mean, of course, we have our favorites, but there are just so close in terms of power level, as you said.
Yeah, it all comes down to how much have they practiced, how much have they learned from their previous mistakes, and what have they read about the other teams.
I'm going to call you out right now, guys. I'm going to put you guys on the spot and ask you guys to pick your favorite to win the whole thing.
Okay. Can I go first?
Of course.
All right. My pick to win this entire shebang is going to be SE Atlas. Such a powerful team.
That's true, yeah.
Such a powerful team. And, you know, they've always been sort of barred by Bren Esports. But this time around, my friends, Bren's not here. Who's going to be top dog now?
Can the cat come out? I mean, can the mouse come out to play now that the cat is not around is the question. What about you, Trix? Who is your top pick, I'd say, for this whole thing?
Well, I think ArkAngel's got a pretty good shot. They've been performing very well, as they showed us last week of Stage 1. So I think if they continue with that performance and build on it, they're set.
Okay. Well, maybe a little bit of a low-hanging fruit and the easy choice, I'd say. But yeah, I'll give it to you anyway.
You asked me my opinion. I gave my opinion.
Fair enough. But, you know, in terms of my prediction, obviously I got to go with the Hashira boys. But if I got to pick someone that's not Hashira, I'm going to say OG have a really good chance at this. I think this is the week. Hear me out. I believe this is the week that OG finally wakes up. That's my prediction. But let us find out what Astra is all about. The newest thing, for real this time. The newest thing, the newest agent Astra. What you got for us? Magicking it on your screens right about now.
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from is the red and blue lights. I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at? Yeah, where you come from?
Last enough.
Who you wanna become?
You there?
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. What I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you could never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
If you want to be able to unlock Astra as soon as possible, the best way to do that is, aside from grinding your ass off, it's going to be buying her open with Valorant points. And we're going to be allowing you to do that with this giveaway that we're having on our screens right now. I'm going to pull up to you how you're going to be able to do that. And it's really rather quite simple. Just stitch and do it. Azurai's TikTok video of casting challengers week 2. Post it on the PPGL Facebook page. And post the video on either Facebook or TikTok with the hashtag PPGL, just do it. So if you want to show off your casting skills and maybe go toe-to-toe with Asurai, as your co-caster. Please do it, of course. And you might just be one of the 10 lucky winners to win 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. And you can get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via Kodashop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. Also, don't forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page, facebook.com/ppglgg. And subscribe to our official YouTube account. It's over here. It's bit.ly/ppgl-yt, or simply search PPGL on YouTube. And of course, you got to make sure your post is public so that we can see it, because a total of 10 winners will be selected, plus 1,500 points of Valorant points will be made available to you guys. Now, if you want to watch, the languages in your preferred language, if you want to watch in English, if you want to watch in Filipino, this is how you're going to do it. Pulling it up on your screens right now. English commentary is on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH, as well as on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken, bit.ly/ppgl-yt. And if you want to watch Facebook, it's facebook.com/ppglgg as well. So in whatever language you prefer to hear your commentary in, we've got you covered. Well, either English. Okay, that's only 2 languages. I realize that now. But either Filipino or English, we got you here as well. So again, and we're going to take a short break, though. When we come back, it's going to be the first series of the day. It's going to be one heck of a fight, and we could just see the new champions emerge out of this first series because it's going to be so close. But in the meantime, we'll take a short one. My name is Illustrado. I am your host, and we'll see you for the first game in just a second.
You watch me do my thing. Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. And you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know something. It's your way. You watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Welcome back to VCT Philippines, and we're giving away 1,500 plus points in Valorant. And all you gotta do in order to do that is coming up on your screens right now. Easy peasy, 1, 2, 3, Stitch and Duet, Asurai's TikTok video, casting challengers week number 2. So go toe-to-toe with your favorite shoutcaster, Asurai. Maybe your favorite shoutcaster. He's not my favorite, not at all. Sometimes. Anyway, just go toe-to-toe with him and maybe try to keep up with his pace and see what you can do. Share that with us on Facebook or TikTok and use the hashtag PPGL. Just do it. and 10 winners are going to be selected at the end of the day to win 1,500 plus points of Valorant points. And you know, what can you do with that? Maybe you get the new battle pass, maybe you unlock Astra right up. I know I'm going to unlock Astra like straight up. She's just too strong to be passing up. They're going to nerf her pretty soon. I'm 100% sure of that. But get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new battle pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via Toda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also do not forget to stay tuned to our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page. It's facebook.com/ppglgg, and subscribe to our official YouTube account at bit.ly/ppgl-yt, or simply search PPGL on YouTube. Now, if you're here trying to catch this broadcast in English or in Filipino, we got you covered. This is how you can do it right now. Pulling you up on our screens all the links you need to tune into your favorite language, either English or Filipino. Here for English, head on over to twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH. Or for our fellow countrymen who want to watch in Filipino, it's facebook.com/ppglgg. That's all you got to do, ladies and gents. And of course, the entire panel, which is us, is going to be in English. And we're going to be on both streams because we all know that we're the true stars here at VCTPH. Everybody knows that. Am I right, guys? No? No? Okay, fine. Fair enough. Anyway, my name is Illustrato. I'm your host here, and you're rejoining us on this discussion, on this panel segment. Joining me is going to be the amazing and not as cool as me, Trix and Viminal. How are you
I mean,
guys?
I think I'm pretty cool, but you know.
I'd say we're cooler than Illustratos,
Okay.
so that's why we're not as cool.
That's just like your opinion, though.
Yeah, my opinion matters though.
I mean,
Wait.
there are such things as wrong opinions, but whatever.
Okay.
That's a totally different discussion.
But speaking of opinions that actually do matter, let's go ahead and talk about our first match up here today. It's going to be one heck of a fight. SE Atlas versus the First Order, and we've been wanting to talk about this head-to-head for quite a bit. SE Atlas finally coming into a tournament and not going up against Bren. They must be breathing a sigh of relief when they must have been breathing a sigh of relief when they saw those brackets come out and they saw, hey, we're not going up against Bren in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, when have we seen them totally unleashed in a matchup that's not against Bren?
I think
when was the last time we
First
actually
Strike.
seen it?
Yeah.
That was quite some time ago.
Yeah.
And this is basically their shot to show everyone what they're truly made of.
Yeah, on the other side, of course, it's TFO, who they did take a big loss up against their, I'd say, rival team, OG, at the very last time in week number 2. And now they're here with a vengeance, trying to prove that they are still the dominant team, and especially up against a team like SE Atlas. That's not going to be, it's not going to be an easy thing by any means at all.
I just wonder about the consistency TFO is going to bring to us today, because I do know that they're not always the most consistently performing team. They do well, and they are very skilled. But I just find that Atlas has had that consistency all the way since First Strike.
Ever since. They've just been so good
And
ever since.
They always seem to manage to perform. And of course, getting gatekept by a team like Bren, it makes it very difficult for them to come up to the stage right now that we're on here. But it just makes me wonder how TFO is going to perform against Atlas.
I mean, I was a fan of SE Atlas when I first saw them in First Strike, just Tim's on that battle stage. I'm
Yes.
hoping they bring it back, because you and I and the other talents, the other casters have been wondering, you know, where the heck has Tim been on the the battle stage, because it's been so good, and I'm hoping we see it here again. So let's take a quick look at the Atlas roster itself. Here we go. No, guy, come on, prod production, get on the level. Thank you. There we go. Y-Monster, a couple of changes here actually. Y-Monster, Brywood, Dre, Yoshi, and Kidlat. Where's Tim's?
That is the first question that I asked myself.
They have done a bit of a role swap in recent times, so you know that must have something to do with it, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it might be that, or maybe they're just throwing us a curveball here. Who knows? Because when we see these photos, you never know if it's the 6-man coming up just for this first match.
Right.
So it could be just like the whole Young Pork thing, where it's actually Young Pork going to be playing. We don't know, guys. So hopefully it's just them throwing us a curveball. We never really know anyway. But let's talk about this roster here. SE Atlas. I just think that they're a good team. I think that they're going to take this 2-0. I know it's early, I know it's premature, but 2-0 Atlas, that's just how good they look lately.
I don't know. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt for the first row. I think it's gonna be 2-1.
2-1 first order.
Yeah. No. I mean
2-1 Atlas.
Yeah,
to
favorite
do.
Atlas.
I think everyone on this desk is favoring Atlas right now.
Yeah.
We've seen them perform before. They're performing in other tournaments as well. So even checking out their VODs, I've noticed that Tim, I don't think he does play the battle stage anymore.
Yeah.
They've opted
Yeah.
for something else. But still fantastic to watch Atlas play. I wonder how TFO will fare, but I'm giving them that they'll probably win their map pick.
Yeah, let's find out here as we talk about the other team on the other side, TFO right now, the first order. We're pulling up their roster right now on your screens as well. Now, this is definitely a more veteran squad also. You got Coco, Courtesy, Marky, Miko, and the other Tricks.
The other tricks.
The other Tricks.
Imposter Tricks.
The imposter.
Tricks Prime.
Tricks Prime. Oh no. Bizarro Tricks.
Anyway, I do think the first order, really good shot. We know them to be the sister or rival team of Oasis Gaming, which has struggled to perform consistently in every map. But I do think that TFO will give a hard time to Atlas, but I really don't think TFO has enough in their kit.
Here's the thing. TFO, such a talented team.
Yes.
A lot of potential to work with. Usually barred by a lot of technical difficulties, unfortunately.
Well, that's honestly,
That's
technical
what you have
difficulty it's such a big thing because there's nothing you can do about it. You can't improve
There
that.
is no counterplay when you disconnect or when you're lagging.
Or when your power just shuts off. You know,
Yeah,
there's nothing
there
you
is
can
no
do.
It
counterplay.
hurts when that happens.
And unfortunately, it can get in your head.
Yeah.
And it just affects your performance all throughout a tournament. Sometimes that's how it is. But hopefully later on in the year when, all of this pandemic has, sort of died down a bit, maybe we'll see
Vaccines
them
coming out, yeah.
exactly. Maybe we'll see them, perform on lands and
Yeah.
maybe they'll kick ass. Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm
But
excited to see the lands. All teams perform extremely different.
I think we're all like ridiculously thirsty for a LAN at this
Oh,
point.
yeah.
Like
Oh, yeah.
literally everybody I know just misses
want a LAN.
a crowd and the feeling
Yeah.
of being in an arena with like thousands of people. There's just nothing like it. There's just nothing like it.
It's
true.
different. The
And
one
some
time,
teams do better on it, and some teams
Yes.
suck.
The one time I was at LAN, I couldn't even play well because my hands were shaking simply because it was a LAN and everyone was there.
I've had
so
that
different.
experience.
It's so different.
Yes.
So one of the best LAN experiences I've had was I don't get stage fright at all. So the last time I got on stage in a LAN event was with a lot of, obviously a big arena filled with people, and I
Right.
just yelled to the public, and you can just hear thousands of people roaring right back at you, and you can't hear anything. It is impossible that does not get to you, especially as a player with everything on the line. That kind of stuff is going to make you shake. But
It does. It's like shaking the table.
But it's so hype. I mean, the energy, the electricity in the air. It's different.
definitely. But in terms of, it affects everything. Maybe even your one-on-ones, maybe even your head-to-heads. But let's talk about the player head-to-heads right now as we go and take a look at who the key players are for both of these teams. We got Yoshi and Courtesy right now. And as you can see, ACS 205.5 to 171.4. Not really a giant difference between the both of these guys, considering the roles that they do play.
Has Yoshi switched from the Sova to the Breach? Because I'm seeing the Breach up right now, but I remember Yoshi having those amazing Sova plays.
They have been known to be sort of flexing or changing
Yes.
their roles quite recently. And maybe that's why they've been even more successful than in the past.
Wow. Yeah, I can definitely imagine that.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, being flexible is something that, these teams have been known to do. Have been known to be, excuse me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And especially with a team like Atlas who are really quite capable of changing up the mix whenever we see them. But let's take a look at where they're going to be fighting today as we're bringing up the current map vetoes right now. Pulling it up on your screens right about now. And we're going to be seeing where we're going to be facing off here. And let's see. It's going to be Icebox, Ascent, and Bind. All right. So a little bit of a surprise that we're seeing Icebox especially picked by TFO first. Ascent is going to be picked by SE Atlas. No surprises there. And Bind is going to be the final map. And, honestly, I think at SE Atlas, they won the drafting here. I think they won the drafting straight off the bat because they picked their Icebox, which they're good at. They're also decent. Everyone's decent on Ascent. And Bind is really something. It's a good map for SE Atlas as well.
I feel like Icebox was picked by TFO though. So I'm wondering what TFO has actually come with to, and it just feels that a lot of
Yep.
times after what happened with Bren's consistent Icebox efforts, it feels a lot of the Philippine teams have decided we're going to focus on Icebox now. And I'm seeing a lot of teams starting to practice it and starting to pick it out as their first map pick too.
I'm calling it right now. It's going to be the new ascent for the Philippines.
Yeah,
Everyone's going to be insane on Icebox.
honestly, I like it. I love Icebox. There's so
Me
much you can do
too.
with it.
It's a fun map.
It's a
I
fun
like the
map.
map. I do.
It's an aim map. It's a set play map. There's just so many things you can do with it.
Yeah.
But before we go into the game itself, I'm gonna ask you guys right now on my desk. What are your predictions? Last chances for predictions to change your predictions. Is it going to be a 2-1? Is it going to be a 2-0? What do you guys think?
I vote for 2-1 in favor of Atlas.
I'm starting to think it could go 2-1 to TFO because of the Icebox pick. I'm not sure if Atlas is going to be expecting it.
Okay.
So let's go TFO.
All right.
Let's go.
And I'm going to still say, I still 2-0. I'm going for a 2-0 right here for Atlas. I just think that they're just too strong. When we come back from this tiny break, we're going to be starting with the first series of the day. TFO versus Atlas is going to be the first series to open things up. Who is it going to be advancing closer to the Masters? We'll find out once we return.
What's next for PPGL?
Good question Good question. Teka lang, focus ko lang to. Alam mo, kilala na ang PPGL as proving grounds for Filipino gamers to take their A-game, hindi lang dito sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong Southeast Asia. Kaya this year, aspiring Pinoy agents will take their shot at glory sa global Valorant esports scene with PPGL bringing you the 2021 Valorant Challengers here in the Philippines.
Wait. Ano naman ang Valorant Challengers?
Sige, explain ko. The Valorant Challengers is a regional competition that will serve as a qualification path to Masters as their respective regions representative. Of course, leading up to the Valorant Champions.
Okay, can you please elaborate?
O sige, explain ko mas mabuti. Kumbaga, yung Valorant Challengers, yun yung LCS ng Valorant. Yun namang Masters, yun yung mid-season invitational. Tapos pagdating sa Valorant Champions, yun na yung Worlds. All of this is part of the 2021 Champions Tour, or VCT.
So, what's at stake here?
Okay, sige, explain ko. You can only join and qualify the Masters through the Challengers. So kung gusto mo ng slot para makapasok sa Valorant Masters and eventually sa Champions, you really have to join the Valorant Challengers.
So, iba pa ba dun sa first strike?
Yes, the first strike kicked off yung Valorant esports sa Pilipinas last year. Pero ngayong 2021, Valorant Champions Tour na tayo. Basta isipin mo na lang yung challengers, yun yung gateway mo from regionals and eventually sa global Valorant esports.
So, sino-sino ang countries naman involved?
Okay, the 2021 Valorant Challengers in Southeast Asia will involve the following countries: Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore, and of course, focus tayo sa Pilipinas.
So, explain naman sa akin how the roadmap works.
Okay, ganito yung hatian. The 2021 Valorant Champions Tour will be 3 splits long, ranging from January to September. Each split will be 6 weeks long, alternating between 3 open qualifiers and 3 challengers tournament. Let's break it down even further. Week 1 will be the open qualifier number 1, kung saan 8 teams will be moving for week 2 para sa challengers tournament number 1. Kung saan, yung top 4 will be directly seeded para sa Challengers Tournament number 2. Oh, still following? Follow lang, kaya pa natin yan. Kaya lang ano na ba tayo? Okay. Week number 3 will be the Open Qualifier number 2. Pero this time, 4 teams na lang yung babalik para sa Challengers Tournament number 2 kasi kasama nila yung 4 na seeded teams nung Challengers Tournament number 1. Mainit na yung laban dito kasi whoever gets the first place will be directly seeded para sa Valorant Masters. Yung second, 3rd, and 4th place, by the way, will be returning para sa Challengers Tournament number 3. Okay? Good time? May mag-shoot dito pero habang wala pa, tambay muna tayo. Okay. Yes, Ben? Yeah. Okay. Nasaan na ba tayo? Okay. Kailan yung makaikot? Week number 5 will be open qualifier number 3. This time, 5 teams naman yung mag-move forward kasi kasama nila yung tatlong seeded teams, yung second, third, at saka fourth, nung Challengers Tournament number 2. This time, ito na yung huling Challengers Tournament natin for this particular split. Okay, dito na ang huling chance natin para makuha yung huling slot para sa Valorant Masters. Okay? Okay, so for this particular VCT, dalawa slot ang makukuha ng ating Pinoy teams para makatapak sa International Valorant Scene. Ayos ba yun? Basta isipin nyo na lang, itong Valorant Challengers, ang susi natin para madala ang ating skills at makita globally.
Okay. So, where can we get more info on the 2021 Valorant Challengers?
Okay, sige. Well, simple lang naman. Kailangan mo lang mag-like and follow ng ating PPGL page para lagi kang updated sa mga happy news for 2021 Valorant Challengers. Registrations will be posted sa PPGL page, kaya make sure na naka-like and follow ka, baka hindi ka makapag-register. Siya, alaro na ako. The road to Masters starts here at the 2021 Valorant Challengers. Brought to you by PPGL. Unpause. Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, welcome to the VALORANT Challenger Tour 2021 Philippines Stage 1 Week 3. My name is Asarai, and of course, joining with me now is the one, the only, the magnificent Dex.
I don't know how to juggle, man, but you know, this is gonna be an absolute festival of carnage and competition. Here we are, guys, in the VALORANT Challengers Philippines Stage 1 Week number 3. This is the last chance for these 8 teams in the playoffs to make it to VALORANT Masters. But before we get into that one, don't forget, guys, we are live in multiple languages, and by that I mean 2. So that's right. Take it away. Where can we watch some English and Filipino commentary?
As they have shown in your screens, guys, we have, of course, the English commentary that is being broadcasted here right now at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And, of course, the Filipino commentary, which is at facebook.com/PPGLGG. Both of these are also being broadcasted for safety at our YouTube channel, which you can check out. Just typey on your URLs with bit.ly/PPGL-YT. It's that simple. If you guys want to watch both the streams, you can. It's awesome. I mean, if you can like dissect that between your 2 ears, that would be awesome. But yeah, you're awesome too, man.
Dude, I was just saying to some of our fellow casters on the other side, why don't they have one headset for English, one headset for Filipino, and just keep at it? Would that even be possible? I wouldn't know. But hey, this is going to be an interesting time because we already have so many great matches coming our way today. We've seen Bren Esports move on to VALORANT Masters last week, and now it's time to vie for that second position. Gotta say though, Mr. Asarai, I'm fully expecting this week to be even closer than before. We don't have that ultimate favorite anymore. Instead, all of these are contenders. All of these are challengers in their own right.
Yeah, that's basically the thing here, right? It's like Bren was the total gatekeeper for all of these teams. And now, without them, because, again, like you said, like they qualified already for Masters, the last slot is up for grabs. And all of these teams are definitely will go for, how do you say this? Like the last spurt, the last sprint just to get into that particular slot. And now our first quarterfinals match here will be Atlas up against the First Order. Just a little bit of a fun fact. Atlas has had, let's say, one of the toughest times during week 1 and week 2 in their open qualifiers because both of those times they had to, I think at least with week 1, they had to go up against Bren multiple times as well, right?
In week 2, they said, nope. We're not bothering. That was the thing. They come back here in week number 3 instead. And I respect it. Atlas, they decided to focus their efforts on more community-based things in week number 2. Many had already the master slot pegged as Bren +1. And I was like, okay, we tried to beat against Bren in week number 1. Couldn't make it happen. So we'll be back for week number 3. And they are our first quarterfinalists. But in the meantime, their opponent, the First Order, they are back for vengeance. They are back yet again to try and impose. And we talked about it last week, Asteroid, wherein they had so many problems to make it to the playoffs because of the open qualifiers. But then they finally found their growth spurt. They finally found that sprint to make it in. And they had a decent showing against Oasis Gaming, but they did lose into the quarterfinals this time. It's going to be an even tougher battle against SE Atlas.
Yeah, one of the things that I think was kind of the difficult thing for SE Atlas, because again, people already know that I'm a big fan of this particular team, and I am at least maybe 90% sure that they're the team that should be able to get into, you know, the second master slot. But again, that is of course just my opinion. Any case though, just to point it out, Yoshi and Tim were not on their, let's say, main roles when they were playing during week 1 and week 2, but we're seeing Yoshi back on his Sova and Tim back on the battle stage, and this is something to open eyes up, and especially TFO, got to be careful.
Exactly, as we saw in the head-to-head a while ago, it was like, why was Yoshi on Breach? Because he showed something a little different in week number 1, but SE Atlas, they say comfort is the way to go, and we all know how clutch these Sovas can be on both sides. Looking at the comps though, it seems like it's going to be Raze versus Jet, single duelist. For these two teams, everything else is just similar between Atlas and the First Order. It's going to be interesting though. Icebox is pretty much a map that the First Order have studied extensively, and I've talked to their coach, I've talked to the players, they really feel like they're so comfortable in a map like this. I like the map draft so far for the First Order, but I like what I'm seeing from SE Atlas as well. But we are going to be getting into our first map. It's Atlas defending first and foremost.
The mentality about going for that single duelist just so that you have more utility as you go around the map. I think it makes a lot more sense, because if you go for the double duelist, that's great. You can aggressively try to take the sites, but because there's such long avenues both on going A and B, I think just having a Sova with a drone is more efficient, and you have more utilities to use to try to get that site, and one duelist is already enough to try to quote-unquote entry frag the entire site or retake the site. So that's why we're seeing at least the variation of having one Jet and having that one Raze.
Yeah, big sight lines to just be able to see from across the map and more. Thing is though, I'm loving the new overlay that we're seeing right now. Atlas though going to be on the defending side, TFO on the attacking side. And the thing is, something that has been debated by many people in different regions is how many controllers do you actually play on a map like this. The answer for SE Atlas as well as TFO is 1. The Omen still going to be a standard. The Sova though very, very potent at getting that information. A bit of a technical pause. These guys just making sure everything is optimal. But here we go. Pistol round is about. And Atlas looking to attack on B side.
Dre does have a Sheriff already in hand. Very, very risky, because if he can't hit his shots, he's going to get overwhelmed by the more faster pace shooting of the Ghost as well as the Classic. Bride does spot a couple already, and there is the Cloud Burst just to kind of situate that we're going to be pushing for that B. But is TFO really going to take this side out? They still do have the spike already here. Coco is setting up with the wall, but they still have not yet planted down that spike. They're very careful here, Dax. They don't want to put themselves in a position where they're going to get flanked or just be bombarded by the utility, which immediately you see Coco disengage as he saw the just the nade and the arrows just fall up, and Zerb finding out Dre.
Yeah, these guys, they know how to play the defaults. Both sides playing the Sage. So they also know what to throw that utility if need be. But TFO planting that one down. Tim now trying to go for defuse. Ball versus ball action. And it seems like we're just building up a little bit of that defensive. But TFO now with the advantage. But as I say that, Yoshi and Bri get on the board. Tricks in the meantime finding Bri. And Yoshi is there again. No mastered for anyone. This guy is truly the star of the show here for the Atlas Squadron. We'll see what he can do. Tricks gonna be looking for the shot. Misses. As Yoshi decides to try and go for the fake instead. But the push over to yellow might be the call. The Sova giving chase. Time is running out. Yoshi will get that shot, but the wall is in the way, and that should be it. So unfortunate for Atlas. They got the kills, but they couldn't get that spike down.
Yoshi playing very, very conservative, I think is the best word to kind of describe the way that he was just moving around that 1 versus 1. He really thought that Trix was going to just charge right in and challenge him before he got the spike to half in terms of the defuse, and that really kind of messed him up because he had to either chase or just, you know, try to go for that defuse. Maybe the wall was too much and it didn't really help him in the end, but definitely still was a really, really good play coming out from Trix, netting TFO their first round victory. Now, here we go. What's going to be happening here? It seems like it's going to be a full save round for the side of Atlas as they do take a breather and allow TFO to just buy up into the SMGs, maybe make it to an expensive round. But you are seeing this. Lots more teams on the attacking side here in Icebox using that Sova drone to clear out the B long. They don't want to check out those cubby corners because it's just really painful. You know, you don't want to deal with it. And it seems like they're going to be able to get control of yellow and start working their way on the B side.
You know, Astro, I gotta tell you something. Face checking is just so dangerous. So you got the drone to say, oh, hello, you're here. And it makes it even easier with that intel. So here we go again. TFO says, wall is up, spike is down. Kakarot, though, does get on the board, I believe. But Brian, in the meantime, playing by the Snowman. No snowman allowed, but it seems like SE Atlas, they don't care. They're throwing the paint shells, but Courtesy will use that Spectre to get that takedown. Marky also investing early onto the Vandal. A few risks here and there for TFO. We'll see if it's panning out. Yes, it does. Headshot connects onto Dre.
That's going to be very difficult to actually try to challenge this as Marky is playing turret in the back of yellow. It seems like it was going to be a very difficult retake there for Atlas, as even though they did pick up a Spectre, in the end, it was the range advantage that I think a Vandal just gives. They maybe could have gone for B long. That might have been it, but it's a tight corridor. It's either the one or the other, and it seems like neither was the best option for Atlas there. Slightly an expensive round for TFO, but in the end, they secured that second one. And what is going to be the trial here for Atlas? It should be a bonus round, but Trix and Marky are up with the Vandal, so this is going to be a hard-fought third round for the Atlas team.
And something to take note also, Yoshi is on a Guardian only. It's because he survived that first round, I believe. So a little bit of that penalty hurting him in the long run. Even though he got those kills, goes to show that in this game, sometimes you just gotta love that spike, hug that spike. Marky, though, hugging the shock dart. And A-Site is the way to go here for TFO. Alarm bot, though, gonna be in the way. Atlas fortifying and just really bombarding TFO as they try to siege on in.
Siege on in. Yoshi has to make something work with this Guardian. We don't really see the Guardian being used except for maybe Brent's Jesse Vash, and this is why people just get to overwhelm you, because if you can't hit your shots, it's going to be such an easy punish coming in from them. Bri will be coming out here, uses his satchel charge to kind of flush out that corner, and Marky will be jumping up into the site. If it jumps though, it's going to be just the perfect domination. Kakarot's going to be here as the last bastion of hope for the Atlas team, but what can he do? He's going to jump up into the ropes here. Will he be able to find a one onto Belt, or is it just going to be the save for him? Spots out the other. Zerv just quick on that trigger and say goodnight, Sweet Prince. Kakarot does not clutch it out, and it seems like TFO are starting to get the first order of getting this round.
Yeah, they have the first order of things. And will you sing me a lullaby later on tonight, Mr. Asteroid? Because this has been a sweet symphony from TFO. Goes to show that map draft-wise, things are looking really, really good for them. And I do like the fact that they got their Icebox out to showcase themselves against a juggernaut like Atlas. Say what you will about Atlas not being in the playoffs last week. They have really been a top team for a good reason. This team in the community have been incredible in their debut. They really show up in the biggest and the brightest of all the local scene. So we'll see right now if Atlas can keep that one up, keep that reputation up against TFO. But TFO, they're still at it. First kill already goes in their favor. Marky finds Pride, but Yoshi now with the refrag there. Snowman is the way to go for the Sova. Smoke is out though. Here comes the wall yet again. TFO looking to play that default time and time again.
Seems like Yoshi is such a clutch god for Atlas, but because of how I think TFO are just kind of situating these forced angles upon Yoshi, he can't really do much with the Sova. Yes, maybe he can hit the shots here and there, but the refrag is so quick from TFO that it's not really possible for any one of them to try to go for the clutch. So they have to challenge quickly enough. But TFO, the name of the game for them is just be able to overwhelm the site. Yes, it's not as fast as other teams, but it's kind of presence heavy enough that Atlas cannot answer, and they have been forced to go for these weaker buys for the past couple of rounds now. Kakarot left to his own devices here. We'll be trying to just chime in. He does get a nice little headshot onto Coco, maybe make it a little bit more expensive onto Zerb, but it's only going to be Zerb trying to buy up into another shield. But for the most part, TFO, once again, pretty nigh unstoppable in this first map.
Yeah, TFO is just in control. Gotta give it Kakarot, though. 5 kills for the Killjoy. Good to see him on his namesake from his previous experience in tactical shooters. But besides that, it has been all TFO all throughout this map. Coco, he just says, Okay, here's a wall. Here's a wall. Now put that spike right beside it. It's like some great interior design here done by TFO. And not only that, they're ahead in the ult economy. 4 ultimates available for them. They have that lockdown. They have that from the shadows, Rez, and even the Blade Storm. A bit of aggression though from Atlas. They're trying to go it up with the slow and the paint shells. But Dre, he's just hiding the troop and says, no way, Marky, you're not coming in here.
So the quick switch of Kakarot, or sorry, the Killjoy of Atlas to go to the B, allowing for 4 more members of Atlas just to kind of position themselves nearer this A site, seems to have slowed the ability of TFO to just rush right in. Though, Tim has already used both of his slows here, so it's going to mean that if TFO gets an entry frag into the A site, they will be rushing right in. It's going to be very tricky here, but Tim has to hold true. Zerv and teammate, though, will be holding the site here, but Serve! Alright, he just serves it up in front of TFO.
Cook serve delicious, and really those one-ways are the way to go. Sometimes it's good to at least redirect traffic, and in this case, redirect those bullets on the other side. Atlas trying to really bank on the Sage and Raze combination there on A site. They're trying to play the slows, they're trying to use the explosives as much as possible, but TFO making some space for them. Here we go, Marky getting resurrected, maybe just to die. Yoshi though catching that Curtis instead, and he gets the 2K there. Yoshi yet again finding the one up on, and now Atlas with the advantage.
Yoshi just makes magic with the Hunter's Fury, and that leaves TFO with very little options to try to make something work right now. Coco's going to be setting up the wall here, splitting the site a little bit apart, and is somebody just going to try to rush through the smoke here as he does get the spike planted down, and Trix holding his hand, but Bry comes in on top of the wall and basically says, I get one, I get the other, I get this defuse, or maybe give it to his teammate. No, all of them have their ult, so it's fine, but that is going to be the first round taken by Atlas.
Give it to the Raze and give it to Atlas. Yoshi though, perfect timing on that Hunter's Fury. You can really see he had an idea of where Marky died. Easy kill through the walls and more. You can't wall that and more. Thing is though, Tim is struggling right now, but can really see here for SE Atlas, they still depend on that stage for the heals, for the slows, if need be. TFO though, a lot of money in the bank. They won 4 rounds in a row, Asterai. You're gonna have a great retirement fund later on. Rifles though are bound, and TFO says, let's try A again.
They should try to go for their combo maybe with the slow orb and the nade, but they're gonna save their utilities. I like this because I feel like TFO for the past, let's say 5 rounds, have really forced Atlas to just say, hey Atlas, we're gonna show our presence on one side. Use all of your utilities, and basically that's it. Now, TFO does immediately use the lockdown that will possibly force the members of Atlas here to respect as the A side is getting flushed out, and slowly but surely, TFO gets that control. Spike will get planted down. We'll just take a little bit of chip damage for their Sova, but in the end, it's going to be the post-plan. Very difficult though, but Atlas, if you can see it, Dax, 3 ultimates and counting.
This is gonna be scary, and that showstopper might be the star of the show. Gotta give it to TFO though. They had the angle, they have an open plant. Gakara though, and Bry on the board. TFO cannot get the kills, and here comes the Raze. Look, the Raze some hell. Hunter's Fury gonna get avoided by that blast back, but that hang time will eventually lead to his demise, and Courtesy on the board. Kakarot though, catching out Marky. Here comes Courtesy now with 3. He's going for the push, but they have run out of people, and Atlas will win out in that slaughter.
Bry is showing to us that, again, Atlas feels like a very slow, methodical team, especially on their defending side. That's why I like them, because I feel like Atlas is probably one of the strongest defending teams out there, but it seems with Bry, their dynamic changes a little bit. He's not the highest in terms of the kills, but his presence as a Raze and his aggression, his willingness to challenge these angles is allowing Atlas to kind of just, how do you say this, follow up right behind him, and then they just win these retakes. I mean, again, TFO still have like 2-round advantage, but we're seeing Atlas kind of formulate what they have to do in order to retake the sites. Though, just to finish it off, TFO has almost always gotten all of these sites. So they gotta be careful.
Zerv actually catching out Bry there. Wall does come on up. Thing is though, Tim might struggle to get this resurrection, and now it's gonna get broken on down. Now we've seen for TFO, they have gotten more success on B side rather than A, because Bry has been really such a good defender on that side. But in this case now, Tim getting on the board finally to give Atlas a little bit of breathing room. Maybe a second kill can help him, and he goes for the rest to give him the advantage. It's all about the waiting game right now, Asterai. But on the A side we go instead. The Killjoy though is waiting there, and Kakarot has set up his traps.
I wonder if the The Jet here is going to try to make something happen. Kakarot spotted out. Oh no, he's going to get flushed out here. They know he's in the back of the side. Paranoia excused just to kind of maybe just make Kakarot a little bit honest. But Zerv is waiting. Kakarot is hungry. And maybe, just maybe, he can hear it. Maybe he can also get that wall bang. And he's not going to be able to get that one. Although, again, the one-way smoke just way too good. Yoshi able to find out Serve. And it's the last man stunning. Marky, to left to his own devices, does spot out the one. Will be able to dash right in. Knows that someone's right behind him. He has to challenge this. And through the smoke, through the cloudburst, Dre reigns supreme. And that is Atlas showing their fangs, showing that, again, they have that iron wall defense.
You know, this is why medicine is important. They've tried to cure a lot of diseases and infections, and apparently here in Valorant, we can cure death itself. You know, the Omen brought back to life, and Dre getting that final kill. TFO trying to play their strategies, trying to play those plans. But Atlas has been learning time and time again, and now it is Atlas on a warpath with a 3-round streak. Goes to show, though, those resurrections gonna be very, very important for a game like this. The Sage difference isn't really all about getting those kills, but how many resurrections you can get per game, and bringing people back to life is just such a big, big component of this matchup, especially with a numbers advantage that you would like to take.
That was a nice little recon dart there from Yoshi. You're going to be able to spot out Marky. Now they have a little bit of understanding that it might be, again, the B side. But there is a lot more firepower to come out from Atlas here. And Atlas is just letting them come in. What this does is TFO have to expend a couple, or actually a lot of their utilities just to get that spike planted down, which I think is okay for Atlas because now they're realizing retakes is what we're good at. Let's just go for it and maybe go for the flanks here. They're gonna choke the members of TFO just to be situated here onto the side as well as yellow. So Atlas, all they have to do is slowly push in, use their recon utilities, and maybe, just maybe, this is what they're gonna be able to do to get that round win.
Oh, Paranoid though gonna be coming in to play. Kakarot still gets the kill onto Marky. And you gotta give it to Atlas. They've been getting that intel and more to smoke out TFO. But here comes the Hunter's Fury from Courtesy. Zerv now gonna go down to the hand of the Killjoy. Tim trying to push on in, and the rifle is about no more ammo though into that chamber. Tim eventually with the kill. Kakarot given space to defuse that spike. And Atlas right now, they are just being retake kings here, Azurai.
TFO, you know what it seems very situated what they wanted to do there. They wanted to charge into the B site, they wanted to get the spike planted down, and they want to be able to aggressively push during their post plant, but they cannot find anybody. Marky was charging at the B site, maybe looking at jungle bars, monkey bars, sorry, just to kind of maybe spot a rotator, but everybody was just, you know, already there, and it seems like TFO, because they wanted to get better positioning, actually put themselves into a position where crossfires were not really going to be the name of the game for TFO, and Atlas was just fine with that.
I was just happy to see Tim chase after Courtesy there. It's like, I don't care about your Hunter's Fury, man. You have a delay, I have a gun, you have a bow and arrow. This is why guns replace bow and arrows in history. That's a little bit of a history lesson for you guys, but TFO. I'm glad I taught you something today, Mr. Azurai, but Drinks has the back on the way. The spider bot that is the alarm bot giving chase. TFO right now, they're trying to figure out where they can really go, but what I'm seeing here is they're going for orb control, looking for a pick, and playing a bit of that econ so far.
Utilizing the Killjoy is definitely allowing a lot of flexibility for Atlas just to kind of, yeah, if you go A, we'll be able to get a lot more mid control. Make sure that nobody is going to be pushing onto orange and flanking an orange and just, you know, push right through. Now, Marky has the Blade Storm. He's charging very, very carefully here on Kitchen. Maybe he's going to cook something up. And he hears the blades. Dre is right there, right in front of him, but he is missing. Third blade will finally connect, and they maybe have found the formula to break through.
God.
But Tim comes out. Peekaboo, I see you. Denies the plan, but there's still time for Courtesy to make it work out. And here comes the post plan. Atlas have to go for that retake, but I do like this delayed push coming in from TFO. It made Atlas second guess themselves, and it seems like it might be a TFO round win here.
Yeah, 2 versus 1. It's all up to Kakarot now, and the Blade Storm is still out here for Marky. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight, but these knives are floating on the round. And Zerv, can he serve up another bullet to the face? We shall see. Dark cover gonna be in the way so far. Marky right now, Spectre in hand. Time is ticking, and Kakarot comes close. He's looking for that second kill, but he doesn't know where the Omen is yet. Might be time to go for the right click, but no, Zerv. Phantom in hand, perfect for CQC. TFO getting one more round on the board. Seems like they were able to steal that away from Atlas.
That was just very risky. Right click's not really the best right now. Some people might say still nerf the right click for the classic, but you do see sometimes the nerf kind of surface his head a little bit and show that this does not work sometimes.
You know what surface? The Sage. I got jump scared. I think that's in the Halloween special now of Valorant. Sage just comes in and peeks you just like that. So close. You're trying to put that spike down. It's like, I'm being very careful with something that detonates and then someone shoots you in the face. Oh, okay. We go again. But hey, TFO taking that round. I believe we are in a bit of a pause right now as, yeah, it's one of these two teams trying to figure out what is going to be the issue. But from what I've seen so far from TFO, they know how to play it also patiently. They don't need to rush in. They're finding a few of those picks. They're getting good positioning. And one thing I've really noticed also in that last round is TFO has been getting a lot more orb value compared to Atlas, and that gives them that ult advantage in the long run.
Very true. Lots of teams sometimes don't really value just being able to get that orb. Guys, it's not the other games where you can't get orbs to get your ultimate. Sometimes it's actually pretty good. And TFO, like you said, is noticing that fact, able to utilize and get a lot more. And Dax, damn, they actually have 3 ultimates now. Lockdown, Resurrect, and From the Shadows. This allows them for a lot of taking of side potential, as well as rotation, and just overall safety. Now, it might seem that TFO will try to go for a fake here, but with the wall being situated as well as the lockdown, it seems like B is the place to go.
B is going to be where it's at. Yoshi, though, trying to go for the hit on the lockdown, and Hunter Fury will get connection. Spike, though, is by A side, so a bit of a fake here from TFO. Marky trying to push on in, and there we go with the scan onto the raise. Easy shot for Marky. Probably going to go on down. Trick's also on the board, but here comes the recon, and Marky going to get spotted at last moment. Has to decide to dash on the way into the Cloudburst. He will go, but here for TFO, they got that spike down, and they have the 2-man advantage.
Great plan coming out from the first order. Definitely is the name of the game. Rotation, the fakes, the debates. It's all there coming in from them. Trix is just going to be lurking in mid just to make sure he doesn't need to be with the rest of his team because there's 4 people already that's going to try to play for that post plan. It's too much if you go for 5.
Oh, shock dart.
Shock dart. But still, whoa. They can actually still go for the defuse if they wanted to. It's halved already. Somebody has to defend. Yoshi as of the moment. Kakarot is onto the side, but the jump out from Marky with the classic denies him the satisfaction of trying to go for the defuse. And Dre has to go come in clutch. It's not going to work out. Trix does explode with the spike, but in the end, the first order get that round win.
Oh my god. Everyone getting baited by that shock dart. We saw Yoshi get baited, we got baited, and it didn't really do that much damage. And you were right, you could actually just stick that spike till the sun don't shine and get that defuse. But sometimes when you know your opponent knows what to do, and then they don't actually execute it the way you expected, and you're like, what do we do now? I like the angle though from Kakarot. It was really smart for him to stay on the west flank of the smoke. 2 people from TFO actually went on in to try and contest that spike. But in the end, time was on TFO's side, and now they're up by 2 again. Seems like it's all about strings right now. Marky though might be contesting the Omen, but Kakarot's there to help on that. Dre gonna survive so far. Pass back on the way though, scanned by the
Expected
recon
nga naman na magtatago siya behind that green boxes.
Actually,
The resurrection is ready here for the first order.
That's still a resurrection that's going to be used for this round if ever they do want to, make sure that they get that W. In any case, Kakarot is actually going to be using his lockdown maybe when they have the resurrect activated, but it's going to be weird though because like his opponents can just rotate, and unless they can plug the rotation of the first order, it's not going to make sense to use a defensive lockdown so quickly. Maybe they're going to wait first for the spike to get planted down, but Kakarot just says, yeah, let's go for it. They're going to go for a quick flank here, and Atlas has to go and rush right in. They have to back away, but they do have a nice little corner at the back of yellow just to make sure. Lockdown will be destroyed though. That's not leaving a lot of options for Atlas to make work.
Oh, Gundo for Kakarot, and he gets the 3K so far. Thing is, though, TFO, their hand has been forced, and Broad gets the explosion. The Marquee, 4 kills in a row for Kakarot. It's come on in, little babies. Come on into this lockdown. This is Kakarot's web of lies. And with a 4K like that, and what? 20 kills on Kakarot. This has just been a hard carry and more from the Killjoy and the defense. SE Atlas might be giving him some praises after this game.
Kakarot is... Was he one of the newer pickups for SE Atlas? I believe they had like...
I mean, he's always just been there. He had different aliases for most of the run, but really here in the VALORANT Challenge Philippines, he's brought back that Kakarot name, and this is the Kakarot form that we expected as soon as he went into the VALORANT scene. You know, 4-5 anyone, but here we go, Bri right now, catching out Marky there. Good start here for SE Atlas yet again, and sometimes when you see one of your teammates really popping off like that, you get that inspiration. A stolen round there by SE Atlas. You could really see how smart they played that one, especially as the wall was forced out from TFO a while ago, and Kakarot just not stopping whatsoever. Zerb gonna be going on down. Kakarot absolutely cracked there. Gets the second courtesy though now. Changing the sides and getting that kill. But things are in the favor of FC Atlas, and Yoshi, the eye on the sky, trick spotted from the top-down view. And a perfect angle now for Atlas to flank.
Big flank coming in from Dre. If you can see, he is already at the attacker's spawn, and they cannot really just pierce through the side. There's too few members of the First Order taken out away from this particular round. Last round of the first half as well. So they're just gonna stabilize this into a 6-6 if they can, or sorry, 7-5 if they can for TFO. And Trix, he's still at full HP here. He can make something happen, and Courtesy activating it already. Still will get the charge through, but not going to be able to pierce. And Trix just falls down. Courtesy still there on the top side, but it's going to be the Soba versus Soba. And Yoshi showing that he is the more potent of the two.
This is why Yoshi jumps a lot. He knows he can platform into the middle. He avoids the bullets of all things. And it really goes to show that we are just riding the wave of the SE Atlas as well as the First Order coming into this game. The scoreline is so even as right. Not only is it 6-6, it's a 4-round streak, to a 4-round streak, to a 2-round streak, to a 2-round streak. Overall, we've seen Atlas figure out how to actually answer back against TFO, and TFO is eventually able to bring something new to the table. And again, Atlas with Kakarot really popping like crazy, getting the clutch factor on. It'll be interesting to see how he's going to be playing the Killjoy now on the attacking side, but look at this replay here from Kakarot. He finds Zerb, sees the pipes. You don't usually see that angle, honestly, as a defender, but Kakarot doesn't care. 1 pixel is all he needs. Atlas right now just cleaning up house. Yoshi even parkouring his way to victory. And by this point in time, Atlas, if they feel like they can get heads like that, they might have the better angles coming into their attacking side.
It's, how to say this, it's kind of like a hit or miss. If you have somebody that's top fragging as Kakarot's like 20 kills, right? What happens if he gets shut down multiple times and the others won't be able to like follow up? Again, that's just like, you know, theoretical stuff for SE Atlas here, but that's a definite, you know, cause for concern, because it seems like a lot of their members are not able to find the kills that they need during the defending side. But like you said, different dynamic now as we do swap here, and it's going to be Atlas to try to go for that attack. I'm curious to see if they're going to have the same setups that the First Order had, because the only difference with their composition is the duelist that they were able to use. I do like that Bri is here. He's going to be able to flush the sights a little bit better with his team compared to the Jet that was on TFO. So maybe, just maybe, that's the thing that they need to kind of be able to break into the sights, you know?
I mean, we can look at it as in a bit of a head-to-head. The Jet, I think, would be better for the attacking side. The Raze for the defensive, because it's a lot smoother with the Jet's movement. But then again, you can dive with that Raze, use the blast packs to get up top where you need to be, and it'll be interesting to see how these two duelists will have some value as now they are on the opposite sides. But it's really just all about the Sage supporting them, maybe some combos with the slow orb and the pain shell that we see here from SE Atlas. I really feel like, though, that Atlas wanted a few more points on their defensive coming into this one, because you have that Raze, right? And we saw their plan was to combo the slow orb and the pain shells together, and then shock darts and maybe the nano swarm on the other side to make it such a labyrinth for TFO to actually push on into A side. But then TFO just take the right angles. They know the way. It's like you have a maze and you know the answer. There's a secret door, you just push on in, and that was the case for TFO. But hey, we're in a technical pause on Icebox. So is it part 3 right now of our Penguin saga? We've been talking about it. What's the new story time right now? What are these Penguins up to? Why are they back on Icebox, Asarai?
Maybe they got hired again to do another mission in the Icebox map. You can see already that the Penguins are kind of saying secret agent stuff, you know. Like they're from Madagascar. They
they like to move it.
Yeah, they like to move it. Skipper's right there. Yeah. Private is right there.
What are the names of the Penguins?
Rico, I'm saying it.
Kowalski.
Kowalski, there you go.
That's the one I remember because it's a long name. I remember last time when we talked about this, it was because they were like trying to steal the Yoru mask or something. But now we have Astra, but she's all the way up there in heaven, basically. Astral form. I do want to see Astra, though. Unfortunately, we don't have it right now, guys. We are playing on the patch, though, that is post the Stinger and the Frenzy nerf. So that's why you see a bit of different buys right now compared to last week. But then again, Astra going to be very interesting for stage number 2 next month for VALORANT challengers all across the world and more. In the case now, TFO. What's the plan here for TFO? What is going to be the setup? Technical pause, though, is still in effect, Astra, right?
Sorry, I just wanted to add, you know, you were talking about like the Astra and everything. Have you seen the tier 48 already for this battle pass? It seems like the new agent is like, because the card for tier 48 shows like a cargo ship. So I'm thinking the next agent is not going to be a Radiant Knight powered one, or Radiant powered, because like the last 3 that we have was Astra, Yoru, and Sky, which are all Radiant powered. And now I'm thinking like it's along the lines of like another Brim that's not, you know, enhanced.
He's a normal person.
A normie.
A normie. Hey, it's the Snowman and the Penguins. I know there is also one more thing that kind of is interesting. I wonder what the next map will be. Oh, also, you know, we got some representation in the Battle Pass. Did you know that? The Revive Me Jet Spray. It's there. We have been embraced by Riot Games. But you know what we have always embraced as a Filipino scene, guys? Technical pauses. It always happens. Don't worry about it. No matter where you're playing from, it just happens. And patience is something we have been accustomed to by this point. And especially a game like this, it's all tied up. It's really, really close. And the answers between Atlas and TFO have been interesting because they found ways to kind of screw each other over. They found ways to make their plays work. They found ways to get resurrections out of nowhere. They found ways to deny it. And it does feel like between Atlas and TFO is doing that first move. They know the stratagems for a map like this. But in Atlas, they just know what to do to answer back. Not necessarily for the map. They have their own kind of plays, but they adjust accordingly to what TFO does. And it'll be interesting now if TFO can do the same as Atlas is on the attacking side.
You basically just said contrasting things about these two teams. Like, I mean by that is like TFO, they're the team that has all the set plays in the world. And Atlas is the one that kind of just adjusts to these kind of plays. And you saw that dynamic, you know, 6-6 here, where those 4 straight rounds that TFO won were all set plays, and it took at least 4 rounds for Atlas to figure out what they had to do, but they also took 4 rounds straight, which is interesting, and it just goes to show that there's a lot of teams with a lot of identities and a lot of different understandings of how to play this game. Really, really interesting, really, really entertaining. It just kind of makes you think, who do I want to support? Is it somebody who has the, you know, the playbook in your hand, or is it somebody this big brains everything, tries to understand on the fly, on the go? I mean, pick your poison, man. It's right here.
Yeah, and you can even make a case that they can do the same on the other side. Like Atlas, these guys have studied multiple maps. We've seen it in week number 1. We see it right now, that they have an understanding on what to do. TFO, in the meantime, if Icebox is really their baby, if they have been born and raised in this freezer, then it might be time to show it now. Because here we go, guys. It's time for the second half. We do apologize a bit for those technical pauses, but it is time for us to enjoy the action yet again. So we're going to be defending there by B-Side, playing the green lane. Interesting enough, Coco and Zerv, I believe, going to be working together there. But Kakarot, he is just unstoppable here as the right mark. He cannot challenge, and Kakarot gets the first blood on the board.
Sometimes this is why you kind of want to see a Jet as well on the defender side. Yes, Marky did go down, but the play that he just did to push up into Belt all the way from his own A side as a defender is really, really strong because it allows you to not go to the more dangerous A main, which is basically just a, you know, like a kill avenue. In the case, Yoshi's going to be using his Sova drone here, going to be forcing the Zerv to back away here, and he's going to go for the Zerv rush. Just be careful because the Boombot is right there. Just spot him out. There is a little bit of an opening here, and he's going to try to challenge the corner. Maybe he wants to go on top of the ropes here, but if he goes, he basically turn into a human or an Omen Pinata. Rest of TFO will be going for the retake as the spike is planted down, but this is going to be a 4v5 Dax. Numbers in the advantage of Atlas.
Not only that, time is ticking, and stopwatch is the way to go here for Team Atlas. Zervo with a dark cover. Good scan down by TFO. Paranoia gonna be in play. And Zerv, apparently he is gonna get bursted, but no candy comes out of that omen whatsoever. Trix in the meantime with kill on the Kakarot. 4v2 situation. Trix now dropping on down. And Courtesy trying to use that turret for cover, but it doesn't work out. Dre instead with the Sheriff in hand has been a bit more popular nowadays in these pistol rounds, and it does make quick work of Team TFO.
True that. You saw that there was one kind of like double push that Trix and Courtesy did, dropping down from the top of the B site, and I think that kind of reduced the damage that came out from Trix by like 2 to 3 bullets, and that was enough for, you know, SE Atlas to just get the refrags that they needed to basically win out that round. That was pretty, I think, mistimed for TFO, but what you're gonna do, sometimes it just happens, it happens. Anyways, Yoshi and the rest of his team will be going for the A site, immediately rushing on through, and Dre has the high ground, using himself with that Sheriff. But again, they're gonna go for the safe plays here. This is why Sova is so crucial in the Icebox, because there's so many big angles. You could just have to need to use that Sova drone. Woo!
Trix, he had a Bucky and he got blown up to bits and he got shocked for good measure. All about that AoE damage and all about Atlas right now pushing forward yet again. Marquito tried to dash on in, but you cannot dash, you cannot headbutt anyone, and it's Atlas instead getting to there. Bry even chipping away against the Sova, but surprise, surprise, there we have it. That's gonna be the shorty there. Yoshi don't need time with the kill on the Courtesy, and Zerv cannot stand the test of SE Atlas. 2 rounds in a row, Atlas in control.
Well, this round, or that round, was a bonus. No real firepower to come out from the first order, but you are seeing that Atlas still give respect to their opponents. They're going to make sure that no corners will be devastating for Atlas there, because you know, we've seen it with one of the highlights from ArkAngel where Modski was on that corner. I call it like the walkulator. I call it the walkulator, but it's not. It's the treadmill.
One? The one on by Bell? Or
the under rafters.
Oh.
Yeah, the one that got changed during the icebox renovation. Any case.
I like that you have a name for it, but you know, I think about the conveyor belt that we're always on during pause
that's
time.
Fun, though,
yeah, it's somewhere in the map, but you know, the Aldron can be saying hello to how many members of SE Atlas, and sometimes that's like the best value you get. You bring a drone and you're just sightseeing and you see how many people, 4 or 5 people. You get intel value, and then your team's like, good job, Sova. You did a great job there. I'm playing a lot of Sova actually in the ladder, and those are the best kind of intel that you can get. But anyway, guys, not about us, it's about these teams. And Trix, I like the angle, but he couldn't get the peek up top of Belt. SE Atlas now pushing forward. The Killjoy must be ready for this onslaught.
Trix goes down. Basically, all the utility that he had here will be deactivated, and that just means that it's going to be a quick take by SE Atlas. That Nanoswarm will force him out. He's not going to be able to push through this. That only lasted for a couple of seconds. The Paranoia will be coming out, and that was beautiful. The follow from Bry as well, and the shock darts just to make sure, but courtesy of his own 4v4, and here comes the retake. The first order, they want to push right in. Bry has the corner here, but they still have plenty of time. Recon Dart will also be expended just for that information gathering, and Marky spots one.
And there we go with the trade of kills. But this is why we've been hyping up those Sovas. Gakurdo and Marky now on the board each, and it will just be the Sova versus Sova and the Jet and the Omen facing off. Marky though with the 3K so far. Dre now playing the repel, and up top he will fall. Courtesy not only having the angles with the shock dart, he has the angle in the middle. Look at how much HP TFO has though, Azurai. They got out of that one by the skin of their teeth.
And by the rockiness of how Dre approached that particular fight, if he maybe have just dropped down rather than go up on top, he might have been able to at least just get the 1 kill on the Jet, the follow-up on Courtesy. And like you said, they were pretty low, so it could have been possible, but that one split decision was...
You know, I gotta say, Azurai, wrong game. Wrong game. And just so many games you can just keep running on around and actually get those kills. But this is a tactical shooter, guys. And don't forget, there are things like reverse strafing, there are things about stabilizing that aim, controlling that recall. And we all know that these players know how to do that. But every little bit of altitude in a map like this, in any map actually, can really hurt you. Any kind of drop down and then you're fighting someone, you're gonna be like, oh, I wish I didn't jump, I wish I didn't drop down for this. I wish it was a lot shorter of a drop so I could stabilize my aim. And that is case in point for many coming into this game. But Yoshi right now scanning around. Aldron will say hello. Good one way though by the side of TFO, I believe. It will just be them trying to beat this with the Blade Storm, as TFO now will be looking to get value out of this ultimate.
They haven't still were able to get that value that you're talking about. They do know that Marky is already here, and one quick play might be just the damage for him, but Zerb follows up. That is a nice little amount of crossfire there, back to back, and the first order finds the first victim. It's going to be a push in here, a commitment to Atlas to the B site. But Dre is slowly peeking out. He spots out the one. He's chasing him aggressively. He maybe wanted to go for a quick flash play, but just repositions on top of Belt. He knows that Trix is going to be on this weaker weapon, so he wants to use that Vandal of him to just have the better option. Marky almost takes on the head of Dre there. They have 24 seconds, and now that they know that there is going to be the Killjoy and the Jet on A, B might be the site, but still, Dre, or rather, Zerb is here, and Kakarot, beautiful timing on this man.
And this is going to allow B site to be taken here by the side of SE Atlas at the nick of time. Kakarot able to infiltrate. Apparently, it will be Kakarot, the Master Chef, in this matchup. But we'll see right now if TFO can figure something out. They don't have the smokes anymore on their side, except the Cloudburst if need be. They're pushing on forward though, trying to play it close to the double box. Coco right now with the slow orbs, and Dre can be going for the Come to Shadows to reinforce his team and more. Paranoid now lined up, ready to go. Trix though sticking it till the sun don't shine. No, halfway is the marker. Can we see Courtesy though? Gets to so far. The Sova right now finding the angle, and Kakarot will catch out Trix. It's all about target prioritization, and Kakarot does get 3, but no, the spike has been defused by TFO. And we're all tied up again. Another mirror image, because it's a 2-round streak met by a 2-round streak.
They didn't break the wall quickly enough. I think that's one of the main reasons why it was just such a difficult retake for SE Atlas. Well, not really a retake, but rather defend on that post plant, to be more specific. Yeah, there's going to be the final stand for Kakarot here, but name of the game definitely was retake for the first order. That was a nice little rotation from Atlas at the end when it was around taking 15 seconds. He even found Zerb, but in the end, the first order knew that they had enough time to aggress towards their opponent. They had the utilities as well. I really do like that the Sages here now in our match save the wall rather than use it somewhere like Kitchen, because teams now play so slow that the Sage wall just gets kind of diminished if you use it so early in the round.
Exactly, because it just dissipates. The wall apparently was not built to last. But you know what has been lasting into the meta? Sage really has become a popular pick, if I remember correctly, for in the EU region. And we're seeing it here right now in the SEA side. But Yoshi with that shock dart and Fry using that share to take care of Marky. Marky, though, has already taken care of business and got rid of the Sage. And here comes Courtesy now looking to line it up. Frequent Bolt now getting that intel, but can he get the shots to actually connect? Does get the chip, though, onto the Raze. Low HP right now. Showstopper's the way to go instead for Bry, and he's waiting for someone to come, avoiding the shots as much as possible. Blast back up top. He wants to go after the Raptors, and timing is everything. There we go with a shot, and oh my god, Courtesy! Since he chipped away from Bry a while ago, no more HP to drop down from the generator.
He's too high. It's just way too high. Now this 3 versus 3 is not going to look too good. Courtesy got the heal already from his teammate, and it's going to be left into the hands of Yoshi and Kakarot, the two most impactful members of Atlas, but they're low. They don't have the angles at all, and he's sticking to plan. Gets a shutdown already, but that is already down to half. Yoshi has to run to his life here if he can try to make it happen. No, it's not, and that is just going to be another TFO clutch. I thought it was already in the half of the spike, but still, even then, no time was had for Yoshi to be able to push that victory for Atlas.
TFO said, okay, gotta tell you something, Coco. You have to sacrifice your life for the cause. It's okay that you're at the bottom of the scoreboard right now. We know what you did. We know your value in this team, and your job now is to die. And it really goes to show also when you're facing off against a Hunter's Fury, you just figure out the distance of where that beam is coming from. You now know the angle of the Sova, and a 3v1 situation like that, you can't afford to throw a body at the spike. So TFO now taking the lead back, and it seems like we are going to get into a pause again. Bit of technical issues today, though. Hopefully everything is a-okay for all of our players, because remember last week there were a few ping issues at certain provinces of the Philippines.
Yeah.
So, you know, and we all know that Atlas is not actually a metro-based team. They are all the way in the Davao side. They all try to, you know, represent outside the Metro Manila region, and they have been a top team despite their distance from everyone else. It's online anyway, so it's all a-okay. 3 ultimates now available here for TFO, though. Momentum is in their favor, but Atlas, they should have a bye right now because I believe that last round was a pretty good eco round for them.
True. Very, very true. And again, just back and forth. I love seeing this kind of games because it shows to us how far the teams have really come and how far they're willing to just push their limits. You know, and just the way we were saying about Atlas as well, definitely a big fan here, and I cannot wait to have our first LAN tournament, if ever, in the future, you know. And if COVID dies down, if you get the vaccine and it's looking, you know, uphill and whatnot, I hope so. Because honestly, I do miss the events, man. Like, you know, no cap, I just really want to see these players in action live because it's just a different atmosphere. I know viewers out there, we appreciate you guys, but sometimes it's just the, you know, the thrill
The
of just
energy.
energy, exactly. Just to watch it live is just, it's just different.
Yeah, I mean, my only source of energy besides myself would just be Asarai here. We're just in the studio right now. We're like, Asarai, keep me up. The game's keeping me up. You know, these mountains are looking amazing, but we do miss just being able to say hello to everyone and anyone in the esports scene. But hey, TFO, they're happy right now in their spot. They have that 1-round lead. Goes to show, though, that Atlas really is a contender here. This is something that TFO could call their home base as a map, and Atlas is matching them round per round. This game can go either way. This game can really go in favor of Atlas. This game can really go in favor of TFO. And no matter what, these two teams have proven to be warriors into the playoffs. This is only the first matchup of the playoffs, Asarai. So it really goes to show that without Brand Esports, everyone can win.
It's kind of a thing to talk about that, right? We can't really push that big fact, that big information off to the side here. Is that without Bren, these teams have a legitimate shot at each other to be able to win this. I think like there might be just slight level discrepancies, like, you know, some teams might be slightly stronger than the other, but it's very close that honestly any of these teams can definitely take the crown and be that second team to represent us for the upcoming Masters, which is, I think, happening March 11 to 21, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's going to happen this month, but we'll get confirmation on that because we have confirmed that we are back in action. And here we go yet again, ladies and gentlemen. Back into the game, back into the fight. Atlas now looking to go into a site, but someone is waiting, and their name is the Killjoy. Kakarot trying to go for a little bit of the lurk, though, in the middle. Catches out Marky, and really the punishment here from Kakarot against Marky has been one of the biggest game changers here for the side of SE Atlas. But now the slow orb comes, Tim trying to at least slow down whatever offensive comes, whatever defensive rather comes from the high ground. And Yoshi says, okay, plant this one down, reinforce, and Atlas is ready to go for post plant again.
Kakarot's got to be careful because if he holds that kind of Vanguard positioning, his utilities is going to be all for naught, but damn, he's just going to challenge every single one that goes up to the plate. 1, 2, and 3. Drix is no more. He knows he spots him out, whips out the classic, not going to be able to win out that duel, but he's done the damage by himself. Everybody from Atlas just dissipates to try to go for that post plant and leaves it into the hands of Courtesy, who is down to 20 HP, and Dre comes up from up above and rains Justice down below. It's just too much for him to handle, and Atlas with a relatively quick and clean take onto that A site.
A bit uncharacteristic there from TFO. Almost no impact whatsoever in terms of stopping that take. And when you let Atlas position like that, they know the angles, they know how to really bombard that spike. And from what we've seen on their defensive, it really feels like they know that A side a bit more than the B side in terms of performance. So Atlas, if they can keep up with the pressure, they can keep it up on A, then it might be a good chance for them. TFO in the meantime, it's all about making the impact happen again, and it really will be Trix trying to play the offensive, going for the other nest, but it doesn't happen. Right with the punish. Atlas right now saying goodbye to the Killjoy, and an easy time now scouting on the round. This is going to be an easy take for SE Atlas unless TFO figures out the shots and figure out the angle, and Marky, the Blade Storm from behind. Kakarot now going to go down in their 1v1, but Yoshi doesn't care about that. He's planting the spike down.
And immediately you see Dre wanting to challenge Marky if he charges right up to A main. Postman will be had here by Atlas. Losing Kakarot though might be something because he was one charge away from having his lockdown that could be used here for the Postman to delay TFO even further. But it shouldn't matter right now because there's so much bodies. They're just that really good Postman positioning. And even though there is going to be the wall used by Coco, in the end, Rifles beat wall. That's just how it is. Marky comes in from the side here, could deal some substantial damage as he whips out the blades, but the blades miss. And like you said, Dax, before, you cannot win a gunfight with just knives or arrows.
Sometimes you gotta go up on the tech and you gotta go up on the arsenal, and TFO now gonna be able to get the buys they need. 2 rounds free though for the side of SE Atlas after TFO got the 3 rounds free a while ago. Seems like that we have seen consistently that Atlas is able to put that spike down, and TFO has been playing it retake time and time again. But if Atlas is just able to manhandle their way onto a site, destroy the defenders, then who will be able to retake later on? No one. And it has been the defining factor of the past few rounds because of it.
It's been very risky, I think, for TFO to get just challenged, because I think right now Atlas have optimized how they take the site by supplementing their pushes with consecutive throws of utility. You saw the nades come out from Bri, you saw the shock darts come out from Yoshi, and it's more so than not connected in translated into kills, which is really good. Now, because Kakarot is alive and he has his ultimate, they get themselves a freebie with that lockdown and the spike planted down. Now, there is going to be a nice little flank here from Zerg, but he's going to be in 2 versus 1 ban. He's going to be able to get Yoshi, though. That's a big one because Yoshi does have the shock darts and the recon dart for that post plan. Maybe some more damage here, but Tim revives his comrade. Kakarot is going to be here as the Vanguard first, but here we go. It's the retake, and it seems... I don't know what that wall was for, but anyways, Courtesy, come here.
Interesting wall, but here we go with Courtesy. Coco and Marky on the board. Beautiful one-way with the Cloud Burst, and now it's Tim all alone. It does blockade a bit of that spike, but at the same time, Marky uses that distraction to come close and get the take. 10-10 right now. This game refuses to budge an inch whatsoever. That from the shadows there from TFO to say, this is my spawn now. Zerv wanted to go for the angle, got rid of Yoshi, forced out the resurrection there from SE Atlas. But in the meantime, Atlas does get rid of the Omen, but without that front line reinforced, because of what the Omen did, we lost people in the front, and TFO came on in with their claws, with their guns, and swang away to get those takedowns.
Totally agree. They just capitalized on not having enough bodies to play for that post plan, and they just charged right in. I thought that the wall from Coco was questionable, but now that you look at it, he had to break like 3 segments to actually kill the diffuser.
If you stay on the left,
Yeah.
it does blockade you, but there's still a good angle for the post-plant attackers. But then again, you know, it worked. It worked eventually. I do want to budget maybe an inch or 2 a little more to the right at the end of that, but we all know how hard it is to actually hit those walls of pressure, and you know that shot from Dre is just so nasty. Trix cannot stand up against SE Atlas. Same for Marky. Kakarot will just impose his will again, and it's over 9,000 right now here for SE Atlas because they are going to be putting the spike down where it belongs. A site yet again.
I think Atlas has just kind of sniffed at these first encounter positions, the power points of the map, aren't really crossfired properly by TFO. And you saw that nobody was going to be there to get a kill back for Trix. Nobody was there to get a kill back for Marky. And Atlas basically get themselves a free round with a little bit of grit and just timing.
Alright, now TFO gonna go for the save, and it is a big lesson of crossfire gameplay here. Thing is about Icebox is these angles make you do the 1v1, since it's really on the defensive side. If you play the aggression, sure, you can get in the face of the opposition, but when you're just holding close, then oh my god, Coco actually catching out Bride there in the end. But back to my point, when you're just holding close like that, then sometimes, okay, there's the angle, there's the attacking side, they find the target, and in all honesty, there's also one simple reason why Atlas got another quick take, is they won those. TFO has been challenging against Atlas, and when we see TFO actually get the kills, it does hurt Atlas and their plans. They have to go to the back line, they have to go for the res, they have to figure out what to really do. But when Kakarot wins, when they actually get rid of the killjoy of TFO, then A is theirs for the taking. And now TFO, they have to decide what's the plan here. They need to reinforce, and they need to adjust their playstyle if they want to actually get these rounds.
Basically, it just seems like if you lose one of your members, you're such at a big disadvantage because you lose that little bit of utility that's so important for you to get that one up. But look at this, that sneaky little positioning from Marky. Is he really going to go for this updraft follow-up? That's going to be risky though, but risky wasn't even in the name for him as he finds Yoshi unprotected, nobody to help him out. And now, this is what we're talking about. Losing one, in terms of utility, really lowers the capability of a team to really either defend or attack. And that repositioning from Serve, beautiful. He even has a paranoia to boot.
Teleport to get that takedown, but look back at Marky's kill a while ago. It really goes to show that Atlas is expecting Marky to do something, but more in a direct manner rather than something like that. It was so indirect there from Marky. He hid on the other side of the gate that doesn't open, and as is a Sova for free, getting taken down. Seems like Yoshi just unable to check that corner at the right time. And you don't see his fight too often through the screen there, but Brian Serve now get one apiece. It's still TFO with the advantage, but
30
Atlas
seconds left.
might be able to plant the default on B site.
It's a 2v4.
It's
There's gonna be nigh to impossible unless he goes for a from the shadows play, but TFO knows about this. Like, Marky's already there. The wallbang's gonna be pushing through. Trix even finds Kakarot. This is really, really bad. And Draze is gonna run for dear life. He does reposition immediately outside onto yellow, but he's not gonna be able to get the one. And Zerb finds him in the end. Triple kill for the other Omen. And the first order, like you said, don't want to budge. No 2-round advantage for any of these two teams. And we're 11 to 11. It seems like it's a sale.
And, you know, sometimes you just gotta look at the critics and be like, it's delicious. And Zerv is just able to give us a meal yet again. A triple kill for him. 20 takedowns for that Omen. 21 actually here for Marky. Really good step up here from TFO. But look at Kakarot. 33. This has been the most low-key 33 kills I've seen in the whole VALORANT Challenge Philippines so far. Usually when you get a 30 bomb like this, it's just like the highlight play. But no, Kakarot, he just is able to add up a 1, add up a 2. It's like saving in the back end more. You're able to get a big buffer in the end. But then again, with TFO, they find Kakarot. It does make their life a lot easier coming into this game. Now there we go with the Nest Siege. Marky on the high ground, trying to change it up. Atlas, though, should be a lot more paranoid about things. Tim finds Marky there. And this is now Atlas with the advantage. Oh my god, so close for Coco. Getting spotted out. Coco, though, will kill Kakarot instead. Here comes the showstopper. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. And it is going to be a trade of ultimates between two sides. Courtesy, though, looking for the lineup and tags the stage at the last moment as Tim will put the spike down.
That was very questionable from Marky to try to check out Belt there when he knew that Coco was gonna hold his angle on Belt. He should have just kept eyes on A main, and that would have been better for him because he wasn't expecting that. In any case, though, it's gonna be a 4 versus 4. There is a revive for TFO, but I don't think they can revive safely as it is in the edge of where Atlas is. Now Yoshi is alive. This is gonna be huge, but Serve is on the big flank. He's creeping, but
Yoshi's got it. He knows what to do. 2 for 2 trade, though, coming into this one. And Atlas, of course, is ready with the Hunter's Fury. Thing is, though, that we have one more member still alive here for Atlas. And there's the tag. There we go with a hit onto the Sage's corpse instead. And TFO, can they steal his round away? No, it's not going to make it. And they have to run on away. The Sova will still get caught. Courtesy will fall in action. And Yoshi, not only the lone survivor, but the one to just keep that spike down in place.
Spider sense tingling.
He just knows. It's like he's playing both Cypher and Sova at the same time. He's just keeping an eye. It really is just the pings helping him out, locking that one down. And Atlas is on match point. You gotta keep an eye out on how Yoshi plays this out, though. Not only does he know where the spike is, but he did use that small hang time with the jump to actually peek a little bit more and then get the shot. Goes to show those little bits of nuance that can help you out really being exploited here, being maximized by our players. And Atlas now, they're hungry for a map win as this is their match point.
100% agree. Thing about that is, wasn't able to check if TFO was able to buy, but if you could just check at the top of your screens here, ladies and gentlemen, Dax as well, 3 ultimates are up for TFO. It's going to be great for retake. It's going to be great for that repositioning. Trix is going to be at least informed that there's a couple of the members already here in mid. He's not going to charge this one out because it's pretty much suicidal, but he can hear the footsteps on A main, and all eyes are directed onto the site. Now, members of TFO will be activating lockdown for a lockdown. It's defender and attacker are And are they really going to commit for this side? Not enough time to plant down that spike before you get detained, and it's just going to be a really aggressive take, and it's going to be risky.
No. Oh, 2 detained here, and Kakarot gonna get spotted out by Courtesy. A little bit of an instance that SE Atlas just caught napping there. And gotta give it to TFO. They answered back with their own Venn diagram, and it was enough to get rid of the top frag of Atlas. Not only that, that corpse way too deep in enemy lines. Atlas forced to go to B site without their killjoy.
Yeah, or at least both lockdowns have been used, so it's slightly going to be better, but look at the positioning and weapon for Marky. He has an operator in hand, and if he can miss, or if he can connect that first shot, that would have been really devastating, but it's just going to force him to come in. Zerv has to go for the reload, and Tim doesn't second-guess himself, although he will get second-guessed as Zerv comes in with a reloaded Vandal, comes in from Bri with the big flankies. He does leave it, does go down, and leaves all into the hands of Yoshi, but you know Yoshi can hit these shots. He has the recon dart, but he does not have the position. He has to try to deal with tricks, and we go to overtime.
Toasty Yoshi there getting 2, but he is toast in the end. And we have been serving up a delicious, delicious matchup between TFO and Atlas. Regulation ends, and overtime is upon us. Really goes to show though, right, TFO, this is their best map. From what they've said, all their scrim practice and more, they have been very, very happy to bring out the Icebox here in the playoffs. In the meantime, SE Atlas, they say, we're back. It's time for us to win. And they are just really trying to steal home court away from TFO. Both sides knowing what to do on Icebox. Both sides knowing what to do in these matchups. And both sides bringing their all and more, changing it up time and time again. But the angles being taken there by Zerv. Able to push, able to play the ring around against that Sage. And eventually the Sova of SE Atlas did fall in battle. Atlas now defending first. TFO going to be attacking. Overtime, Mr. Asteroid, 2 rounds in a row is needed to win out the game.
This play that Tim and Bri keep doing, it's nice and all, but they only really kind of waste their time there, because unless TFO straight up go for that initial peak early in the round, it's not really going to do any damage. But I do like that because of that, let's say noisy play, that allows Dre to sneak his way in up to the back of mid, but there is a turret that will spot him out. So it's either he smokes that and nobody notices from TFO and he can go for the big flanks, but you can see already that Courtesy is aware.
Courtesy, he knows those. He is just going to be giving Atlas a bit of that courtesy to actually, reposition just a little bit. Kokodo in the meantime trying to set up that wall. But Atlas, they already know how that thing is going to come, and they break down that one segment. Timdo has fallen on the side of Atlas. I love darts yet again from Yoshi, but Courtesy is waiting in behind. And Dre going to be looking at the garage, but the shots don't connect, and Dre will be able to get that takedown. 4v4 right now. TFO second guessing. Will they go here to B side as Atlas is awaiting their push?
They do have time to rotate, but the thing about that is because Courtesy did die in the back of them, they might be feeling pressured not to be able to go for that retake, and they used all their utilities already, so it's go for broke on B or basically go away. Bri is so near this corner. He's going to be able to spot so many of them and just backs away. He knows that he doesn't have to force it out because they have the timing. They have the crossfire as well, and if they try to go for this force plan, it's going to be really, really tricky, but Marky comes out, spots out the 1 versus 2. Zerv is very low, and it leaves into the hands of Dre. Dre, he's gonna slow push it ever so quickly, has the Phantom in hand, knows, checks the corner first, he hears the blades is coming out, and he's gotta be careful about this one.
And there we have it. We got Dre right now throwing out the dark covers and more. We'll see what this TP can really do. High ground now being taken, and Marky caught unaware from above. Here we go, with the drop down, and that's the wrong angle there for Dre. Zerv again. We've been making all about these meal puns, but this has just been an absolute treat from these two teams. But look at Zerv. He's always at the right place at the right time. It's such a great angle there for the side of TFO to take that win.
Revenge is a dish served hot or cold. I messed that up. Anyways, it seems like he was able to get that clutch. Definitely is deserved. Oh, wow.
You did
it. No pun intended.
You did it this time, naturally.
25 kills.
I'll give you that one, because that's actually very natural for you. I'll give you points, man.
Yeah, we got it. We got that one, guys. Anyways, back to the brass tacks. 25 kills on this Omen from TFO. Really
goes to show that here for the side of TFO, angles are the answer. And when you have a player like that knows where to go, that knows where to set on up, it really is a byproduct of how much experience and playtime they've had on a map like this.
Yeah. And again, they just are very that aggressive and dangerous. I thought it was going to be a really straight round for SE Atlas, especially when Dre started up. Even though they lost Tim, yeah, that's a big blow because Tim is basically the big utility for Atlas here. He hasn't shown up in terms of the kills, but his walls and slows really do help them kind of incorporate their retake as well as their takes of the site. We are going to go for a quick tactical pause, take a breather, because again, last round before TFO, the first order, gets that W. Seems like both teams are struggling, but TFO still struggled a little bit less and now have that one up. Dax, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to go about this one.
Now we'll find out, because this is just going to be TFO defending yet again. Atlas, though, in the meantime, have found ways to siege, especially on A side. Will we see a curveball to go over to B instead? Will we see a little bit of a nuance here on the defensive side? And I like the adjustment here from TFO already. We've seen Atlas be masters of on the attack and the defensive. But then again, if you have a problem with a site, but how many people on? 1, 2, 3, and one more in the middle, so around 4 people can quickly rotate if ever. If Atlas can scout this out, though, this might be helpful. Marky, though, gambling it all with the operator, and Tim now is gonna die. No more second chances here for Atlas. Spike is down, and confirmation is a go for TFO.
That was so smooth, very straightforward, and no chance of a refrag, so to speak, because Marky just dashes to a position where the belt people can't. That's weird to say. Belt people won't be able to spot him out, so it's very, very risky. Coco even goes for this nice little off-angle stage boost.
It sounds like a band, the Belt People. Maybe that's my new band. Maybe I'll make one with him. You know, he has a band. He had a band. He's we have so many musicians in the talent pool, but you know, this has just been a pool of action between our two teams and TFO. Not only do they have that round advantage, but they also have the numbers advantage coming into this one. Recon Dart now gonna get thrown on out. Courtesy in the meantime, gonna be able to fight against Dre in the kitchen, but Dre just going through Tube, and he says, this is my playground, this is my jungle gym to go on in. The Killjoy is very, very close, though. Can Dre get the shot? No, Trix is there to get the takedown, and right now TFO trying to play the lane here. It's Trix though with a second kill, and there we go with a third from Trix. Brido in the meantime with a 2K, doesn't care about the paranoia, and it's all up to him now, Asarai.
He's got to be careful, the 20 seconds left onto the clock. He should hear the drop down from Marky, and he has time, though. He has time, but there is a slight opening there, and he's just going to charge it up. But when he gets this spike planted down, he will have his ultimate, maybe even use it at all, and Marky just gets obliterated.
Oh my God.
Coco, with the timing, with the angle, Bry, just a split second. If he could have just pressed that left click, whipped out his rocket, his showstopper, we would have gone to second overtime. But Coco just, what's the word here? Kept his cool. Best thing, man.
Best thing. The fireworks were cancelled. It was looking to be a double overtime. Well, it was looking to be a clutch there from the Rays. But in the end, it's the First Order who takes care of business. They knew they had this map under their belt. And the First Order right now taking that 1-0 lead. Atlas, though, in the meantime, they really put up a great fight time and time again. There was always a chance for Atlas to win. There was always a chance, though, for TFO to win as well. And this is just an indicator of what the playoffs is all about this week, number 3. Bren is gone. Everyone else is here. And this has just been a close start to our 3-day weekend and more. And we got so many more games to go. We got so many more matches to go. And it has been crazy to see this Icebox game go this long.
Just wanted to point out as well, in any of these players, there's not really one that really got all the first bloods. That just means that a lot of these first contacts happened with different angles, with different intervals, and different players heading each other up. That's what you're seeing here for SE Atlas. You got 5-3-2-3-1. This means that everybody is just putting their chips in to get that opening. And it also means that they're just really proactive. Now looking at this one, Kakarot, 34 bomb on this first map. Granted, it didn't go to the way of the Atlas. It didn't go to the way of SE Atlas, but the First Order did have to fight tooth and nail for this first game. Honestly, I felt like we already casted the best of the 3 games already, but we're not done just yet. So before we get into break, guys, here's the thing. Icebox was the pick of the First Order. Going into the next one, it's going to be Ascent, picked up by SE Atlas. So when we come to the break, it's going to be that next game. Again, my name is Asteroid. With me now is Dax. See you on that next one.
Hey everyone, I'm Anna Donlin. I'm the executive producer of Valorant, and today we are excited to reveal the VCT Game Changers program. This is an initiative designed to provide experience and a spotlight to elevate the women in the Valorant competitive community.
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from. There's a red and blue lights, I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at, yeah, where you come from? How
Blasting
you
up.
phone, who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body, move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. Too much I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye. It's a bullseye.
Live at the Sorry. Let me do it again.
What a start.
Let me do that again. Sorry.
I already had the pose ready.
Damn it. Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Live at the PPGL studios. We are here for the VALORANT Challenger Tour 2021 Philippines Stage 1 Week 3. My name is Sasarai, and joining with me now is Dax. And I'm just going to die here into the corner as I made such a fool of myself
It's
there.
okay.
What's up,
Every week something is new with you, my friend.
That's
and
true.
sometimes I go along with the ride. Sometimes I'm just like, can I get off this wild ride already?
no,
but
man.
this series though has been quite an amusement to really witness time and time again. We've seen these rounds go so very close. And of course, guys, if you want to enjoy the action, well, we have multiple streams for you in different languages. You are live right now in the English side here at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. But if you want to watch the game in Filipino commentary instead, then head on over to facebook.com/PPGLGG. Don't forget, we are also live on YouTube for both English and Filipino. Just pick which one you want to actually get into, and it's at bit.ly/PPGL-YT.
Yeah, if you want to, as Miley Cyrus or Hannah Montana has talked about it, the best of both worlds, you can go to YouTube, guys. Or, have one for Twitch, one for Facebook. It doesn't matter. I mean, as long as you watch, guys, it's all good in the hood.
I can't believe you still remember her album. And I can see what kind of childhood you have gone through, man.
Disney, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, Toonami.
Hannah Montana.
Hannah Montana.
Hannah Montana. Okay. Let's get back into the game here, ladies and gentlemen, because SE Atlas. Now, the thing is, they have lost map number 1, but in all honesty, they should just be like, okay, we played our hearts out against TFO. That was so close, and they had really such a good chance to force out a second overtime. Then again, though, TFO, they knew what to do on that map Icebox, but here we are on Atlas's pick instead. Ascent is the way to go, and we are going to be seeing SE Atlas on the attacking side. Sova, though, looking to be locked in here by Courtesy. Got Coco on the Killjoy, Trix on the Reyna, Zerv on the Omen, and Marky looking to play that Jet. But is this for real? Atlas. Atlas. So we did yet. I think we changed sides real quick, and Atlas is defending right now. So my correction there. Kakarot, are you actually going to go for it?
Yes, I think he will, because they used this up against ArkAngel in one of the other tournaments before VCT Week 3. So they actually won that. I think it ended like 13-9. So there is a little bit of that integration of the other new agent that is here that hasn't really seen any much limelight. And the way that Atlas used Yoru isn't really Yoru infiltrating. It's more of like Yoru supporting with his flashes and utility to kind of second guess their opponents. And what's kind of good about him as well is that when you're going to be on the attacking or defending side up against a Killjoy or a Raze, you can use his fake out to, fake out the utilities and activate it even without you exposing yourself. So it's kind of really good if you think about it, especially when you don't want to try to, play what do you call that? Cat and mouse with the alarm bot.
So are you ready to see the Yoru in action, ladies and gentlemen?
Are Yoru ready?
Okay, I'm gonna stay away from you now again. This has been a bit of a train wreck, but we'll see if Atlas can actually make a station out of this one. Asarai already saying that, they've tried this, they've tested it, but have they tested it out here in the Challengers Philippines? No, sir. First time we're gonna be seeing Yoru ever in the playoffs. TFO, in the meantime, it's your standard double duelist. You got your Sentinel, you got your Sova, and you got your Omen. Experimental versus, I'd say, the meta. And it's gonna be very interesting because Atlas right now, they are putting all their cards on the line in the playoffs just to play this Yoru. And as you said, it might not just be for infiltration. It might be for that support instead. We have the Raze, we have the Killjoy, we have the Sova, and the Brimstone. A lot of bombardment can be done. And that spike, when it's down, you already know it's almost impossible to touch it.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. But we'll see how that kind of works out. And we aren't seeing a Sage here for Atlas, which they also kind of use beforehand with their Ascent maps, but Tim does play as the controller for Atlas if it's not going to be Dre. So what's kind of interesting here is how does that really affect the dynamic here of the team. Anyways, I think they're going to try to go
Yeah.
for a repeat pick.
Remake.
There we go.
They're just remaking the lobby.
Sorry,
Seems
remaking
like,
the lobby.
Seems like there's a bit of an issue here for one of our two teams, but then
Yeah.
again, you know, that Yoru, you don't see it too often, so let's break it down a little bit what this new duelist can do. So you got the blinds with the blind side, you have the fake out, which is interesting because it mimics footsteps, and not only that, it also is able to hit utility. So an alarm bot will get triggered, tripwire will get triggered,
Boombot.
the boombot, the bind teleporters. Even though we're in a set like bind, for example, it makes the same sound as a person rather than a utility. And of course, his signature ability, the gate crash, allows him to teleport to wherever he puts his marker. He can put it down with the right click. He can let it loose with the left click. Dimensional drift, also good for that scouting, good for that infiltration. And usually when I see the drift, I actually use it to either disengage, I use it to scout on around, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Atlas do that and enable people like the Killjoy, the Brimstone, and the Raze, because technically, the Yoru can act as a second kind of intel coming into this game.
Yeah, true. So there's a lot of, again, ways that you can use the Yoru, but it's very, how do I say this? It's kind of like Viper-esque in a way that if you don't really know what you're going to do with the Yoru, he's just going to be there. And it's going to be very risky because, again, flashes do flash your teammates as well. So you got to be careful with that. So you know that there is some setups that Atlas are utilizing here to make sure that this Yoru will have its value, will have its worth. And again, just very, very interested and very, very looking forward to what's going to be the kind of dynamic of how Atlas utilizes this particular agent. Because again, we didn't see him at all during week 1 and week 2.
You barely see him anywhere, like a 1% pick rate in a few regions here and there, and we'll be adding to that stat, that's for sure. One thing I noticed about the Yoru, though, compared to the curveball, the blind side does take a while because you bounce it on the surface first. That's very important. It will not pop until it bounces. And sometimes you can lob it for such a long-range kind of bombardment. Sometimes you're trying to play it close, and then it takes too long, and it blinds yourself instead. It's a bit of a different timing compared to that Phoenix, that's for sure. So that's one more reason why you don't see the Yord too often. It's not as quick as you would like. The gate crash is a bit easy to read if it gets spotted by the opponent. And then again, you know, it's Atlas's pick. It's Atlas taking this gamble. And it's interesting because they barely lost it out on Icebox. And if this isn't work, then they might be like, I wish we actually played into the meta instead.
Yeah.
But then again, this is their plan. They've proven it already in the community, and they're trying to prove it now to try and make it the VALORANT Masters.
It just means that they're confident with it as well.
Yes, sir.
That's going to be something that is such a big factor, I think, for a lot of these teams. Because like people just say maybe it's the big brain, maybe it's the aim, but sometimes it's also the confidence of you with the strategies that you have. Because some teams might not be as versed with going up against Yoru, with a good Yoru rather, to be more specific. Because
who plays a good Yoru? Honestly, like, I know there are many players that know how to play that Yoru. We've seen all those highlight clips. We've seen some of the people really climb with that agent. But can you actually name a player that has Yoru as a signature agent? Right? It doesn't feel like it's real just yet. So maybe we'll see it. Kakarot, #1 Yoru PH? Question mark?
Maybe
1-1 though. Default. Yeah, can't go wrong with that. And I'm very excited for this one because we always say about Ascent, Mr. Asarai, that is not only the best map for some teams, I'd say it's the best map for the Philippines. Almost everyone knows how to play Ascent. Like you can say Bind, sure, everyone knows how to play Bind. It's really like the default standard. But when you get to high-tier matchmaking, when you get into high-level gameplay, like here in the Challengers, in our community tournaments, it does feel like Ascent is where everyone can bring it to the table and more. Everyone has their own take on it. Everyone has their own kind of play style on it. We saw it in full force when it was Bren versus ArkAngel in the grand finals last week, right?
Yeah.
And Bren actually lost against ArkAngel in quite a close fashion until ArkAngel just pulled away. Anyone can beat anyone on Ascent. And maybe TF was just like, okay, we'll be playing standard, we'll be playing what we know, and we'll try to beat whatever Atlas is bringing here.
Yeah, because it feels like there's so many ways to work the Ascent map because it's open, but not open enough that you feel too overwhelmed with all of these angles. There's just enough angles for you to kind of like make your opponent second guess, but not enough that you yourself don't know what you're kind of doing, right? Which is, I feel like some of the teams are still getting used to with the Icebox map. But now, I believe we are about to go into our second game. Is this going to be the final, well, end of the road for Atlas, or are they going to be pushing it to one more? And TFO, are they going to be able to close this out? Drafting is already there, so let's just pop it off. Production, come on.
Let's get in the game, guys. Here we go.
I'll keep throwing it to production, but
you'll keep throwing it, and you have just really made quite a bit of a show to say the least. It's a bit of a comedy, it's a bit of a tragedy, but in the end, it's all action-packed coming into the playoffs. Finally, guys, enough about their faces. It's time for us to get into the game. And what we've seen here, TFO is gonna be now. Oh, okay. So I think that's why they remade, because TFO is supposed to be defending. Atlas is supposed to be attacking, if I am correct. We'll get confirmation of that very, very soon. And yes, these guys are going to be playing it out in this way. So that's why the selection a while ago was a little bit off, because it was Atlas on the defending side picking, but now they are going to be on the attacking side. So there you go, guys. Final game is a go, and we'll see if TFO can actually wrap it up on match points, or will Atlas force out a Game 3 decider. Here we go with B. Yoru also getting a little bit of the limelight. All about that utility takeouts. Crash being set there. Tim already going through the speedway, but completely the lane. But Coco, patient enough to wait on the low ground, gets that first, gets that second. During the meantime, though, with kill on the courtesy, the power of the Sheriff is just something unmatched, but is now Atlas going on site 3v3. Dre watching all as much as possible by that lane, and Atlas does get the spike down.
They had to expand. Nobody wanted to push up onto stairs all through that lane, and they had to kind of just hold their position. They were able to flush out the one onto the B, but it did expend 2 of the members. 3-3. Dre is going to be there. Nice little flash, though, but Marky still with the Frenzy. You're able to deal some damage. Nice little lineup there, but does it deal enough? Yes, it seems like it's going to be 2 bullets, and he's just going to have to push right out, but there's still one on the left, which is Serve, and that is, again, a quick little retake. Successful retake for the First Order first round.
Okay, so a while ago, it was just a spin on what you know on Icebox. This time, this is just a hardcore experiment versus what is tried and tested. Now, if you do want to see a meta defined, then you gotta be ready for Atlas because they're playing that Yoru. Besides that, though, it does feel like a little bit of that standard gameplay from them. We're looking at that Sova so potent on an open map like this. Killjoy also actually more popular than Cypher here on Ascent in certain matchups, especially because that Nano Swarm, those alarm bots, and the turret can just be hidden in every nook and cranny possible. And yeah, that Brimstone, smokes, and the Molly, play that post plant, and you are good to go. But the problem right now for Atlas is really getting there as to rise. Sometimes it's not about the destination, it's about that journey. And this journey is only halfway done if you get that spike down, but here for Atlas, it's around 80% done if you do get that post plant situation.
Still difficult for them. This is going to be a bonus round for, well, TFO, as they do have all the weapons to work with, but I do like Atlas will use their utility just to get these Orbeez, which is pretty nice. Nice little lineup there for Zerb, able to shut down Tim, and there is a twofer. The double duelist of the First Order is positioned right here on A main. If somebody rushes right through, it's going to be very, very difficult. Zerb, he spots out the corner, spots out at first contact. He can immediately use his paranoia if wanted to, and somebody can pick it up right there for him. Kakarot, nice little try on the gate crash, but it seems like it was way too premeditated, too obvious, and the First Order will not flinch.
I just was amazed by Zerb hitting the headshot in the smoke. Bro, did you see that? The Sova of Yoshi took so much damage in the side of the smoke. That's so unfortunate there for SE Atlas. But as you mentioned, look, keep an eye out on the gate rush, right? So the Recon Dart is there to try and bother the opposition. But the thing is that gate rush pretty much has a similar time as the Shrouded Step of Omen. And Zerb is easily able to get the shot on for free. And that was that for TFO. 2-0 right now. Seems like TFO gonna be sticking around with the guns they had from the last round, and Ares in hand for one of them just to go for the wall bangs as much as possible. Atlas, though, it's their time to shine. They have the rifles, and they're going for A site.
Want to charge this right out, but it's going to be risky. They just utilize everything they had. Nice little smoke play as well. They used the smoke of their opponent to flash out with the Yoru. Kakarot does get spotted out because Courtesy was able to get that information through his own recon dart, but Bry is up for the challenge. Nice little flankies here from Dre, and he wins the duel against Marky. Heads up as SE Atlas will be able to get the site and have a nice little threat that will be coming out from short. But the big problem here now is Bry, with his aggressive take on Heaven, has already been shut down, and the numbers definitely favoring First Order here. Tim has a corner, but if he gets shut down, that's going to be fatal.
You never know, no. They all know, and that is just gonna be a gravestone for Tim in the grass. He's gonna be able to lie down with the flowers, but TFO, you know, we were talking about it a little bit earlier on Asteroid. This map pool does I believe, favor TFO because we've seen them actually win it out on Icebox in their signature map pick. And they're very confident with their Ascent as well as for many. From what we've seen right now, is they're able to answer back this experimentation by Atlas, which is brute force. A few of the shots here and there, knowing where to actually get the wall penetration on. And this is going to be the operator for Marky. They want to get even more control as possible. They want to be holding on to the middle here. They do have to be careful though, because this is just going to be Sheriffs here on the other side of Atlas. And they might actually lose this up if they don't keep an eye out on where the Jet's going to be. Marky though, smoked out for now.
Pop a shot in 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness, the lineup is right there, and Marky misses by an inch. Kakarot, he's got to be sweating bullets there as Trix comes out. Trix was a Sentinel before, but now he's back on his signature Reyna. Very, very scary because he's definitely an aim to beat, and he wants more. He challenges more with the Vandal as well. There's not really a lot of options. Pushing out with the Boombot is the smart decision, but Zerb still has the weapon in hand. Bryce not going to be successful with that challenge, and it's all left in the hands of Tim. He does have the spike, allows him to have an opportunity to get this planted down immediately as everybody else is on that A site. But does he know? He's running for his life. He will not get spotted out by the turret because it's deactivated for the moment, and he has an opening here. Nice.
Nice indeed. Sneaky Tim will go. We can really see here that TFO is actually answering the Yoru very, very well. Fake out a while ago for Kakarot, and then Trick says, okay, I hear footsteps here, sees the footsteps going in front of him, but then Kakarot's not looking at him. Unfortunate there for the Yoru, trying to keep an eye out on the other side and basically exposing himself to die to the hand of the Reyna. Tim though looking for the lineup, gets one, gets two, and this is just sheer frenzy from Tim, but Trix will get that third kill, and the Reyna will reign supreme. Now, bit of story time, Mr. Astrite. Back in the day, there was a team called CTNX, and it had two players called Trix and Courtesy. They were the dynamic duo on the Duelist, and they still stayed on as CTNX for a while when they rebuilt their roster to add the likes of Coco, Serve, and Marky. Then again, now Courtesy is the one who usually flexes on over, but Trix is very happy to flex around as well. And then we see here now that he's on that Reyna. Tim though with some great shots with the Sheriff. TFO from the actions of CTNX, a new team did arise, and they are really proving the potency coming into the second map.
They're just a team that kind of wants to prove a lot, and Trix definitely still young with his age, but already has so much experience underneath his belt. He just can do a lot now with what he has, what he was able to accomplish in such a short time, less than a year if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, you did see a nice little kill there from Marky as he did just peek out into B main. Raw peaks sometimes do go to your favor as he was an operator with a Jet as well. Zerb is setting himself up with this paranoia. Nobody with his crossfire there, so he's got to be careful, but he has all the utility in the world with the Killjoy here situated. It's going to be very difficult for Bry, and he doesn't have his Boombot anymore.
Yeah, Zerb at the very least, though, holding on to the garden so far. And what's the plan here for Atlas? Still interested to see what the York can really do. We've had those teleports get basically neutered. We've seen the fake outs not really work out in their favor, but it's time to see if Atlas can keep positive and make this happen. TFO in the meantime holding steadfast with the operator. And there we go with the dart right now. Gonna be able to get the scan onto the Jet. And Marky has to move on away, but he has a judge in hand. And it's time to jump on the round and beat the jury, but the execution is there from Yoshi instead. Courtesy though in the meantime with the wall backs on. And Bry gonna be dropping on down just to die because Trix still in the boathouse, not cleaved out whatsoever. TFO and all the angles that Atlas didn't check, and TFO is up by 5 now on this defense.
I know, we know that I was very excited to see this Yoru kind of show its stock for the members of Atlas here, for Atlas as a team, for Kakarot as well. But the thing about going up against Yoru in high competitive play is that all of his utility is very straightforward. It doesn't really bait out anybody. That's, I mean, Wright created an agent that was supposed to be an infiltrator. Fake out was supposed to make you think that it's always gonna be A, but he's really B. But if you have visual confirmation and just know how your opponent plays out, it's not really gonna fake you out at all. So it's gonna leave, you know, your Yoru to be more support than it is going to be offensive. Any case though, this pinch play from Atlas actually does get some value as Marky and Zerb didn't know what was coming up as Short was just overwhelmed by the Atlas boys.
Great push there from Tim, and that is just gonna be that. The operator did get one. Hunter's Fury though into play, and this should be the Rays able to hop on away. Third shot does not connect, courtesy a bit of a tag onto Atlas right now, but it's still the advantage here for the attacking side. Here comes the drone though, courtesy looking to play a bit of that intel for now. Is just going to be looking to try and get the scan if ever. TFO though with the ball banks, and Bry eventually will fall to the hand of the Sova. Blindside though into play, courtesy right now just in the middle of everything. And here comes the Empress from Trix, but Kakarot, you can always count on this guy to get the shot on. And this is what we were talking about, Asarai. When you get that spike down, everything is coming from the sky. Courtesy though, the shock dart is huge. Yoshi in the meantime with the Hunter's Fury, and can he get that second shot on? Yes, he can. Atlas unleashing everything to win that round, and that round they did win.
We are the Hunters. Both Sova popping off in that round, whether you're on the first order or SE Atlas. You gotta give creds to Yoshi and Courtesy for such amazing plays. Lots of ultimates expended by Atlas, but they were still able to dish one out. It was supposed to be the Molly from Tim. He was setting it up, Kakarot as well. And if Yoshi did not have this nice little angle with his Hunter's Fury, it could have been over. It could have been the 6-0, but still they hold on. 5-1, but that was so close. It wasn't even a clean round for SE Atlas.
The bleeding has been stopped, but this medical bill is quite expensive. 2 ultimates used up there, but still Showstopper, Lockdown, and the Dimensional Drift ready here for Atlas. Gotta give it to TFO though, that shock dart was amazing. But then again, what is the win condition of Atlas right now? It's not about planting and defending it. It's just plant, and then you just leave it alone, throw your mollies, throw your nano swarms, throw the Hunter's Fury into shock darts, and you can really see the power of that triumvirate on the side of Atlas, really hitting its mark, hitting home, and getting the takedowns that they need. But TFO still confident, holding on to the lane, and Dimensional Drift to scout, get that intel, and figure out where the opposition is.
You only get a couple of seconds here, and you gotta be careful as well, because he gets spotted out! Oh my goodness! He wants to challenge. Kakarot is a mechanical god in his own right, but Bry just makes sure that they can get that man at the back of B site, and that gate crash dimensional drift play was so well timed, well coordinated, that I don't think TFO really know what was gonna happen up against them. Now Tim will miss that, or actually not win out that duel, and there is a good opportunity here for TFO to just retake.
Oh, Showstopper gonna get thrown into the lane, but it hits nothing. Coco in the meantime with a kill on Kakarot, and one peek might be enough here for Marky to get that kill. The Sova now all alone. Yoshido has been pretty clutch so far, and can he do it here? Forces the dash on away. There we go though with the lockdown. 1 second left, but Marky doesn't care. He goes for the takedown. He risks it all to get that kill. And TFO, even though they didn't see it coming, apparently the last surprise is in their favor instead.
Whew, that was so close. Yoshi almost took the head of Marky in that one. Marky just kept it cool. He knew that if he didn't win that duel, as long as he survived for a second longer, the lockdown, the detain would have pushed through, and that would have just put Yoshi in a 100% lose scenario. And in the end though, that play from Atlas, even though good, did kind of force everybody to go into the site and not really position outside of it to play a better post plant. In any case, that will be a tactical pause, surely by Atlas, because they need to figure out what they're doing wrong. And maybe one of the things here is that Kakarot is not getting any of these frags. It's such a polarizing thing, from 34 kills to 1 kill in 7 rounds.
From the top to the bottom, sometimes kings do fall, and Kakarot right now, he needs to find his footing yet again, not the fake outs that we've been seeing, and figure out what to really do. Because it does feel like a bit of the confidence in Kakarot has been shaken as we saw that dimensional drift. He forgot that he had the knife out at the very last moment, and he was gonna peek the arena, realized that the claw was out, and it's like, okay, I'm hiding here, but a really good push from Atlas to use that space given by the Yoru to get onto the site. The kill did happen, and we saw one fall on the side of TFO. Then again, Marky just swooped on in, got that final blow against Yoshi, and that was that to give the first order the round they wanted. It's 6-1, and you can really see Yoshi is doing it again. He's really bringing his team to a good contention point with his performance, but everyone else needs to step it up just a little more because this Euro pick isn't really working as much right now. Confidence is needed here by Atlas. We gotta put a little bit of faith in their setup because it's the only way they can make something happen.
I guess it makes a lot of sense, right? Why are you able to really get the value from this one? But before that, I thought it's going to be just a quick straight rush again from Atlas to get this short control. Marky's going to take kind of a bit of damage, but still he holds true, held his own angle, and got the kill onto Bri. He will get flushed out for the moment, but the thing about that is they had to lose one member just to get the site, and I don't know if they're going to be able to hold in as TFO are so hungry for this retake, and you know that they're going to be able to hit their shots now.
And Kakarot just dies there to the hand of Trix. The headshot will connect, and Tim now look to hold on close rather than move on far. Really goes to show that Atlas is desperate to look to hold on to the side, but it's just not working. Tim now gonna fall. Yoshi will die as well, and Dre now is all alone. Sheriff in hand versus 5. It's not gonna happen whatsoever. What can Dre even do now? No one pushing through the smoke. They want to make sure that everything is a-okay. Beautiful recon ball gets the scan, and Trix will get that last kill of the round.
He had to die.
Yeah, he had to.
Yeah, because again, money, if you don't die, is only 1,000 creds, I believe, rather than the lowest, which is 1.
I think if you're on the side that loses, though, in that case, you know, I think he's gonna get his full money.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because if you don't put the spike down on the attacking side and survive, that's when you get penalized. In the meantime, if you don't die to the spike as a defender, that's when you get penalized. But then again, Dre just wanted to at least poison pill someone, get the headshot, get that kill, and at least remove a gun from the equation of TFO. But it's just not happening. Atlas really struggling right now. It just goes to show that TFO have a good understanding of map like this, but all eyes on Atlas still, because they are really trying to make this one work, and they know that this is a comp that they want to run, but Tim will already fall on flat as Trix does get that takedown. Lear gonna be into play. No peek though, and Bri blows up Marky instead, and this is just so difficult for the Reina. He might fall here. Zerb now with the kill, but Yoshi with a wall back headshot to equalize, and Kakarot infiltrates this time, and Zerb will die.
That was just the first time that we saw Atlas really charge on out. And yeah, that's going to be the quick rotation here. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to see Courtesy try to go for a delay, a kind of catch-off as they go rotate here all the way onto A main. This short is not going to be defended, but Courtesy is just doing his due diligence to try to challenge every single angle, but then Kakarot spots him out. Ooh, the humanity, and Coco pops out. Here's his opponent, jumps right through, and Yoshi wins that duel pretty easily. 7-2, and TFO still have a commanding lead, but Atlas finally maybe finding their foot.
I like this because Kakarot realized that, hey, I'm Kakarot. I can get these kills. And it was a good indicator of that confidence a while ago in Icebox because he wasn't playing the duelist. He was playing Killjoy of all things, and he was facing off against Marky in 1v1s time and time again. He kept it simple this time. He pushed onto A site, and since CFO was a little busy watching over the middle, watching over B, it was Kakarot infiltrating without even using the gate crash there. So if Kakarot can keep this one up, if Atlas can keep this up, can remember who they are, and they can remember that they can confidently get shots like this, then it might work out for them to go for the comeback. Hunter's Fury, though, catches out Tim. Bri also gonna get tagged. A lot of damage done by Courtesy, but Kakarot, he's feeling the embers right now. Can he get more? Dash on intel from Marky. Dre, in the meantime, controlling mid with a turret, and Yoshi getting that intel as it's a 4v4 for now.
Do they have an ultimate to make this work? Oh, he's going to be jumping up on this one. Going to be using it, but Yoshi figures it out, and Marky cannot escape. You thought that it's only Courtesy you can hit those. Well, be better surprised because Yoshi is also a pretty damn mean Silva in his own right. Trix, though, just wakes up from short. Kakarot is no more. And once again, this shift of playstyle sniffed out quickly by TFO, but we've equalized the numbers, 3 versus 3. Fair game, but if they try to go for the A, you know there's going to be Killjoy utility that will be shutting them down. Dre, though, is going to be using his lockdown, and now we'll see how this pans out. But Coco, got to be careful, though, but he does have the angle.
Waiting it out, and it does feel like there is going to be the fall of more. Nanoswarm's going to get popped there. It's just death and destruction happening right here, right now. Clean up, though, with that arena. Just overall, what a push has really been from the side of Atlas. TFO in the meantime answering back, and the fortification was enough to win out the round.
That was just risky. Because, like, again, I like the lockdown play, but because they weren't able to figure out where the Killjoy was, it was still very risky. Because, again, if you try to force your way into a site, even if you, again, have that lockdown timer, the Killjoy can just activate all of your utility, and if you force through, it's going to be risky. That's going to allow the opponent to have that rotation, and Dre, just with the timing, he could have gotten tricks as well. Somebody has to go for his refrag, but he's all alone, all just by himself on the A side, and Courtesy has just woken up. Tim, he flashed his opponent. Kakarot was there, but Courtesy just holds true.
Yoshi.
There's going to be, the Yoshi shock dart, but the damage be done. There's not really much that Bry can do here, but maybe on his own right, wake up as well, 2v1.
Absolute carnage in this round, 1v2 situation, and we saw the push and pull on both sides. TFO playing the aggression on A main, getting punished by one, waiting by the box, but then again, they got the refrag anyway. Brydo in the meantime, balls in the hand of Zerv, and the first order is just now 4 away from making it to the semifinals. Then again, though, in that round, it was Atlas also playing the hyper offensive in the middle, and Courtesy holding the line and getting the kills, getting the punish anyway. Shock dart did come from Yoshi, knowing the angles and more. And then again, it's still TFO with the advantage, TFO in the lead, and now this is going to be the last round of this half that TFO has been commanding.
The way the Atlas have been using Kakarot's Yoru here. Again, I talked about it, I was pretty excited, was looking forward to how they play this. But the thing about it is he's kind of a budget breach, to say at the least, right? He's not getting the value that a breach does. And when he doesn't, when he tries to go for these gate crash dimensional drift plays, it kind of puts him in a way that it's a 4v5 because he's not going to be able to shoot as he's in that ultimate. It's just not going to work out in the end. Marky just charges right up, all confidence in hand, but nobody really was holding his hand in the end there. He's going to be able to spot out Trix, but Trix, of course, with the kill, will be able to dismiss away from, that particular area. Now, Atlas will be using that confusion to just charge on the A side. Another dimensional drift play that looks to have worked out now as the numbers is on their side.
Yeah, dimensional drift is just such a big baiter in all honesty, because you are visible if you're close enough to the Yoru, and then again, it will just be them trying to shoot you, realize that they're in ultimate form, and it will be a bit of a distraction taken there. Kakarot though has fallen into the hand of Courtesy. Lockdown now gonna get broken on down by Yorbo's strike, and here we go with Trix breaking down the dark, but gonna get broken by Dre instead. Atlas right now with the numbers advantage, but Coco comes from above to try and fight back. Yoshi in the meantime and Tim are there to hold the line, and you can never count out Atlas in these direct fights. They know how to hit them, they know how to shoot them, and they know how to survive.
Question now is, Dax, are they going to be able to survive a little bit longer? 9-3. Like you said, 4 more rounds for the first order to be able to get this back up. But SC Atlas have switched out the rounds, or have switched out the sides. Let's see what happened here in this particular replay. A little bit showstoppy there. Okay, nice little kill there from Dre, but he didn't challenge the one that was with the Reina, which was Coco, but still Yoshi and Tim with the crossfire. I do like that Tim utilized his run and gun with the Spectre to win the duel out and basically keep Atlas afloat. Now we're back into the round, and we'll see how this goes. I believe that Dre did buy up into a Frenzy here, as well as Kakarot, but it's going to be risky because these guns make sure that you don't really have the shield to work with.
Yeah, 500 credits now into a patch like this, and TFO going to be looking to play the offensive. They want to get this A side, they want to have the momentum to make their lives even easier. Brydo in the meantime holding by the garden and trying to spray it down with that Frenzy. Mark, with the push. There we go with the out drone already. A little bit of a spot though, and Kakarot down in hell, and Coco going to be making sure that he is going to be 6 feet under instead. 3 kills already here for TFO. Marky though in the meantime gonna fall to the hand of Yoshi, and the shock dart is coming. Doesn't get a tag. Doesn't really get too much value there in the middle, but in any case, it's still TFO down below and setting on up.
They're both on A heaven here. Trix is kind of separated for his entire team, so he has to try to challenge. Dre has to come up big. And he leaves Yoshi in a 1 versus 4. Granted, everybody is low, but the crossfire is real. And the real fact here is that TFO have broken double digits into the rounds and 3 more to go, and they're going into the semifinals. Atlas is at death's door here, and he's knocking hard.
They are just knocking as hard as possible, but you know who has been keeping the ship afloat? It has been Yoshi. 16 kills to his name, just one behind the kill leader right now, that is Trix. And here we go again for Atlas. It does take them a while for a team effort to really step on up. A while ago it was Kakarot and Yoshi. This time it's just Yoshi alone. And the scoreline really hurting them because of that. Can Atlas survive? Can Atlas fight back? And it really feels like it's a bit counterintuitive right here as the right, because their lineup does go for indirect fights. They go for good scouting here and there. But they've been winning these rounds that they've won before because they've been able to go for direct combat. And there you go, Dre with 1, looking for the second courtesy though with a refrag. Good kill though by the Killjoy so far, but a bit forced out here by Atlas for now.
That was a kill indeed that they need, but the thing about that is better weapons, better range for TFO to make something happen. Bryce going to be peeking out into the corners. I think every member of TFO is on the B side, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be any easier for Atlas to try to take this. Yoshi is going to be setting up the recon dart. He has to make something happen. He's trying to find his other opponent's recon dart there, but Marky and Trix are starting to whittle them down, leaving it all into the hands of Kakarot, who only has the gravitational classic here, but he's even able to gravitational win? No! Everybody just rushes right in, and 2 more rounds. The countdown is real.
Gravity not his friend, though, not hitting the shots on the Sova, unfortunately, till the pistol gets whipped out. But this is really just the big issue right now for Atlas. As I said before, they have been really proving themselves in direct combat capabilities, but their composition allows them to basically play in an indirect style, and it's just not working out for them because of the speed of TFO. You look at TFO's roster, they can slow it down with a Killjoy, they can actually set something up with the blind of the Paranoia from the Omen. Then you have the Sova for the recon, and you have Reyna and Jet, some of the quickest in and out agents here in the pool. And it really just goes to show for TFO, if they can keep the speed up, if they can really catch Atlas off guard and more to force out the 1v1s, that is where they win. But right in the meantime, will kill off courtesy. Good start here for SE Atlas. They have the guns for now. The Rays backing on away as well. There comes the Cloudburst. Here comes the dash on in, but Brian's ready for it. It's 4v3 as the Rays holds on to A side, but Coco comes in and gets the gun, but Yoshi is there to watch on out. A bit of a brawl though by the Cubby there versus the Garden, but it does seem like it will be TFO disengaging for now.
Gotta run, tuck their tails behind their legs. 2 versus 3, but the 2 that remain is Trix as well as Zerv. Very, very risky, because Trix right here has been phenomenal, and I have no idea why nobody was gonna just challenge that one. Trix though does immediately get refragged, and Tim maybe have just gotten the round win here. Zerb, oh, I like this. He was able to break through, and nobody's checking him out. Never mind, Tim is at his angle, peeks him out, and the timing though, the timing too good for Zerb.
That is just unfortunate, because Tim had the angle already. Trix, in the meantime, left. I think he's cursed by Defender's side, because that's the second time we've seen him whiff. Interesting goal though for Atlas. They ignored the turret actually saying hello to the Reyna a while ago, and that could have been very, very dire for them to lose that Killjoy, but it worked out in the end anyway. Zerv though in the meantime over to the high ground, making a bit of noise, putting the spike down, but this dark cover is in a good spot. Yoshi though might do one better. Recon Bolt can get avoided at the last moment. And this 2v1, Atlas playing patiently, waiting for these 2 teammates to come together as one.
Makes a lot of sense. They have like basically 20 plus seconds to make happen, and they're gonna have so much utility, so much 2v1 potential to be able to win that, and their opponent is only on a Spectre, so rushing that would have maybe even allowed Zerv to pick up a Phantom, and that would have been just bad. So really good for Atlas here just to kind of play safe. Again, it's going to be an uphill battle for them. 11-4 really isn't the points, the round differential that you want to be in, but it's just something that they have to deal with. And like you said, Yoshi has been the one to really step up for the second game, but everybody else also has to kind of do their due diligence, their part for the team. It seems like they're really struggling. They're trying their best, but they need to get that next level to maybe even have Atlas have a chance to get that game 3.
It's all about popping off. It's all about getting the shots on, and Atlas, they know how to do it. They know how to hit them. They just need to be at the right places at the right time to help each other out. TFO though, it's a bit of that Sheriff buys here. Oh, Vandal though, in the hands of Marky, I believe. And TFO, is this going to be a force buy situation where they're going to be trying to seek out whoever they can kill and more? The Jet, though, investing heavily. He should be close to Blade Storm soon and closing in closer and closer to that Cubby. Tree now going to get spotted by Marky. No sightlines into the gardens as of yet. Spike, though, has been left behind by B sites, and it's just a waiting game right now. Who will contact who first? Bridal already with the first fire on that Bulldog. Doesn't hit the shots. Marky in the meantime. Oh, that Boombot comes out of nowhere with a blast back. There's a Molly also in the way. The amount of utility utilized by both sides just scaring each other off by this point, Asarai.
Kakarot, he's going to be charging this one out, but somebody is looking straight at him. He's got to be careful. He has to time his lurk properly, but Marky charges through, and he got his Dre out of commission. Tim does get the pickup, but Coco with the refrag. It's going to be so huge, and now Atlas have lost so many of their teammates. Kakarot was able to finally get the lurk kill that he needed, but the damage be done. Courtesy is by his lonesome here, but Trix is going to go for this big flank. I'm pretty sure they heard him coming from CT here, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be any easier for the members. And Yoshi, what?
Trix was not heard at that moment. The curse of Trix on the defender's side. He says, okay, I'll push even deeper and move over to the shed instead. Time ticking right now. Courtesy is watching the staircase, and Kakarot, what can he do? Nothing, because Trix is right behind him. The infiltration, making sure that this is just Atlas standing a ghost of a chance. And the first order is ordering up a storm, and they are on match point.
He ran though, and he was near both of them.
It's been a bit of an issue we've seen so far from Atlas on that defensive angle. Trix just ran there. He was like, okay, you didn't see me? I'm gonna get the kill. And a while ago, remember, the Killjoy turret was there, and they kind of just ignored Trix. Eventually, he just missed his shots. That's why the Reyna died. Atlas, it feels like that whole part of the map has been a bit of an eternal shroud for them, and it is really costing them some of these flank angles on B side. But then again, it's still Atlas looking to find themselves into a fighting chance. They are going to be force buying whatever they can now. Phantom in hand here for Dre. Blade Storm, though, is without by Marky. This might be an explosive finale that TFO is trying to set up.
It's very, very scary, because like if they try to push through the smoke, Marky's ready and waiting with his right click. If ever, Atlas are on the final dredges. Thankfully enough, they're still able to buy up a couple of weapons here, but it's not really the amount of firepower that they want to be able to challenge. Although, a step in the right direction, they do only need a couple, like one kill for some of their members to get their own ultimates back up. So if they can get those, utilize them properly, they can maybe push in a couple more rounds. But in the end, Dax, in the end, they need that one answer. Straight 8 to get into overtime.
And the big thing here is TFO has that gun advantage, and yes, that's straight 8, looking to make it the regulation to forget, and an overtime to remember instead. But time and time again, TFO has been able to impose their will, and now the lockdown is the answer. Here comes every little bit of utility. The Hunter's Fury, though, coming on through from TFO as well. Courtesy trying to play the guessing game, looking to go for the lineups and more. And Kakarot actually waiting inside the boat has to get rid of Marky. But the detain is there, and this should be confirmation that this is a free kill onto Kakarot. 4v4, TFO running out of time, but Coco is going to be planting the spike down. Hunter's Fury, though, for the stall, and they will have to sacrifice. Oh no, it's not going to make it at all. TFO will lose this round. SC Atlas, never mind, there was time, but now it's going to be the fall of TFO. Gotta give it to Zerber planting that spike at the very last second. I called it like 0.2 too early.
Yeah.
But then again, the lives have been forfeited. Yoshi with an incredible timing with that Hunter's Fury. And you were saying the ultimates were a ticking time bomb. And there you go. It just goes boom. And it does clutch it out for SE Atlas.
Man, SE Atlas looked lost in this last round. Yeah, they got the site and everything. They used the lockdown and everything. But at what cost? They expended so much. And now 12-5. They just need that one more round. Actually, I thought it was already up and over, but it seems like there's still that one more. It feels like everything is just not going to the way of the Atlas here, and they're not going to have the weapons that they need, and they used all of the ultimates that were really crucial for them. Maybe they can make this work out, but we'll see.
I mean, they still have 3 of them to go. The Orbital Strike is very helpful, especially on the site. Showstopper also to clear those angles, and the Dimensional Drift to get the scout on. But you've been saying before, time and time again, Yoshi has been the clutch factor here of SD Atlas, and without that Hunter's Fury safety net, it's going to be harder for them to rely on him. Tricks, though, in the meantime, playing the cubby, watching, waiting for someone to come. TFO, the thing is, they have so many rounds to give, so they can decide to slow it down if ever. Kokodo Sheriff only, and Tim will be the new Marshal in these parts. The Phantom is there to get that takedown. Second kill in a row. SE Atlas holding the middle. Apparently, the Shroud has been lifted, but Trick still able to go onto the inside, able to go for the Leer as well, overhealed to get some full armor, and Bri will disengage and wait for everyone else to come to aid.
Still hold on. Courtesy's going to be able to drop down this spike immediately. Got to be careful, but everybody else from Atlas is here. I do like that Courtesy and teammates will be trying to go for this nice little aggressive crossfire play into the side. Oh, Dimensional Drift is about to expand, and Bri just follows it up. I love it. He has full spotlight onto where the opponent was, but they got to be careful because one is coming in from the back. That is Tricks. It seems like it was going to be Atlas to retake the site. Again, I like it. But in the end, if you try to go for that Dimensional Drift play, that basically means that you have a -1 because he can see members, but he can't shoot them.
Exactly. Infiltration is only one part of the process. It's all about getting the execution as well. And TFO instead, they have imposed martial law, and they are going to be able to execute SE Atlas on the spot. The First Order will move on to the semifinals with a 2-0, and the experiment is going to be read very, very well by the side of the First Order.
Yeah. And, I mean, again, GG's to the First Order. They just looked so good in that first Icebox map. Going into Ascent, it seems like they solidified everything that they wanted. And Atlas, with that experiment play that did seem to look good, it still wasn't enough because I think they really need to challenge a lot more TFO. It seems like Kakarot was the answer for Icebox, and they didn't really utilize him, you know, in that kind of contact play style. He was more of like, I'm just gonna go in, guys, get the information, but the information really wasn't utilized well because they couldn't get the targets that they needed, and that's because Kakarot probably was the guy to, you know,
he's the one who,
bang bang.
He's the one, he's the one who gets the kills. That's the most important part. We saw it on Icebox. We saw it actually have some flashes there on Ascent, but if he's busy going for that infiltration, then who's going to be going for the execution? Then apparently no one, and he will actually fall instead. So TFO able to take it 2-0, our first semifinalist in this playoffs. Atlas going to be saying goodbye for now, but we always expect great things from this team. So guys, that was our first series, and TFO is able to take it. We'll be taking a quick little break, and of course, we'll be tossing it over to the panel in just a bit. I've been Dax, and he's been Asarai, and we'll be right back in just a bit.
Welcome to the VALORANT Champions Tour, a year-long tournament circuit featuring the best players and teams from all over the world, culminating in a global championship event, VALORANT Champions. Each stage begins with challengers, where teams compete in regional tournaments for a place at Masters. Teams who compete in Masters events will earn points that help them qualify for Champions. And Champions is where the best teams from around the world compete on a global stage, where the art of greatness is on full display. And one team will be crowned 2021 VALORANT Champions.
Welcome back to the VALORANT Challengers Tour Philippines, and we just saw a series go in the most unexpected way, a 2-0 versus SE Atlas, and it took a lot of work from TFO to get that victory, especially trying to overthrow Kakarot, who looked like an overlord coming into that first game. So we're going to talk to one of the players on the other side. We're going to talk to one of the members of TFO, and we got Curtizi himself on the line. You there, man? What's up?
Hello.
Hey, okay, so I got a
Okay lang
couple
po.
questions for you. First of all, how are you feeling that you won this first game of the day?
Of course, satisfying kasi nung last week, natalo kami ng Oasis. So, we bounce back.
Yeah. Well, you guys
And
looked really good,
yeah.
especially against SE Atlas. Kakarot was crazy in the first map. He was getting like 33 kills at the end of it. How did you stop him? What was the game plan going into Icebox? Because that just looked really coordinated from your team.
Actually, there were a lot of rounds na na-throw namin. And I guess yung mental fortitude lang ng team na hindi natitilt won us the round. We tried to adapt to their
Yeah, and clearly it paid off though. So, quick follow-up question. How did you guys prepare for Atlas? Because it seemed like you guys knew exactly what to do, especially into map number 2. You guys looked like you did your homework.
Yeah, we did. And nakalaban namin sila last time sa different tournament in a regional. So we kind of have a grasp of their play style. So and we were kind of prepared.
All right,
They
well,
were really good.
they were really good today, and you guys were even better. But I do want to ask you one more thing before we go on to our short break. So if yeah, now is your time to shine. Are you going to be, sorry, do you have anyone you want to shout out? Anyone you want to say hello to, of course? And any message to any team
Uh,
that you will be heading off and fighting later on in the day?
First of all, salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, to our friends, especially family, and especially sa org namin. Uh, Message para sa mga kalaban namin. Good luck, have fun, I guess. I don't really know what to say.
All right, sportsmanship from TFO's Curtizi. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck in your games tomorrow. Congratulations as well on getting to the semifinals. See ya. All right, so that was it from Courtesy. An amazing performance from his team. And we're going to dissect this a little bit further as we welcome back the rest of the panel. Trix and Viminal, what do you make of this interesting turn of events, this 2-0 that we just saw from TFO?
Mind blown. Simply put, that wasn't how we were expecting it to go. I mean, I predicted a 2-1 initially in favor of SE Atlas. I think all three of us were expecting SE Atlas to take the cake right there, but the complete opposite happened.
I felt a bit underwhelmed by Atlas's performance today, but I was really happy to see how far TFO had come since the last week that we've seen them, because they really adapted. And as he mentioned there, the mental fortitude of it all really does actually affect in game, because it really looked like they were going to lose that first game. It looked like Atlas was going to take it right from them, but TFO just able to keep it cool. And you saw the scoreboard, unlike Atlas, which is really, different, the amount of kills that they had, TFO's was quite similar all in all. So you could tell that they were working together.
Yeah, and it seemed like it was a concerted effort from the team to stay, in the zone. And even all throughout overtime, they did keep their composure, which is definitely not something that definitely something that a lot of local teams need to keep in check here. And as we take a look at the highlights right now, you'll see exactly what we're talking about. A lot of the great plays coming from Kakarot were honestly made into, I'd say, a side note. Despite how great Kakarot was, it did seem like TFO eventually got the read on how, SE Atlas played, and there was no answer from the other side.
Yeah, Atlas was definitely capitalizing on the mistakes TFO was making, as we were mentioning this off camera, that we felt they were sometimes too aggressive. There were awkward angles that they were definitely holding. But then later on, we noticed that they stopped doing that. They stopped taking those odd angles, and they stopped taking fights that they didn't have to fight.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And strangely enough, we wanted to see Tim's back on that battle stage.
Yeah.
We saw it on Icebox, and it also proved to be really rather underwhelming coming back from that Sentinel that he used to be played. Maybe he adjusted too much into that Sentinel role. I don't know. It just seemed like a lot of the star players on the side of SE Atlas just weren't able to show up today.
I mean, it happens. Like sometimes you get shut down. Sometimes it's just not your day. Even the star players. We all have our bad days. So maybe that's what happened there. But I just gotta commend how well TFO played, especially on Ascent, with Trix being back on the duelist.
Yeah.
As opposed to his it was a stark contrast as opposed to his performance on the Sentinel in the previous match.
It's true. We were all saying that seeing Trix on the duelist is just much better than seeing him on the Sentinel, because also we know that this player has good aim, he's got a good game sense, but the Sentinel role really requires a different kind of personality almost.
Yeah, I think so. And he, Trix on the Sentinel, he just wasn't finding the openings, just wasn't staying alive long enough to make those impactful plays, meaningful plays for his team. However, when we saw him shift over to the dual wrist role, it was just, a world apart. It was night and day, basically. But let's go on and talk about the first order here. Performance from Curtizi, even Marky had a couple of great rounds. I think he was top fragging on both maps, if I'm not mistaken. A really good overall performance from him. But one thing that we did point out is that it didn't seem like it was a one-person effort like it was Kakarot on Icebox. It was an overall team, I think, concerted effort that just really brought them over that finish line.
Yeah, I mean, I can expect that from a team like TFO, wherein they work well together with their coach as well to come up with these set plays, these counter plays, and executes as well. So I expected it to be a concerted effort for TFO entirely.
I was surprised, honestly, to see how well they adjusted to their mistakes and how they really picked them out. How after a while of it not working and us even saying it while watching it, like, you know, they need to change something, and they do it the next round.
That's something that's very impressive, to actually change those mistakes on the fly, because the mistakes that we were noticing were very big fundamental problems that we were seeing. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We saw Tricks a lot dying onto the A site on that Killjoy. We saw like a lot of missed crossfires, a lot of missed opportunities from, you know, basically every player out there. And they were able to adjust that in the middle of the map. That is no easy feat at all by any means.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to, again, the mental fortitude, as Courtesy mentioned earlier. You being able to adjust on the fly like that requires a lot of mental fortitude, and if any regular player out there would just tilt. And
like you just ridiculously go out and push and make mistakes, and it just gets worse and worse. But to rein that in, to you know, to bring it back and to control your emotions and how you feel and get just a little bit out of control, I think it just showed a lot of maturity on the side of TFO. And this is just one of the reasons why I think that they're one of the teams that, you know, could be a dark horse to win this whole thing. I mean, I guess nobody really looked at them all that much previously, but after this performance against a, you know, a favorite like Atlas to maybe win this, then who knows how far they can go.
I can definitely see that, but for me, the Atlas that I came to appreciate during First Strike doesn't seem to be the Atlas that I saw today.
Yeah.
So for me, it was definitely an underwhelming performance by Atlas. TFO did very well, but I stick to thinking DR Esports is my dark horse.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I definitely think Hashira tomorrow is going to have their work cut out for them. Probably one of the toughest matchups and probably one of the closest matchups that we're going to be seeing in the entire tournament here. But before we talk about any other matches, we'll take a look and see who the MVP of the series was. We'll pull it up right now. And if I had any predictions, I think it's going to be Marky.
Marky.
Probably Marky. Trix had a phenomenal performance on the second game, but during the first game, not so good. I mean, I know I said that Atlas was going to win the whole shebang. I guess I'm going to cross that out for now. But I love it when we're proven wrong like this and things don't go the way we expect it to, especially on the majority of the panel.
True.
Well, this is really cool.
Now that I'd say TFO just eliminated SE Atlas, all eyes are really right now on ArkAngel. Like, this is sort of where they get kind of pressured, if I'm going to say. Like, this is one of the weaknesses of ArkAngel. When all eyes are on them, sometimes they tend to falter. So maybe later on in their games, we'll see how that goes. But we'll pull up the MVP right now on your screens in just a second. But talking about ArkAngel real quick. And I know you have a lot of insight on this. How do you think that there might be a way to relieve that pressure? Because, you know, now that SC Atlas is gone, who else will carry the flag of the Philippines? Who else will, aside from Bren, obviously, you know, is the favorite here? No one. I mean, there might be a couple of opportunities for OG, maybe Hashira, maybe or not found, but still, it's ArkAngel who is currently in the spotlight. How do you think they can deal with this?
I think for any team dealing with that kind of pressure or stress, especially entering a big org's name, it's just a matter of getting out of your own heads. Like, realizing that, you know, there's expectations of you as a team because you've proven that it exists. Like, you're capable of doing it. So it's acknowledging that you're capable of it, but also acknowledging that you have your weaknesses and finding those weaknesses and honing onto it. So I think ArkAngel, in order to deal with that pressure, it's to first acknowledge what are they good at and what are they weak at, and building from there.
I know we've been joking a lot about, you know, ArkAngel's plot armor, but obviously you can't rely on plot armor alone, even though you are, because you are such a prestigious name in the scene. Yeah, you know, that's a thing.
I agree, but we'll see if they are able to keep that plot armor on. Let's take a look right now. I think we're ready to go with the MVP of the series. We'll put it up right now. And it's gonna be Trix, actually, much to our surprise, who did falter in the first match, but did have a good performance towards the second one, really steamrolling all the way through. So the imposter Trix, the other Trix now, the male Trix, shall we say?
Trix Prime.
Trix Prime.
All right. Yeah.
Trix is like, all right.
Trix just doing, super well. Thanks for carrying the name Trix. No, but his performance on that Reyna was actually really good. He was able to take the back lines a lot, getting just the first picks. Half the time we were wondering how he got there to begin with, and when he was getting those kills. So a really amazing performance by him on Ascent.
And that's one of his strong suits, right? Finding these cracks in the defense,
Yeah.
just finding some wiggle room just to get into the back lines and find opportunities, which is really, really impressive to see. Not a lot of players have that, which is why we feel like it's so wasted if he ends up on the Sentinel role.
Yeah, I was thinking kind of the same thing. You're kind of limiting his playstyle when you put him on that Killjoy anchor. And then he's tempted to like peek out early, and then he has the chance to get picked off.
Yeah, I agree. But maybe we'll see a little bit more Trix Duelist as we go deeper into the brackets. And speaking of the brackets, let's pull them up on your screens right now as well. So, as we all know, SC Atlas did just get eliminated by TFO, who will proceed to the semifinals in the later stages. That's going to be tomorrow. And Empire and OG is going to be up next. Now, this one is a match that we're all waiting for. This is going to be good. Because we all know that Empire, they're struggling right now. They had a couple of roster changes. They did take a loss to Hashira last week, and Empire was one of the top 2, top 3 teams in the country. They did amazingly against Bren, but they lost to Hashira. And now with some roster changes, I don't know if we'll see that same success. It's a very big question mark. But they're going up against OG, who is always sort of on and off and hit and miss, but have been showing a little bit more consistency. Help me make sense of this, Trix. Let's start with you.
OG has been known, as you put it, really hit or miss. Sometimes they're on fire, sometimes they're just lacking that fire. And other times we see Empire with the great fundamentals, bait plays, and yet the ability to be malleable as a team is what was lacking for them last week. So I'm concerned knowing that their lineup has changed, and I'm excited to see what they'll bring for us today. But I'm starting to lean that I'm hoping OG is going to do well as they have a boot camp, right?
Yeah, well, initial predictions before we go into it, I'm going to say, and this is where I'm going to lay down my eggs on the table.
Okay.
That doesn't sound right. I think that this is OG's time to wake up. It's now or never for them. And I definitely think it's a very good chance for them to do it. I'll get back to your predictions in just a second, because we do have to talk about you, viewers at home. You guys have a chance to win 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. And all you got to do that is this. Just stitch and duet Asurai's TikTok video casting the Challengers Week 2 posted on PPGL Facebook page. And show us what you got, if you can keep up with Asurai's tempo or not. And post the video on either your Facebook or TikTok account with a hashtag PPGL. Just do it. Make sure your post is public, because we need to see that. And we will be picking a total of 10 winners who will win 1,500 plus points worth of Valorant points. Now, also get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass, and recharge your Valorant points now via Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also do not forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page. It's facebook.com/ppglgg. And subscribe to our official YouTube account. That's bit.ly/ppgl-yt, or simply search PPGL on YouTube. Make sure to do this all publicly, because a total of 10 winners will be winning 1,500 Valorant points. Now, if you want to know where you can tune in to the stream in your language of choosing, it's going to be right over here. For English and for Filipino, these are the links. Twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH for the English commentary. That's on Twitch. And if you want to check it out on the Filipino stream, that is facebook.com/ppglgg. We're also on TikTok. Search us at Hello PPGL. So all of this panel segment, what we're doing right now, This is all in English, and it's going to be on both streams. So you don't get to, you get the chance to stay with us and see our pretty faces over here and get tired of them too. That's just how the way the world is right now. So, of course, let's go on and talk about the next game. Of course, I will welcome back my panel, my amazing panel, to sort of talk about this with me. Again, I'm Illustrato, this is Trix, and this is Viminal here. We're going to be talking about what I think is going to be the game of the day. It's going to be a very interesting series. It is two teams that have struggled to find consistency. We know that the magic is in them, but neither of these teams really have grasped at it. What do you think? What are your impressions of this matchup?
Yeah. Here's the thing. You know what? For this matchup, I'm going to go all in, guys. I'm going to go all in. I'm going to say it. OG will take it 2-0 versus Empire this time around.
Ooh, okay.
I'm going to make a bold statement because I feel that, sure, Empire was the team to beat next to Bren on the first week, but then maybe somewhere along the way, they sort of crumbled under pressure. Now we have roster changes all of a sudden. We don't even know why in the middle of this whole tournament.
And speaking of roster changes, let's take a look at the roster of Oasis right now, how strong they are, especially with their new reinforcement in the form of Young Pork. We take a look right now. It's Beats, Brain Freeze, Godowers, Ripper, and Worship. But let's never forget their sixth man, Young Pork, who is, going to be making an appearance here and there, especially on Ascent, and maybe yet again on Icebox, and maybe in some more maps now.
Yeah. I think Oasis Gaming definitely might have an upper hand, especially because they have a boot camp now. So that helps with consistency, with the ability to communicate with your teammates without having to actually communicate anything, just through physical activity, and also to keep morale up with things like fist bumping, just being together. Yes. But yeah, so I do think Empire, I'm not sure why they made the changes that they did, but I would have to lean towards Oasis Gaming considering I don't have information on Empire's new lineup.
Yeah, I agree with you. And, we're about to see who actually is in that Empire roster. We'll pull them up in just a second, though. But for the meantime, again, I can't stress this enough. The impact that their sixth man has, it's not like anybody else. Young Pork, I want to see what he's capable of, especially a little bit later on. But look at this. And I think this is a really interesting change right now. Silver is still on. It's not Z7Z playing. It's actually Stiletto who is on a board right here. Because last time that we saw Empire, it was Stiletto out and Z7Z in. And this is going to be another iteration of the roster of Empire, which is honestly maybe a little bit of a hindrance to them that they keep changing it up.
So Silver will be playing today. Is that the case?
I think so.
If Silver is playing today, I do think Empire actually does have a better chance there. And
I mean, they've proven this lineup to work, Silver and Stiletto together.
Yes.
They were a phenomenal tandem. Again, we'll have to wait and see until we get into the game to find out
who's actually
going to play what and if their sixth man is going to be coming in. But last time, when you saw them in action, Z7Z replaced Stiletto, wasn't exactly as effective, or maybe that's a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, I think that there's a few things that Stiletto brings to the team that may not be quantified in like kills or because there definitely seemed to be much more synergy with Stiletto around. I don't know if it was his presence, but Z7Z definitely got the kills, but they still weren't able to look as, I don't know, aggressive, or just the presence just wasn't there as much as when it was Silver and Stiletto both on the map. But let's talk about the players themselves as we check out the head-to-head. And I think it's definitely going to be an interesting one. We got Godowers versus Stiletto. I'm a little bit surprised it's not Silver on the other side. But in terms of the points and strictly the stats, they're almost virtually the same. Godowers and Stiletto, look at this. 226.1 versus the ACS of Stiletto, which is 219.5.
And here, again, just indicative of why I singled out Stiletto in the first place. This guy is such an impactful player. Check out the first blood percentage at 11.8%. That's really an important stat that you have to look at, especially for those star player duelist roles. Stiletto, definitely one of them.
Yeah. I also think that Stiletto, in terms of personality, might also help keep the team morale up. So I am excited to see how they would perform with him playing, and I do hope that Stiletto plays.
Okay, let's be honest here. We know Stiletto like from way back,
Yeah.
because he's been in the CS scene before,
Yep.
and just the nicest guy, like the nicest guy. And having a guy like that on your team really can keep your morale just like up. It's not a joke, and this is
It's
something
fun
that,
to play with.
exactly.
Yeah.
And when you have a guy like that on your team that you can rely on to keep your morale up and good, it's a big deal going into high pressure tournaments and situations.
Your team needs to laugh to relieve that pressure. I know I've done it
Mm-hmm.
before. So just you need that player that's just going
Speak
to
from
laugh
experience.
Yeah, exactly, and
Yeah.
I don't think we can ever count out the importance of a player like that here. Of
course.
That has been the head-to-head. But we'll go ahead and take a look at the vetoes right now. Where will our battle for today be? And we're going to be drawing that up right now. It is going to be landing on Ascent, Split, and Bind. So take a look at this. Empire has been picking Ascent every now and again still. And Oasis Gaming sticking on their Split. I'm glad to see that there's no Bind here, no Icebox here, because I don't think either of these teams really have a good grasp on it, as evidenced by their previous games. But Bind here is going to be the last game, and it was selected. It was obviously the last pick here, and I think both teams are very capable on this map. So for me, this is pretty much a level playing field. Could go either way.
Yeah.
So I'm going to change my prediction now because I think that we have more information. I'm still going to say 2-1 Oasis, though.
Interesting. Well, for me, again, taking a look at the map selection here, Ascent, pretty much 50-50. Both teams are pretty good at it. Split, probably the same way. We've seen how powerful OG was in Split, although sometimes they do tend to have not so good performances in Split as well. But I don't know. It just really depends on who SV Empire's lineup is going to be today.
Yeah, I agree. But if you had to give me a number, if you had to give me a prediction.
I'm still going to go all in.
Still 2-0? Okay,
I went in. I went in.
I respect a man who sticks with his principles. Trix, what about you?
I do think that Oasis Gaming should take this game, so 2-1. But as Vimino pointed out, to me, it also really depends on who the lineup is.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you completely. But for me, the reason why I'm still sticking with the 2-1 for Oasis is because there's just too many changes with Empire lately. And you can't really build chemistry, I think, when you change up too much. Who knows, maybe they have unlocked the secrets of their roster now. But it is going to be time for us to send you guys to the casters themselves for the meantime. Again, this was Viminal and Trix, and for both of them, my name is Illustrato, and we're leaving you with the casters. So, casters on the desk. What's good?
We're doing fine, panel, and welcome back, guys, to the VALORANT Challenge Philippines week number 3, stage number 1. This is the second quarterfinal between OG versus Empire. I'm Jax, and he's black and blue. And here we go again. The rivalry is going to continue here in the playoffs.
I'm very excited for this game coming up here, Dax. We got OG versus Empire. Two of these teams that we kind of like pinned perennially to be at like the 4th and 5th top slot here. And the storyline that we're moving into this is OG and Empire, these guys have faced each other during week number 2. Now, OG was able to come out on top of that after a very, very hard, best of 3 series, but still, I'm very excited to see if Empire can bring it back and perhaps move on to the semifinal.
I remember week number 1, Empire making it all the way to the grand finals, beating Oasis Gaming, actually. So you already know that's all about that fight. It's all about trying to see who can actually take the win. In this case, will it be OG or will it be Empire? Map pool has been very interesting. We got Ascent yet again, has been the rivalry point of these two teams. You got Split, and of course, you got that third map decider later on. But don't forget, guys, that we are live on multiple languages. And when I say that, I mean 2 of them. You are at the English commentary here at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. But in the meantime, for the Filipino side, you got facebook.com/PPGLGG instead. You can also check it out on YouTube. Just use the link bit.ly/PPGL-YT instead. And actually, guys, we do have a new addition to our, our language redirects. We also have a TikTok broadcast at tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL.
Very true there. Thank you for letting them know, Dax. So once again, English on Twitch, Facebook for the Filipino commentary, YouTube for both, and TikTok as well for another Filipino broadcast if you guys want to tune into that. So right now, the storyline between these two teams are 1-1. both of them have taken a series away from each other. The question is, who's going to move over to bring it 2-1 in their favor? We're going to be moving into a best of 3. Have we talked about the map picks yet, or have they shown it?
I mean, they've shown Ascent, and they've shown Split, the initial map picks right now between these two teams. And I'm very excited to see Ascent, very excited to see Split. I do wonder if we are going to be getting that third map later on into the day, because between OG and Empire, you already know that these two teams are going to be bringing their all. But we've seen some good points. Oasis Gaming, they have been on the uprise. Not only have they worked out a few kinks here and there, they've become a little more disciplined. They've added up to their rotations. And one big thing is I believe they are playing in a boot camp together. In the meantime, for Empire, sure, they have a new name under their banner, and it has been an interesting time for them to try and figure out who's actually going to be playing. But then there are the concerns. What is going to be the starting 5 for Empire? What is going to be the plan of action? But look at this. OG just looking to be oh so strong together. All playing, no latency in communications whatsoever. The best place to be is right beside each other, and Oasis Gaming is doing it just that.
Very swell to see, and it seems like they're not going to be applying Young Pork here in the roster for the first map at the very least. As we move on over to the second team to play today, it's going to be Empire versus OG. It does seem like though Z7Z, he's currently ducking right now, but yes, as I was going to say, Silver, although that says Silver, he isn't actually in this lineup. He shouldn't be, or is he?
Well, we'll see.
Because he technically is kind of part of an...
We'll see. We'll see what Empire is going to be bringing out here. I'm very excited, especially if this is going to be their composition. We already know that Z7Z likes to play that duelist, but also is able to flex on over Silver in the meantime and Stiletto together. So they technically have 3 duelists, if ever, but then Stiletto can just go on back to his Sova if need be. And Empire might be trying something a little bit new yet again to beat their long-time rivals. Come on. They won already week 1.
Yeah, do you think like a triple duelist lineup is something that we might actually see coming in from Empire here? They're one of the few teams that can do it, but do you think it's the right idea to do versus OG Chimera?
That's a good question. We'll find out very, very soon, because triple duelist is always an interesting gamble. It was very popular at the end of last year when you can just play that hyper aggression, but changes to the arsenal, a few changes here and there for some of the agents, and we are back to square, 2 duelists, 2 utility, and a smoke to remember. That's pretty much the meta throughout the challengers so far. Of course, we've seen some regions, we've seen some innovation. You know, last match, we had a Yoru of all things there for Atlas, so anything can happen, anything can change. But you know, OG and Empire, these guys, they always face off against each other.
Definitely true, and I'm very excited to see how things are going to go. Guys, of course, do let us know who you guys are rooting for, because I'm sure we would love to hear about it. Now, honestly here, who was your prediction as coming to it, like officially?
Oh, OG.
OG, you put OG in. Okay, I put OG in too. Now, I do have high hopes for Empire, and I do believe that they can do this, but just based on their previous bout that they had during week number 2, I just have to give, you know, OG the benefit of the doubt and assume that they're probably going to get to the semifinal. These guys have been perennially in the top 4 on almost every tournament at the very least. Empire could be that team to foil them here, and this is their last chance if they want to get into the semifinals and potentially the master slot for the very first one of the 2021 year. But guys, look at it now. Here are the agent picks. We're going to be starting on Ascent. For the side of OG, we got Ripper on the Omen. We also got a Killjoy, a Sage, a Sova, and the Breach. On the other end of things, we do have Empire pulling out the Omen as well. Jet is going to be coming out on Stiletto, Sova as well on their side, but the Reyna and Cypher to switch things up. So, very different here that they do have their agent picks. The only 2 mirrors are Omen and Sova. What do you think about their differences on their compositions here?
Okay, so usually you have to see that Killjoy on a map like this. Oasis Gaming deciding, hey, brain freeze, go on the Killjoy and make this work. Interesting enough, though, Young Pork is not actually going to be in the lineup right now. This is actually his turf, but he's going to be Ripper on that Omen duty instead. Gadot, we're going to play that Sage.
Select your agent.
And worship on that Breach. So no duels here for Oasis Gaming, perhaps. But on the other side, okay, Empire, they actually do run Stiletto, Silver, and Z7 together. But it's Stiletto and Z7 looking to lock in that hard contact between the Jet and the Reyna. And, you know, for Empire, they are really just trying to make it work again. In week number 2, they were a bit upset by the up-and-coming Hashira out of nowhere, just knocking them down back to the open qualifiers. In the meantime, Oasis Gaming, I did make a joke a while ago to everyone that OG, they always make it to the semifinals. That's pretty much their thing. They make it to that top 4, and they're done. But then again, anything can happen in these playoffs. There is no favorite whatsoever. Anyone and honestly, everyone can try and make it to that master slot. And we're just waiting for confirmation right now onto those rosters. But it has been already an interesting time. Is OG really going to be running no duelists in this composition? And is Empire going to be flexing on over with one of their duelist players?
That is very true. And harping back to, the agent picks for the side of OG, no duelists on their side. Or for the side of Empire, they have two. They went with the Rain and they went with the Jet. Now, what is the philosophy you think behind the whole fact that OG, instead of having a duelist, they supplemented with a breach instead?
Defense. All about that defense, all about that setup. And Oasis Gaming, I really feel like they're going to be using their utility to entry quickly onto a site and make sure everything is set up for a post-plant situation, because coming into contact against the side of Empire is going to be very, very difficult. When they see that Jet, we see that Reyna, they aren't really going to be able to punish these two duelists accordingly if they do get the first kill with their kind of composition. The dismiss is an easy disengage. You have the tailwind as well. And then again, you also have that Sova Cypher to enable the Jet and Reyna pop off. Omen, of course, to wrap it up for good measure. A very, I'd say, an NA playstyle here for Empire. I'm going to be expecting all about that contact and all about getting out with those kills.
Yeah, just based on the agent picks alone, you can already see that the compositions favor very different type of playstyles.
Yes,
for the
sir.
side of Empire, or rather here, Empire seems like aggression is the name of the game. They do have, the Omen. While he does have a flash, not necessarily, but they're more going to try and really rely on Reyna's flash to try and open their way up. The paranoia, it can be useful sometimes, but it's not necessarily used to necessarily open up a site all the time. It's not as, how do I say this, consistent to get the flash on and going for your side. For the side of Oasis Gaming, defense is the name of the game. They do have lots of information gathering on their side as well. While here on the Cypher for the... I should stop doing this, but it's really fun to do this.
It's like one of those Wheel of Fortune games where just ding, ding, ding.
And the letter is... E.
Which one do you want? I'll help you out. This is a Sage. This is the Killjoy over there. But yeah, it really feels like for Oasis Gaming, they do want to punish people accordingly. The Breach is going to be able to get the catch. The Sova's going to be able to get the catch. Sage, Killjoy, Omen, all about them setting it up and knocking it down when they have sight lines. But those sight lines are going to be absolutely hard fought by Oasis Gaming. And they're going to be starting off on the defense. A better side for them coming into this one. Attack right now for Empire. And we'll see what they can do together. Is this going to work out for them? The triumvirate of Stiletto, Z7Z, and Silver all working together coming into this game. We're not going to be seeing one of these guys on the bench whatsoever. It's all about them looking to find that chemistry on the spot. And if Empire wants to make it to the semifinals, this is their chance against their better rivals, Oasis Gaming.
You have to see that actually, even though there might be a double duelist for the side of Empire and none for OG, they actually have quite similar supports in their way. Now, for the side of OG, they supplement, instead of having a Cypher that Empire do have for their, flank watching, they do have the Killjoy, which can bring a lot of the same sort of utility. They also both have a Sova, so both of them realizing how much the information game is very important here on Ascent. I don't doubt that they're going to try and bait out the utility coming here from the side of OG to start things off, because they know that the whole lineup, the whole composition of OG is based towards defending a site very heavily. Perhaps they're going to go for a retake, yes, but just based on their agent compositions, they don't necessarily have too much flashes where they can really utilize to get in a position for the retake. And so it kind of tells me that they kind of want to hold on to a site more instead of going for the retake if it does happen.
I just want to say also that Empire is actually playing Silver on the filler role. Think about it. So it is Batco's gone right now. He is going to be in this starting roster so far. And in this case, it is Silver taking that slot, looking to be playing that Cypher of all things, and then able Stiletto and Z7 to work on that duo chemistry duelist together. Now then, what is going to be the plan here for Team Empire? How will they actually commit on this, as we are in a bit of a technical pause? As we've seen in terms of their comp, it's going to be a very simple way to actually go for the picks and disengage and re-engage in appropriate times. OG, though, in the meantime, they will always be finding answers to use that utility, to use their CC, to use their crowd control as much as possible. Honestly, in this game, Black and Blue, it feels like we're getting two different ideologies that you'd expect maybe in like the Masters, maybe in the LAN Masters in the near future. And it'll be interesting because here in the SEA region, we're not afraid to experiment. We're not afraid to try a lot of different things. And sometimes you get one completely different ideology to the other. OG, though, no duelist on Ascent. Very, very interesting call.
Seems both of these teams follow and read different books and playbooks here, and well, What will the pages tell? What is the tale that will be told at the end of the day, at the end of this series? That is the question coming in here. Very different philosophies, very different ideologies on how their play style is to expand on itself. And we're going to see the benefits of that, really, and rather the results of that in just a bit. We're in the short technical pause right now. I think just getting everybody's networking issues going, or I'm not exactly sure what it is, but we're still just having fun here in Spawn. You can see everybody hopping around. And so, Dax, it's time to fluff this up.
Oh.
What do you think is the lore behind this very aptly placed well?
What do you mean? There's a whole cutscene about it. Black and blue.
Yes.
Yes. There was Jet. And then there was Phoenix, and Phoenix was running back, and he died to Jet, and then Jet got the thing, and the city floated.
Well,
there is a cutscene. There is a whole cutscene about it. It's like one of the first ones for the game.
You are right.
Yes.
Well, I hope there's no cutscene right now because we're about to get the action going on. That dart is about to, well, actually he doesn't let loose. I thought he was just about to let loose there, but decides to go for reconnaissance towards mid instead. He could have found out the push was going to come towards B, but now with that turret, gives them the info. They know the Killjoy is right around the corner here, so BrainFreeze is in a tough position, and Draxy's going to cap it off. But look at that double shock dart from Beats! Starting the game off very quickly and very sweetly.
Great angle there taken by Beats, giving Oasis Gaming the advantage. And this is pretty much how they're going to be playing this out on the defensive side. They use their utility to zone out the opposition, just put them in all of these harmful corners. And if Empire wants to actually execute on the site, they have to do it very, very quickly, past everything and more. So onto the speedway, they go through the lane and dropping on down. Draxy trying to clear things out alongside the Reyna. Silver in the meantime lurking on the A, but Oasis Gaming, they are prepared. Beats going to be able to get that triple kill already, and OG now looking to play a retake with a 2-man advantage.
They do have the man advantage, as you said, Dax. That means that they can potentially just play for trades here. Now, will Draxy find his pick? He is quite stunned right now, and they're going to come barreling his way down in from Market. He's very low on HP, too. He can find the pick. That's a good pick coming in from him. Ghidorah is finding one of his own, and that brings it down to a 1v3. It's all going to be on the hands of 7Z7 on the Reyna here. Does have his leader left, but never mind. Ghidorah is going to shut him down. 1-0 on board. A good start from OG.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming exactly playing what they need to do on the defensive side. And you can really see that every time they're able to get the zone, every time they're able to slow down the pace, they are able to get the punish. Unfortunate there for Silver, walking into a trap set up by Oasis Gaming. And it really goes to show the power of playing together as one and finding ways to stall on your own if need be. Empire now going to be on the back foot as OG does go for the buys. It's all about SMGs on the defensive side.
Did you believe that the Force is the right decision here on the side now coming in from Empire? Going to expand a lot of their economy here, but we're going to see if that's going to really be a good decision. Now, that recon, able to find nobody there towards B main, but the rest of the squad here actually for Empire are crawling their way up towards mid. They're taking control of it now. Now, they also do have the Cypher waiting towards a long, wherein he is coming up against OG's Sage. That means that they do have the information that there is no push coming towards A so far, but a B split seems very likely here, Dax.
Yeah, Empire at the very least, they only have those upgraded pistols as OG will be swinging on in, and Beats peeks just to get that takedown on Stiletto. There's the flash though, but Beats was going in, gonna get hit by the flashpoint. But Ripper and Draxy on the board, good kill there by OG, but they have to be careful because if they lose a member, they also lose a gun to the hand of Empire if they don't keep an eye out on the corpse.
Now, Empire can potentially take a weapon here, but I'm not sure if they were able to necessarily retrieve the Stinger drop. Now, or rather, the Spectre drop, sorry. BrainFreeze, he does have some utility there, the Nanoswarm to try and buy them some time. OG here Beats. He's going to go peeking in from Market, able to find Z7Z as they barrel their way in towards the side. BrainFreeze will find one of his own. Silver will get the trade off on Beats, yes, but he's going to be in a very tight position here. Landing the shot, though! A great shot to try and bring things back. Will he land the flick? No, he won't. Worship is going to send him to his prayers, and that's going to be in 2-0.
Hallelujah there from Worship, and Oasis Gaming now is up by 2. Yet again, though, Beats, he has been impressive coming in from week number 2, really putting on a star performance against Bren Esports, and he's keeping that momentum against Empire so far. Very, very patient and very, very great angles being taken here by Oasis Gaming here. And what we see also are rifles abound for Beats and Ripper. Now, a bit of a risky buy for Oasis Gaming, that's for sure, because Empire will have everything they want and more. Look at them though with light armor. All about though hitting those shots, all about contesting yet again. It's a triple peek over to a main. Slow is there. Silver gonna get tagged by the Hunter Fury. The second shot doesn't connect. Nexi has already fallen on down. And here comes Godot, wants to play into the cage. There's the ball, and Godot will get that kill even though he's stunned up by his own teammate.
Very, very ill-advised, I do believe, there, Silver. Nobody's going to be in any position to try and trade for him, even if he does win that fight. And so, unfortunate there for the side of Empire. I don't think it was the right decision to continue forcing the issue and pressing it on here towards A main. You have to realize that, okay, we've given up too much trying to take this position. Is it still worth it right now? I don't believe it is. And look at all this presence by OG. That's a double kill going their way, and it's all going to be in the hands of Empire's Omen here on Jiraxi. Will he be able to find a pick? He could potentially. Now, Brain Freeze is not looking his way here towards mid, and potentially could be a frag. He does chip in some damage, but Jiraxi in a very awkward spot right now here on the catwalk. Ghidorah is going to find a triple kill. A flawless round from OG.
The control is just so strong here from Oasis Gaming. If you don't play these duelists, then you have every little bit of utility to use time and time again. And even though OG tripping on each other there, they did wall off Silver, and they got a kill anyway. The plan probably was just to get the orb and get the hell out of there, but netting a Cypher kill is always a bonus that you're going to be happy to keep an eye out on. And this just might be another bonus round here for OG Sheriffs. For Empire instead, it's 3-0, and OG basically flipping the script on Empire. They were dominated in week number 1 in the semifinals, and this time they're dominating the start. But for how long? Because this Empire roster is ready to pounce, but Z7 just falling flat at the start as Brain Freeze gets a takedown.
A good opening pick coming in from Empire, and that's the sort of start they needed to try and bring this one back. Now, Stiletto, oh, very ill-advised dash here. I don't think he meant to burn that tailwind moving forwards, and so Brain Freeze was able to confirm that frag, bringing it now to a 5v3, heavily in the favor now of OG. So, of course, an economy round, so Brain Freeze able to find his third. The eco here not working too well for Empire. In the end of it, it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to take a 4th round as well. So OG, I don't want to call it before it happens, but well, this is probably a round going to them. Look at this, Brain Freeze probably going to find his 4th frag here. Yes, he does. Give him the ace, why don't you? Jiraxi, what can he do with the Sheriff? Of course, he can land the shots, but
he's still asking for it. He's asking for it, and he does get it! The ace is there! Brain Freeze is just tapping everyone's like, guys, let me have it. This is mine. This is my round to take. And Oasis Gaming making it a 4-0 clean slate. Now, the worries for Empire trying to figure out things on the spot has really been one of the storylines heading into this week. We all know that Empire is an amazing team. We all know what they can do, making it to the grand finals in week number 1 and actually making it to the quarterfinals in week number 2. But in this case, it still is OG in control, and the evolution of Oasis Gaming is something to really watch out for. From week 2 to 3, they are already impressing. Worship now playing onto the cubby, but Empire still a beast waiting to get awakened. And Nexi scanning on around, trying to see what's in the middle as Silver will take the cubby there by A-main.
Now, you can see that A-main has kind of been showing a lot of presence here from the side of Empire. The only player actually towards there is Silver. He's going to be trying to catch off anybody who's going to get over eager from the side of Empire, from the side of OG rather, sorry. As well, you can see 2 players here from Empire are already pushed up here close to market. That's going to be Stiletto and the Reina on the other end of it to try and take control of it. That's Z7Z. So what is the decision now from Empire? They have a minute left on the clock. They can press the issue towards B, but the rotate will come in from behind them. Now, I do believe that they have some idea that they're going to be going for a B split. You can see that the positioning here from the side of OG are actually ready for that exact scenario. And look at this. Empire are going to be right behind the Sage here towards OG for a main. And so it's going to be a very awkward here if Ghidorah cannot get himself out safely. Although, fortunately for him, he still has a slow over to buy him some time. And 30 seconds left on the clock. They know that there's lots of agents here and people going towards a main. The rotate has to come in. They can definitely hear that. And Z7Z is able to find an opening pick on Worship.
Yeah, Z7Z opening it up, and this is going to be a good start for Empire. They need something just like this. Gonna try to get through that front row, and they're trying to get it to that B side instead. Leto though dashing on away, doesn't want to deal with any kind of antics there from OG. Not only that, it's going to be a lockdown in play, and time is running out for Empire. They have to execute, they have to actually get the spike down, but the carrier has been felled already. Brain Freeze going to be able to get to know the team because there's no more time. Empire will concede the round, even though they're getting the kills. It's at least a little bit of a warm-up right now for Empire, but OG is taking their sweet time and even getting a triple kill on Brain Freeze to add insult to injury as it's a 5-0 lead.
I'm not sure if going for those peaks there at the end coming from Stiletto to give up his Vandal might have been the right decision. He still does have money to buy up, yes, but you really do want that extra economy, especially now when you're down 0-5. Another technical pause coming in as we try to get things going, and so what currently right now has been the story. Why is OG taking this 5-0 strong lead versus Empire?
I mean, it's the right side for them. That's the biggest thing. If you're playing no duelists, then at least get on the defensive and try to snowball from there. The amount of control they've been able to take onto A main and B main have really been substantial. The Killjoy with the chokehold, and really why you see the Killjoy a lot more on the Ascent rather than the Cypher. And then you see also a bit of that triple peak action. You have the Sage, you have the Breach working together on a site. Make sure that everything is contested as much as possible. Put Empire on the spot. And everything that OG decides to do does actually get in the way of Empire, literally. It is always a blockade, it is always a barricade, it is always something in the way, and Empire just hasn't been too sure of themselves that they can't really execute the way that they would like with their composition right now.
Well, right now, a change-up might be needed coming from the side of Empire. 0-5, not the best start, obviously, but it is still not the end of the world here. They can definitely try and bring it back, as, of course, we're only moving into the 6th round of this half. You see, this is very, fun.
The turret goes boop boop boop.
Just pre-firing every angle.
It even has the little angry chick thing. I love it. I love it. But you know what? I'd love to see if Empire can actually commit on what they want to do. They have the contact playstyle. They have this composition that really dwells and really is enabled by getting picks for free and getting out if need be. If they can force things out, if they can execute on the spot or find the weakness of Oasis Gaming, those will be pretty much the commandments that they'll be looking to work with coming into this map. What will be the answer though? If they can find Brainfreeze here in the middle, it might help them out in the long run. Or Empire, just go all in, 5 people in, let's see who survives and fight back against whatever OG brings to the table.
Now, I totally get you, Dax, that, you know, it'd be nice if they would commit, but I also understand the reason why they're kind of hesitating a lot. There's so much utility coming in from OG that really halts their push as it's about to start. As you can see them, they've tried A-Long twice now, and OG just, you know, throws a bunch of utility at them, throws a bunch of, you know, hard and soft TC in a way towards them, and they're just like, okay, we can't continue to push this. It's a moot point. We're just going to get filtered on out if we do push in here. Let's try and go for the rotate. Sometimes it's a bit too late, and they know that the rotate has to be committed to, and OG, perfect on the rotations to try and cut them off as well as they try and go for the opposite side. So Empire in a very tough position here, and OG, they do have, as you said, yes, the right side for the composition. The question is, though, when they move on to the attack, can they still make it work here without a duelist to help get them those entries?
In that case, that's when the 12-0 helps.
Yes.
If it does actually happen that way. It really is a bit of an all-in comp for one side to make that buffer and try to win through grit, try to win through setup, but in a slower kind of pace. And that's the one folly of any no duelist composition. There's no one to really change the tempo up out of nowhere. It's either you go slow or you go fast, and that is pretty much it. Empire, though, is still on the attacking side, OG on the defensive, and really, the lanes have been controlled so very well by Oasis Gaming on both sides. Will we see this more? Empire now contesting over here at B. 4 of them pushing through B main so far. This is the outro of Nexi, getting that intel, seeing no one over at the lane. Almost saw the Sova by the staircase there. It's up to Beats right now. What kind of angles will he take? Where is the lineup gonna come from? They're actually though with the kill onto Godovers to start things off. And this is what Empire needs. Beats though in the meantime holding close. And there we go with Brainfreeze also getting on the board. Nexi though all the way on the other side. Sprays it down against Beats. And it seems like Empire able to take both sides of B. Brainfreeze gonna get shock darted away. Silver with low HP. And dangerous waters for both Sentinels as now the neural tap and the spike is dropped.
A great response coming there from Nexi to find the opposing Sova. Now it's going to be a 3v3 on the retake. 2 members on the side here for Empire, currently low, and they're trying to hold on to the site and the post plan. Now for the side of OG, they can make this happen. They still do have a bunch of economy there. There comes out the flashpoint. Nobody being caught out from that flash yet, though, and some information being gathered here for the side of Empire. Now Worship, he's crawling on. They have to know that the Omen is inside B main here. They have to know that there's 2 at least in both houses, because there's nobody else that they could be. Brainfreeze and Worship, though, get double kills for their own. Nexi will find one, and he's going to get traded off. A great retake coming in from OG. Very patient, and they do have enough time to get the defuse off, thus gaining them a 6-0. Still currently a flawless half.
The retake is just so strong, and the thing is, Empire is always zoned as soon as the site is at least have that spike in the first place. When you see that the breach is there to have the sight lines, when you see that the breach is able to actually get the fault line hits, then you already know that the setup has been enabled. And even though Worship hasn't gotten too many kills, he has 6 assists on the board in just 6 rounds. 5 assists there for Beats also. Getting takedown after takedown with some good shock darts, with good recon bolts. And really, I'd say he should get like is there a black belt for archery? Whatever kind of. The proficiency is absolutely insane. He has been a Hawkeye to remember.
I'm sure there's an actual like ranking that archers in real life do have it. We might have just annoyed a few archers there, but we're gonna see now if things are gonna finally go the way of Empire. Now they don't have the best economy of them, but they're gonna be able to kind of force a buy here. Of course, you can see for the side of Empire, they're gonna be pulling out the Blade Storm to try and supplement the sheriffs that they do have in their hands. Will they be able to land the shots though, and can they even find the right engagements to apply it in? Now, short is currently being heavily contested right now here towards the catwalk, and you can see 3 defenders on the side of OG towards the A side. You probably want to go towards the B side right now, but there's also lots of utility there from the Killjoy on the side of OG, really hampering that endeavor. And so, what is the what's the call right now? It's very hard to make. You have both sides being heavily defended, and that's kind of like the whole point of having this composition from the side of OG Chimera. Now, all that they're really waiting for Empire right now is to find an opening, and once this wall expires and really melts down towards a long, they're going to be able to pull their chance in and see if anything's going to come out of that. But Ghidorah's a good opening pick off of the flashpoint there coming from his teammate.
Ghidorah's going to be able to get that kill yet again. The assist from the breach, the way to go. And Stiletto, he was the only one who could actually ignore all of that utility, but he waits for everyone else on his team to try and make it through. Beats though, able to punish that patience, and Stiletto now going to be going on down. Rolling Thunder into play, Spike has been planted, and Ripper comes close to just tear apart 2 so far. 1 by the Wine Cellar, will it actually be enough? Nexi though, with that tap onto Ripper there, but Worship, you gotta pray to God against him, because you are just not gonna stand a chance with that gun disparity. OG again, just decimating Empire right now. And it really goes to show that Oasis Gaming is putting all their eggs in their defensive basket, and these eggs are hatching like chicks time and time again.
They weren't able to take that round there, Empire, but I don't think it's as bad of a round as it might seem. Yes, they only got 1 pick there on the Draxi, and it was obviously coming in a very desperate move. But at the end of it, you know, even if Ripper is the only person they did find, Empire still looked pretty good on that execute. They're able to get the spike down. They're able to get some good positions. Of course, they did not have the firepower that they would otherwise want to really hold on there on the post plant, but still, it is looking. I don't think it's looking too dire for Empire yet. If they can get a few rounds here on this half, then that might work out well for them. And Draxi is going to start things off in that stead.
Yeah, Empire needing these entry frags to at least help them out and make the push happen. And with a good buy to the breach, there's not much of the setup that OG can do this time. Z7Z also expending the Leers, and Empire already pushing on forward. This is the speed that we have been expecting, and Brain Free is going to get caught out there. This time there's a critical error on the Killjoy slide. The Sova in the meantime in the corner, and Beats, he doesn't want to touch the Cyber Cage as of yet, but Gadot, always a man on a mission, always going to be able to get the shots on. And even though he's in the stage, he just wants to be able to get the takedowns anyway, but Spike planted now by Empire.
3v4 on the retake now in Empire. Finally, this is the best round that it seems like they've had so far, and so will they be able to pull off the retake here coming from OG? It's going to be very hard. Now, some utility has been expended on the side of Empire, but they still have something to work with, and they do have the ults. Never mind, Empress is down. Beats, and Ghidorah is able to find a kill apiece, and Silver will get the trade-off on the Beats instead. But Ghidorah, that's his triple now for him. Will he be able to get the 4th? He's going to need the quad K to cap this off, and he does get it. A great clutch coming in from OG, and there it is. 8-0 on the board off of the amazing play coming in from Ghidorah.
Ghidorah is able to do it again the same way he knows how, and it's Ghidorah's time to shine on the stage, 8-0, and this is why this guy is always a cause to remember for Oasis Gaming. Star of the show right there, and look at this, Ghidorah on the high ground, sees one, is able to push on forward to the boat ass and more, doesn't care about the recon. Nexi cannot get the shots whatsoever, and overall, it's 3 on the side, 4 for the round, and Ghidorah is giving OG the 8-0 lead.
Oh, very exemplary plays are coming in from Ghidorah's, and we don't expect anything less from one of the stars of OG Chimera. Now, Empire, can they bounce back from this? 8-0 is not a great start at all, and they're going to need to bring something out of their hats here, and OG's Worship is able to get a good start from their side. Not looking well for Empire at all. Now, Hunter's Fury does not land anything, and I think it's kind of worth it to pull it out there. It's kind of like a risk play, you know. they pushed mid and they felt like they were going to. It could potentially be a frag, but Silver is able to bring it back, able to find Ghidorahs, and them finding the Sage first and foremost is huge. That means he's not going to be able to, you know, really sustain and help his team be continuing the fighting.
Silver and Gedo, a tale as old as time, trying to shoot each other to oblivion. And I believe that Cypher is so low on the HP anyway, so you can really see a mortal wound happening on the Cypher so far. But in this case, Empire trying to play it slow and steady yet again, cannot decide where to really go. It's always such a big hamper of Oasis Gaming's defense. And really, this is more of a byproduct of OG doing such a good job on the defensive rather than Empire unable to do anything on the attacking side. Time and time again, OG has found the answer to choke out Empire, to put the news on this team and more. The question is, what's the plan right now as Empire look the angle onto
30
A site?
seconds left.
This cubby control going to be very important, but Beats yet again with the angles to a surprise. And we'll see what he can do now as there we go with the darts. Doesn't get connection. Worship though, trying to go for the operator shot. Doesn't get much. Recon ball is thrown out. Ripper in the cassette. Who does get rid of Silver. And that's Ripper just getting the triple kill. He wants to get that quad, but no, Nexi is there to get that next one. It's 3 also for Nexi. And OG, will they play for time instead? Time is ticking. Nexi with only 2 HP.
He has to stick it.
Here's the drop down. Here comes Brave Freeze. And this might be goodbye to Nexi there, as the Killjoy will end any kind of happiness as Empire's side. The clutch was almost there, but the HP just wasn't.
He needed a quad kill, clutch to pull that one off, and very valiant effort from Nexi, but we also have to point out the great, grim-looking Ripper right now. He has been looking so good these past few rounds, and well, 9-0 on the board. Looked very, very close at the end of it, but still, in the end, OG are able to take that round, and you can see here, Ripper, he had a very good position here. He's able to find the frag, and still being by the boost, able to find the triple. He could have potentially found the fourth here too on the Nexi, but Nexi popped off with his own type of hat, and well, in the end of it, 9-0 is the story in this first half coming in from OG. Is looking very dominant.
Yeah, these tricks are just working out for Oasis Gaming, and they're trying to steal home court advantage from Empire so far. Avenge their loss from week number 1 and try to make it a little bit of a tie for the stage at the very least. The rivalry is continuing on, but Oasis Gaming this time is the one in full control in the driver's seat. So tactical ball is going to be in order. Empire, they know that they have some of the bits and pieces to actually make this one work, but they're just unable to get the speed that they need. Not only that, is they're relying on the clutch too many times so far, and it's just not happening. Plays need to be made. Just all about that tempo need to be changed, and the right targets need to die before anything else happens. Can Empire get that checklist done? Because of course it's a tough task for them, but if any team can do it, it might be Empire, as OG is just doing every little bit right on the other side.
Now, Dax, we know that individual plays can really win rounds and sometimes even games, but it's not the best way to win a series. And as you said, the fact that it always comes down to a clutch here for a win situation coming from Empire is not looking really too good for their side. I mean, you really do need, you know, the whole team to be gelling if you want to take a round convincingly. And so far, the rounds that they could have won wouldn't have been convincingly anyways otherwise, even if they did win those rounds. And so that's what's really concerning me now for the side of Empire. OG are they just seem another level right now on the defensive side, and Bates is able to find another opening pick onto Silver once again. This is not a good start for Empire once more, and so I don't know really. At this point, Empire just they look very lost.
I mean, it's just been a story of OG and Empire. Sometimes one team just looks so much better than the other times it's the other team, and then halfway through they are able to get at each other's level. But this time it does feel like OG's in control, but don't forget guys, this is a best of 3, so anything can still happen. Even though this is Empire's map pick and OG's next map will be their map pick, it is always a possibility to steal home court. There's always a possibility to just make a play happen. And if OG is unable to execute on the attacking side later on, then Empire can still stand a chance anyway. But for now, the Owl Drone, it's so scary. I'd love to get that Owl Drone to have like a really scary massive, like, no, you can't look at me now. You're very, very spooky. Empire, though, pushing over to B main. They are going to be stacking as much as they can. They are going to be committing with Sheriffs in hand. And these taps might be the way to go. Nexi has been the example. Can he execute as Beats is looking to get ready to go? Now that's where I'm going to be into play. They'll go for the zone. Good dash on in, though, from Stiletto. though. Can he find the angle? He's by the switch right now. Lockdown though gonna be into play. Beats coming close. Draxi, patient that he is. Brain Freeze though in the meantime able to get to. And Empire for now breaking that lockdown. But there it's now down by 2. Time is running out. And OG with the angle. OG with a shot. Ripper with that kill. Draxi now all alone. And can he do anything by this point? Decides to evacuate to the market. But no sir, no escaping the operator. And OG now up by 10.
10-0. To say that this is a good start from OG would be undermining things. Very dominant half so far, and you can see the benefits of the composition that they did bring. Rather, sorry. Very yeah, like putting all your eggs in one basket. But so far, if you can get to 12-0, that will pretty much be, well, more than enough to get a single round on the attacking side, really. And so for the side of Empire, they were fortunate that they were able to destroy like the lockdown at the very last second.
Really
Otherwise, they were going to have been committed to it. But now, able to finally buy up once again. And we're going to see if they're going to be able to take this round as they do, once again, choose to go for the B site.
Yeah, chances are running out here for Empire. Gotta give it yet again to Oasis Gaming, holding the line and more. But the Hunter's Fury is the call, and Empire got confidence from the last round that they can infiltrate. But can they execute? OG, though, evacuating from the boat house, deciding to play by the mark instead, play that retake. But Beats ever so patient, and Silver's gonna go down already. Aldro looking at Prime Draxi with a plant, and it's 5v4. OG ready with the res, but that's pretty much it.
That's all they can really work with right now, but 10-0 on the board, and they will be able to have a chance here to get a round on the board finally, as OG are going to try and make this retake happen. Now, they've been spectacular in all those endeavors, and Z7Z is going to find an opening pick on the Ghidorahs. That's a big player, and the big agent removed already here as the stage goes down. 4v4 and Z7Z, that's a double kill for him, but the quick trade off by Beats, and Worship will get one of his own. 3v2 on the board, and they're here still, waiting by the boathouse. Stiletto does have an updraft, but nothing else to work with. For the side here of Nexi, he's able to find a frag, but Worship, will he be able to take this? 1v1, Nexi finally gets the first round on the board for Empire.
Better late than ever here for Empire, and you can really see Nexi able to play it clutch again. His movement, looking to go for the duels to find that dance. And a little unfortunate there for OG because Ghidorah is jumping the gun just a little too early before the paranoia did connect in the first place. Z7Z, good angle, good shots, and good takedowns to give Empire a breath of fresh air. But this might just be pollution yet again from Oasis Gaming very, very soon, as this is the last round before we swap on sides. This is going to be a true test of both. If Empire can find another win, you can see their confidence will skyrocket as they're going to be on the defensive instead. OG in the meantime, the thing is they do want to get that high point marker. They want to have an easier attack as much as possible. And they will try to get this 11-1 lead if ever they get the victory for this last round. As Ripper now, he's waiting by the tree, planting himself, saying, you know, I'm part of the garden, guys. I'm also going to be another tree. I'm the omen tree. I'm a little spooky. But 3 people might be the answer if Empire can find that target.
They're going to be coming down his way in just a bit, but you have to realize, though, that even if the economy won't move on over to the second half, if they can bring that positive energy and win this round and bring it to the second half, they could potentially make the comeback happen, but it's going to be very difficult to do. Now you can see Ripper's able to find a frag. Silver, he's going to go down, but 7Z7, he's going to find a triple kill now. Ripper, a great hold here towards the tree, and that just shuts any hopes Empire had to take this position. Now 2v4 on the board. They will be able to get the spike planted down regardless, but still, it's going to be very difficult to hold on to it after the matter.
Oh, Draxi, though, gonna get hit by the paranoia, and Ripper just always at the right place at the right time, but this time not looking at the right angle, and Worship is there to get the takedown instead. Empire, though, they signed their death warrant by hiding in one cubby, and Nexi gonna get tagged there by Beats before the Rolling Thunder connects, and it will be the demise of Empire one more time. Oasis Gaming only putting ones on the board, 11-1 lead, and if you want to see the miraculous comeback, well, Empire, it's their time to shine on the defense as OG, if they get this pistol, it's going to be even easier for them to win out the whole thing.
Let's be honest here, if they get this pistol round, it's probably a second round going in their pocket. While we do see 1-1s happen a lot, typically you win the pistol, you probably have a much higher chance of taking the second round than on their fourth. And so you can see here the replay, Ripper able to get the triple kill on this defensive hold. That's actually, even though Ghidorahs was not able to find a peek there, that was a good peek from him because even though, once again, he was not able to find a frag, it delayed and really distracted the side here of Empire to kind of take the aggro off from Ripper for him to be able to go for the repeak. Now, we're going to see starting into the second half at 1 round away from match point, that's not a very comforting sight.
Yeah, it's always hard to be down by double digits in Valorant because you only need 13 points anyway to win, and you want to make sure that everything is A-okay. Paranoid gonna get thrown, and Z7Z on the high ground so far. Empire right now moving on the round, trying to find a target or two, but Oasis Gaming, they say we don't need to duelists actually execute on the site, and they use their utility to open it up. Spike planted, arsenals are even. It's gonna go both ways. We'll see if OG or Empire can take it, as the high ground being taken by Empire. Nanoswarm still gonna get popped, and Worship looking for the lineup into the garden and watching the flank.
It's a full 5-man retake coming here on the A side, and they have a position here towards A-main, but look at the flank actually coming in here from the side of Empire. The Omen here towards A-main could potentially find a double kill. Now Draxy's able to find one. Will he find a second? It's a question. Z7Z and Nexus are able to find one of their own. It's going to be a completely flawless round here from the side of Empire. No frag going in the way of OG. And that's it. A great retake coming in from the side of Empire. OG not able to do anything to stop them.
This is the start of something new for Empire. Doubt their attacking side, sure, but never doubt their pedigree, never doubt their mechanical skill. And if you give them a direct battle, then they might have the edge against Oasis Gaming if things fall into their favor. And this is the problem right now for OG. They will be using a bit of their utility to open up the site, to clear it out, and to be able to set up that spike, which means that that utility can't be used for the post plant. That utility needs to be waited on for the cooldown to just wind on down in the first place. And there is a bit of a timing window for Empire to try and make it work. But the timing is everything. And the funny thing is, when you have a big lead like this, you can try new things. So we are back to the Stinger Rush. Oasis Gaming deciding, hey, let's bring the SMGs and let's pretend we're all duelists looking to go for the push. Draxy, though, gonna get smoked out alongside Z7C. And Worship gonna be able to get that kill. Here we go, though, with the Omen getting that takedown. Wall gonna be into play by the door. And Kador is now backing on the way, watching the flank. Here we go again. Take two by OG.
As you said, when there's no duelists, you kind of have to commit. Do we go slow or do we go fast? You can't change it up in between. And now they commit to going really hard and really fast towards the A side. It's got them to the plant, but will they be able to hold on to it during the post? Now, the question is, as they pull in from the Heaven position here, will they be able to even find an opening? Because there's so much utility being dropped, and Silver's able to find an opening pick on the Ripper. It's a big player being removed already. That's a double kill now for Silver, but the trade-off will be coming in from Ghidorah's here to find Draxi in return. 3v2 on the board, and look at this. A flurry of frags. Beats able to find a double kill. He's going to be in the 1v1 once again, and a triple kill going to Beats, getting the clutch off and bringing OG at the cusp of this match.
That's the beatdown right there from Beats again, and it is now match point. Beats has made himself really the star of the show here for Oasis Gaming, stepping it up alongside his team. And it really has been such a big performance from Beats last week and this time already. 17 kills for the Sova at the right angle, at the right time. Silver proving why he can go gold, why he can go even better and better than that. But unfortunately, Beats again, waiting it out, looking for the timing and getting that takedown. You know, Oasis Gaming, they do like to rotate the duelist. Sometimes it's Beats, sometimes it's Worship alongside Ghidorah's. But this is a huge performance from Oasis Gaming. Worship gonna catch out Draxi, even Empire now already losing the smokes. It's gonna be so difficult for them without that control. It's up to OG to dictate how the battlefield will look like.
5v4. Good opening pick coming from the side of OG, and, well, they're looking so much closer to match point to taking this match, but Brain Freeze, he's going to get taken down. A good shot there from Stiletto to hold down mid and really guard the B site. Now you can see that the entire play is seeming to happen here towards the A side. Z7Z, a good shot for him to find Ghidorah's. Nexi, though, able to find a frag of his own, but a quick trade-off from the opposing Sova. Beats, will he be able to beat them back down? Z7Z, that's a double kill for him, but Silver will cap it all off. 12-3 on the board. OG not able to take this one yet, as Empire are still holding on to this very dire situation.
Yeah, the Empire still has the army, and they are still alive and breathing for now. But will this be the fall of the Empire very, very soon on Ascent? Or will it be the comeback? Will it be back into the Golden Age, back into the beautiful, beautiful times of Empire, if this can keep going in their favor? By this point in time, when you see that your opponent has 12 points, you just buy whatever you can, ask for whatever you can, because that money is not going to be going anywhere anymore if you lose a round. Can Empire hold on to B-side this time? Because here comes OG. But now, they're going to be waiting on the other side, but it does feel like it's all about the eco here for Oasis Gaming.
It does feel like it, because for the side of OG, they do know that they have quite a bit of a cushion between them and Empire, and so they can kind of relax here a bit while it's an eco, obviously. Try and find what they can. Z7Z, that's a double kill for him. Ripper and Beats, one after the other, and that's a triple now for Z7Z at this point, giving the fourth. Will he land the shot? No, he won't. Worship gonna win that aim duel, and Draxi's gonna time in to get him down. Their worship, as he's removed, it's all going to be in the hands here of Brain Freeze. Frenzy in hand, switch outs for the Sheriff, 26 HP, not able to bring it down. And well, 12-4 on the board. Good anti-eco.
Wouldn't it be a statement if Brain Freeze just threw a gun away, got a new gun, and then shot you in the head? That would be quite the sight to behold.
Who needs to reload when you can pick up a new gun?
Exactly. But Empire doing a really good job there. Z7Z finding the kills, went for the push, realized that the gun advantage was in their favor. But you can see sometimes there's still a bit of the habit for some of the Reyna players. You don't have 4 orbs anymore. You only have 2. And there's no point to get that second Devar if ever. But then again, it's still him getting the takedowns anyway, so he should be happy about that. Just a quick little note here for some of our aspiring Reynas. The Empress, though, will allow you to have unlimited orbs if you want to. But here comes now the execution onto a site. Empress, though, gonna get popped, and Empire wanting to pop up with Z7Z. There's the first kill. He's waiting for the proper time to use it, but Nexi holding the line, and Empire right now setting up the crossfires to remember this game is not over yet, says Empire, and this has been really the ticking time bomb that we have been talking about. Z7Z with the kill, 12-5. Empire mounting the comeback, and you can really see that water and oil, they don't mix together, and I'd say no duelist composition and attack. This is a really, really hard test for OG.
This is exactly what we were kind of worried about for the side of OG, but I do want to point out the fact that, you know, Z7Z was so composed there on trying to hold on to the A site, and he knew that they were going to be coming down his way. He knew that the entire site was littered, but still, he stayed calm, cool, and collected, waiting under in the shadows for them to go for the peak, and, well, able to make the most out of it, and his single frag enabled the rest of his team to collapse on the offense of OG. So great positioning, great composure, and great play coming in from Z7Z.
Yeah, 1 point though is still all OG needs, and that's the thing. Not only does OG have that stage, but also they have the resurrection available. So if they go for the 1-for-1 trade, it will always go in favor of OG, but Z7 finds worship, and Ripper with the ding there. Goodbye to the Reyna. Great shot by the Omen. Thing is though, the Cypher of Empire also going to be quite low, and there's no regeneration on their side, so the defense, they have to be careful. They want to survive, and there's no room for error anymore here from the side of Empire, but OG whipping out the Hunted Fury. Gador is actually opening it up and catching out Draxi there. Here comes Gador right now, looking for the resurrection, bringing worship back to life, and the numbers are now piling in favor of OG. This is what we were afraid of, and Empire, they have to hold together. They have to find the guns that they want. Gador's now falls in the hand Stiletto, but the Rolling Thunder will catch him, and it's now 4v2 as A-side gonna get siege. Beat still by the generator so far, and the Cypher and the Sova going for the last stand. It will be the shock darts. Do not try to connect though. Next he will kill Ripper instead, and this is gonna be very close, but it seems like OG, they have time to find an opportunity to put that spike down.
OG here, even on the eco, able to win the fights and the duels that they needed to, and next is all going to be in his hands. Will he even expect the breach to be right around the corner? Now, he has pushed himself here to the deeper, farther side. He's going to have to commit to this right under him. He's practically breathing on him, standing on him. He's going to go for the peak. Does he know where he is? No, he's not. Brain freeze, a bit too cold for the head, and that is it. Opening map taken away by OG.
Nexi unable to see, feel, or hear the presence of one member of Oasis Gaming just waiting under him. Great shot there by OG, and you gotta give it to Ripper opening that one up. Z7 falling that quickly, who has been popping off on the defending rounds, and then Gadores is like, I'm gonna get the kill on my own, I'm gonna go for the res, and give us the win anyway. The numbers were in favor of Oasis Gaming. It was all of them alive at some point after the resurrection. It was them in the lead after that first half, and OG will take it 30-5. Empire, though, putting up a really good effort still, showing their mechanical prowess, showing their takedowns, but in terms of going for the attack, they've always been choked, and they've really felt that pressure time and time again.
What a great map coming in here from the side of OG Chimera. We saw that they put all of their eggs into the one basket, but it was the right basket to be put in. Not going for any duelists in their lineup was a bit, not necessarily concerning, but it's a very curious decision to see here coming in on Ascent. They were able to make it work, though. We saw that they did struggle on the attacking side, but since they knew they're going to be starting on the defending side, it might have just been the right thing to do, and really, you know, as you really commit to doing as best as you can on the defensive side, the attacking side can sometimes falter, but fortunately for them, they're able to get 11 rounds in the opening start, and so that was enough for them, rather, to be able to get over the hump of the attacking side without having a duelist and, well, congratulations for a good opening start here from OG. But Empire, they're going to have a chance to bring this one back, and I don't doubt that we're going to have an amazing match too as we come back into it, guys. We'll see you in just a bit as we come back in a split for our second map here.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Woo! Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Mac!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na data ng MyFi ko.
Ubus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found! Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
So here we are, guys. We are back for VALORANT Challengers Philippines, stage number 1, week number 3. Dax in Black and Blue back for the action, and after an amazing set map, we are moving into the urban area of Split instead. But Black and Blue, I gotta ask you something.
Yes.
Is no duelist a way to go?
It definitely could be here, especially if you're going to be starting on the defensive side. If you can get at least double digits on your side, well, you have a tiny hump to go when you move on over to the second half, and we saw the exact replica of that here coming in on our map number 1.
It's like a smooth ride.
You get all the way down the highway, just a tiny hump, and then potentially get those 2-3 rounds in an attack.
Hopefully. You know, speed bumps are the way to go sometimes just to control things. And if guys, you want a little bit of control of the broadcast, then you can choose what channel you want to watch here. Here at the VALORANT Challenge Philippines, we have commentary both in English as well as Filipino. You are tuning on in right now at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. But if you want to hear the Filipino broadcast, then check it out at facebook.com/PPGLGG, or even our newest edition, tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. Don't forget also, we got backups and we got both of these broadcasts live on YouTube at bit.ly/PPGL-YT. Pick your poison and enjoy the action here. We just want to make sure everyone has a good time, and it really is an amazing, amazing set here from VALORANT Challengers Philippines.
Definitely, guys. And while OG did win that, and while all these teams have a chance to win, not only they can win, but you guys have a chance to win as well. All you have to do to win 1,500 VALORANT points, that's 1,500, is simply like and share the Facebook stream. Oh, sorry. Rather.
I got you. I got you.
I was going off the script.
You know what they have to do?
What do they got to do?
They got to do our job.
They gotta do
so
our
guys,
job.
you gotta do that. Just stitch into it. Asteroids TikTok video casting challenges week 2 posted on the PPGL Facebook page, and you gotta post the video rather on your Facebook or your TikTok account with the hashtag #PPGL. Just do it. Make sure that the video is public so we can find it, and a total of 10 winners will win. I need your hand now. It's won 1,500 VALORANT points, and of course, winners will be announced at the end of the stream, so stay tuned.
Basically, guys, Asteroids classing over a clip, he throws it over to you, and now it's your turn. All you have to do is, once again, there's the mechanics below, do it on TikTok, and hopefully you can be one of the 10 lucky winners that we're going to flash up here at the end of the day. Now, speaking of 10 winners and players, we do have Empire versus OG. As we get back into it, Split is what we're going to be going into. Now, this is OG Chimera's map pick, if I'm not mistaken. And while they were able to take it away from Empire, Ascent, will Empire be able to do the same in return to OG is the question.
It's going to be interesting because they are going to be starting off on the defensive. And I'm curious to see what OG is going to be bringing to the table. This is a new look OG that we're seeing so far. Not really on the roster side, but in what agents they're going to be playing here instead. And already, we're seeing a bit of that old school cool here for OG. Beats looking to play that stage, and BrainFreeze looking to play that Killjoy for now. BrainFreeze really being a big anchor to this Sentinel-based composition, to all of this defensive kind of shenanigans that they've been trying to do. Ripper on the smokes, Worship on that breach, and Gadot gonna be looking to play for the map on the Raze instead. But Empire, they say, you know, we know how to play this map. We have really proven ourselves on this map time and time again. And really, Split was where they made a name for themselves to challenge Brand months ago and be really one of the top teams of the Philippine scene.
Now, so far here in the VCT, the Philippines stage, Empire have gotten to the grand finals of the first week. OG, so far, only semifinals has been the farthest that they've went to. And so it's really going to be OG's chance to kind of cement themselves as one of the best teams here. And while they are, the results haven't been as we would like to expect from OG, knowing the talent that these guys possess. Empire, going to have to put a stop to that. As we see here, their composition, Jet, Sage, Omen, Killjoy, and the Raze, both of them actually pulling out the Omen here. No Jet coming in from the side of OG, as they both also pull out the Raze. And I like the fact that they do use Raze here, because I feel like Raze's whole kit is kind of really suited to Split in the way that a lot of it is very good for clearing corners, right? Yep. You got the paint shells, you got your boom bot, and you have everything else. Of course, you have a big macho rocket launcher to clear a corner blindly if you want to. And so them realizing how important Raze here has been, and historically in the VCT here in the Philippines, Raze has kind of been one of the keys for teams winning on Split in the first place. And so I like the fact that they acknowledge that.
Yeah, I mean, the Raze is just so strong, can make such a good choke with the Sage and the Raze together. Interesting enough note to note is Empire is changing up the roles. I did see Stiletto actually whipping out the Killjoy instead, back to that Sentinel role from what, weeks, months ago. Seems like Silver gonna be playing the duelist this time, but OG keeping it real, keeping it comfy, and doing such a great job at Sigurd. You can see the confidence right now is brimming with OG, and really one of the biggest factors that has hurt OG in their run as a team has been that communication. They are together though; they're able to see each other, they're able to use each other's cameras of all things, and it really feels like they're happy to be playing together. They're happy to be at that venue, and really the orgs that support these players are just, well, I'd say what, an unsung hero in the scene, because we really notice when some of these orgs support, some of these orgs add into the equation, then these teams just get better and better, making it such a career for themselves.
Totally, just knowing that you have, a family behind you to really support your endeavor and what you're doing, right, and that, that sort of structure that the team does very so need being provided to them is such a huge understated factor here when we come into a tournament and competitive setting. And so, as we move now finally into our map number 2 in just a bit, Split is what we're going to be doing. Of course, this is Oasis Gaming's map pick. It's going to be, though, Empire here on the defensive side. And so, with their composition, as they start on the defensive side, do you think it is the right one to be pulling out here when they're already down 0-1?
And Empire, they just need to play comfy, basically. They need to find ways that used to work. And looking at these agents right now, looking at who's playing it, it really feels like it's a bit of a blast from the past for both Empire as well as OG. Because basically, these guys were running these comps months ago as Chimera and Agent of Fires respectively. So it really just goes to show that they just want to bring it back to the good old days. They want to go for something that has been very, very comfortable for them. And, AGN, now Empire, Chimera becoming the official OG squad, the only OG squad after everything is said and done. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. OG, though, going to be on the attack side. Technical pause going to be in order. Seems like there's a bit of an issue yet again. Hopefully, everything is A-okay. Empire, though, in the meantime, going to be on the defensive. And yes, Jet and Raze versus the Raze only. Sage is going to be into play. Breach, though, for the setup. And you can still make a bit of that flash dash work. But instead of the flash, instead of the dash, rather, it's a flash and the blast instead.
Well, I do appreciate the fact that Empire did try to switch things up, but now with them going back in the kind of like their older ways, going back to what it might just be the type of sauce they need to top this all off. Now, as they get it going here, it seems like mid is going to be what is going to be contested to start things off. OG, they are very, very concerned here about what is going to be happening towards A-Long, and so you can see that they left their Sage there to try and block off that angle in case anybody gets a bit too overeager from the side of Empire. Now, for OG, I think they've kind of pulled the defense here towards the B side, but really right now they're not sure where they want to really aggress as well, and so it's kind of a feeling out phase right now here as we start it on the pistol.
Yeah, and it does feel like if they look at that scoreboard, they're going to see, oh, this guy is playing this again. Oh, this guy is playing this again. Where are we? Are we all the way back in August 2020? Are we here right now in March 2021 instead? But the evolution of these teams cannot be ignored. And you already know how great these two teams have become in the Philippine scene. Painchill's still gonna get thrown, and here comes Gadors trying to blast back his way to victory. Clearing out the screens if ever. The killjoy, though, of Stiletto trying to fight back. But Stiletto cannot stand up against Gador so far.
A good opening pick there from Gadors. And so Nexi, he's gonna be able to at least blast this down. Nope, Beats is going to go for the peak, finding the opposing Sage in that engagement, and a 3v5 on the board. Now, they do get the spike planted down, and it's going to be very tough now here for the side of Empire to try and get in the site even. Now, that wall, and of course, there, the fault line, making everything so much more difficult, and as he tries to go on through, Beats and Ripper find a pocket piece, and it's all giving the hands of Silver, who suddenly is turned down bronze.
Yeah, Silver gonna be pretty much demoted there to Oblivion, but OG with a good start there. Really feels like, though, you look at that scoreboard, Silver back on that Jet, Stiletto back on that Killjoy, Nexi back on that Sage. They're actually gonna be on that Raze, and Z7 filling out the roster with the Omen. It will be yet again the chemistry issues. It will be yet again that feeling out that Empire needs to get over very, very quickly because they are down a map. We saw their potential in their defense on Ascent. And right now, they are on splits, defensive as well. If they need to find their footing, they need to find it fast because they want to get as many rounds as possible in a map like this.
Very true, and well, for the side of Empire, they're already down 0-1 here in the series. Lose this map, and they're pretty much out of this stage, and so everything is going to really rely on their chemistry working here as they try and switch things up coming into the second map. Now you can see Silver here, Bucky in hand. Of unfortunately for him, the Boombot doesn't come his way, and so he can still play this corner. Will Ghidorah is expected, though. On the other end of it, there on top of Heaven, they do have two teammates for him to really try and bait out and potentially get the trade-offs with. But Silver does let the shot ring out, gonna go and retreat back though, and the rotation has been called in to go towards the A site. Same for the side of Empire here, they know to expect it, and so A site will once again be the point of contention.
Feels like it's a Congo line waiting to happen for both sides, and they have to be careful of those lineups. They have to be careful on how these pushes are going to go in the first place. Already a setup done by Empire. Over to that entrance, and Nexi with a beautiful shot off the door. It's a classic in hand. That's all he needs to get that takedown. Now the Swarm going to be into play. There's the Turtle trying to go for the peak, but Worship has to back on out instead. And the Aftershock right now trying to get on through. Brain Freeze carving up a path of destruction and getting the first, but Draxi able to hold close and get that takedown. 3v3 now, and here comes OG moving over to B sites, but Empire rushing the same way.
A good rotate coming in from OG, but Empire are one step ahead. They do know that they're going to be coming this way. Look at this! The double kill coming in from Silver as Asware likes to chime it. The mid-range sniper. Worship, he's going to get capped off there. Buckshot to the face and a triple kill from Silver. A good rotate from him. You see that as soon as the raise was found there towards Heaven, they knew they're going to go down into ropes here, Empire. You saw that the Jet, Silver, instantly burned his tailwind, getting him the early start there going towards Heaven. And well, a good pick here coming in, well, rather good hold from Silver to cut them off at the neck of this entire push. And well, Silver, great play coming from him.
Patience is virtue, and Silver was there to rush in, make those takedowns happen, and use the Bucky to the best degree. What a good angle being taken there by Empire. They knew that was the pathway OG was going to take in the first place. From that point on, it was just a kill, and a kill to remember. Silver, though, now playing by the box, and it will be Ghidorah's going on down to start things off. 5v4 Empire right now, trying to control the battlefield as OG is going for the Sheriff round instead. It really feels like that here for Empire, they're waking up to themselves again. This is the matchup that we have been waiting for. This has been the matchup to remember time and time again in the Philippine scene, and we're seeing shades of it again here in game number 2 as Brain Freeze will get caught out by Silver, who is just absolutely popping so far. 3 kills on the board for the Jet, and he wants more, sees that stage, tries to turn around to get the ace, but Worship is there to fall to the hand of Nexi to end the round.
Silver, a amazing performance once again in this round. A 4K going in his way. Of course, it was against the Eco, but still, very good showing coming in from him. He's looking very hot right now. Operator in his hands, and they do have the economy to support that and well, really help him. You can see Stiletto there on 5K, and the rest of the side here of OG going to be forcing up the rifles that they can. Now, they're going to be at least in a comfortable buy here, although Beats, as you can see, it's quite going to have to go for the light shields instead of going all the way through and committing to that, and so still, lots of work with here, OG, and they can definitely bring this to a 2-2 on the board. You can see their offense is quite split up, and a good opening pick from Silver to find Beast of all players. That's your Sage, your only healer being removed quickly on, and so good opening pick once again coming from Silver.
And that's why Silver deserves to be on that Jet. You can really see that he is amplified by the mobility of an agent like that. And OG did actually know what hit them, the operator there from Empire. We say it time and time again, when Empire brings out the op, they do change up the way they play the game. It's already Silver just watching over all these angles, and everyone else trying to make sure that they can actually retrieve that op if need be. Stiletto even playing by the tower right now, putting that turret by the box. Ghidorahs might meet it very soon. Who's going to be able to get the contact on who first? Bolt line though connects on the Killjoy, but Stiletto able to back out in time.
Well, that does give him a bit of a ruckus, but still able to got on here to the side. Silver able to find a triple kill now going his way. After that opening pick, he's going to find the fourth, and once again, a second round in a row with a 4K going towards the way of Silver. Silver, at this point, just rename your name yourself to, I don't know, Platinum.
Radiant.
Let's go straight up to Radiant.
Exactly, and you know, that's really where he belongs, here at the top echelons of the Philippine scene. 11 kills right now for Silver. He decided to just carry his team and more so far, and the Blade Storm's perfectly timed. There we go, the burst bar twice, 3 kills in a row, and that's gonna be the quad yet again for Silver. Back to back quad feeds for Silver, and then the Bucky to get like what, the trifecta a while ago. Things are looking good here for Empire, thanks to Jets and more.
Silver bringing the steel, the cold hard metal to this fight, and his Blade Storm rings true. Now the question is, for whom will this bell toll? As OG are going to be trying to commit here towards a mid position. They know that Silver is here now towards B main, and so that's going to push them on back. Ghidorah's, he's going to be forced back from the great paint shells from Draxi to try and buy them some space. Now the smoke does block out here the top of mid, and so that's going to tell Draxi to fall on back here towards the rafters. Shot coming out from Silver, not able to land, but a double kill from Draxi. Quick trade off both Ghidorah's, but he's done his damage. Will Silver be able to find one of his own is the question here. He could potentially, oh, he does leg him, I do believe in that engagement. It's going to be 1-3 on the board. Worship, a ghost in hand, but the classic rings true. 4-1 on the board, and Silver is looking so hot right now.
This is just gonna be a heavy metal approach from Silver, and you know that right click from the classic, it spreads through a triangle, but that's enough to tag down the breach anyway. Empire using the natural advantage here on split, defending as well as they can and more. And OG unable to open up in the way that they would like. That's the thing though, playing the Raze over the Jet in these situations. You're not gonna be able to get that forward momentum out of nowhere. You need to find ways to actually make your blast works properly, and sometimes it's just so hard to hop on around just like that and get supported by your team at the same time. But things are still in OG's favor if we go on to the defensive. We have so much set up if need be, and Empire will have to pull out all the stops to try and make it happen on the second half. But we're still in the first half, and we're getting basically shades of what we saw on Ascent. Empire, they need to be the ones to make a bank right now of points. They need to be the ones to be dominating this half, and even though they have two duelists that can help them out later on, it really feels like OG is just waiting for their chance to shine on the defensive instead and be on the limelight there.
Yeah, Empire looking so much better already here on this second map as they did during, well, rather compared to they did during Ascent. And so the round is about to get going underway, and it seems like A-Site is in for a bit of a twirl. OG are going to be coming now their way very quick, very hard, and they're going to be committing to this peak. As Silver able to find the opening pick on the river once again. He's been finding so many things here for the side of Empire, and once again, they're going to be standing strong, but Ghidorah is able to take out Stiletto waiting in sight.
Finds the angles, and that's a blast back jump that we have been looking for. Also, Ghidorah is able to stay away from Silver of all things. And it does keep him alive, but at the cost of their smokes instead. 4v4 though, both showstoppers are available. And we'll see what Draxi can do with this one. Boombot right now, bouncing on around. Looking to clear out the site and more. Sage though, I believe can be holding there on the right-hand side. Brain freeze right now, dropping down that lockdown. But C7Z and Draxi are there to get the takedowns. Ghidorah's right now with a flag, and here comes the showstopper to aim at Silver. That's a 3K already for Ghidorah, but Nexi there does get the catch. Worship right now versus Draxi, and the low ground is where it will be memorable. Empire going for the defuse, gonna be able to hold on to A. 5-1 right now, and Empire waking up to a second wind.
A great retake from Empire, and I kind of feel bad there for Ghidorah. He did so much in that round, and he played so good, but in the end, just not enough to get the round in for OG. Now for the side of Empire, they burned the lockdown of OG there on the side of Brain Freeze, and they were also able to burn the well, the showstopper coming from Ghidorah's. I don't know if Draxi pulled out his good. Actually, no, he did. They both burned their showstopper, and so good use of their utility here. Empire able to kind of make a moot point out of the lockdown that was placed here by OG.
OG couldn't make that lockdown count. It was basically for pressure though, and they wanted Empire to act on them accordingly, but Empire still won the round anyway. Silver now waiting it out. Will Ghidorah, how will he peek this? He's jumping all around, but Silver still gets the headshot! What reactions there from the Jets, and it really feels like it's all momentum right now for Empire, and Silver is the biggest cost. It's the turbo engine, but beats now with the resurrection, and Draxi catches out Brain Freeze. C7 patiently waiting. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
It seems like Silver knows exactly what he needs to do and what he has to do to be able to counteract this pressure coming in from OG as well. OG might as well be vampires at this point, and definitely for the side here of Empire, Silver looks like he has the right metal for the job. Now Ghidorah, he's going to be walking his way now into heaven. Following him closely behind, tailing him here is going to be the Omen. So I do believe he still has a Paranoia up online. He can potentially find an opening here. Now the Boombot does come out. They know where Silver is now because of that shot, and the paint shells will flush him out of the corner, thus gaining them an opening. But Ghidorah, he's going to be completely blind here, paranoid and anxious, as C7Z is able to find the triple kill. Will he find the fourth? Ripper will go down, the opposing Omen. I will find you, I will get you, and that is it. That is it. 6-1 on the board. A good start from Empire.
Absolutely, just need that purity here from Empire, and it doesn't matter what agent some of these guys are playing. Z7Z popping off the same way he does on his Reyna, and And this is just him able to hold the line yet again, but Silver, 14 kills to remember and more. Zaletta has been just chilling around 1 to 2. It's just like, okay, I guess my team's gonna kill everyone now. And it goes to show sometimes when you have someone absolutely hot on the defensive, you're doing your job as a sentinel by not really doing anything, but just existing in the first place. Silver, though, he has been one to watch out for. It does feel like it's just a homecoming for Silver, and it's just the right place for him to play this duelist on the Empire roster. In the meantime, though, OG playing into the middle. Split, of course, split up in the middle by OG right now. A and B gonna be the choices so far. It seems like this might be the rappel onto a tower as Empire waiting for someone to come. And look at this, SEAL Team 6 ready to go. Here comes OG.
Silver, he has never looked better, and oh no, he's gonna get caught out looking the wrong way here too potentially, but good peeking from Silla to find a double or triple kill, finding his way. Now it is against the eco, yes, but he was able to save Silver there, because if Silver did go down against all those pistols, I would give them the operator, and that's something that they really want Silver to continue to be on. It's going to be a 2v4 now, and as Beats and BrainFreeze are able to bring it back, actually equalizing the man disadvantage now, bringing it to a 2v2, and the Sage is able to heal himself up there, Beats. And so the rotate comes in towards the B side. There's nobody there to stop them on the side of Empire, and well, the plant can go off here for the side of Empire. Will they go for the retake is the question. They have the operator, yes. If they can potentially find a pick, they can switch on out and maybe get another round on the board for the side here of OG. They do have the plant in. They're going to try and bring this back, and they do also res here. Draxi, who gets immediately removed. Good heads-up play coming in from OG as the 2-on-2 comes online.
Yeah, Nexi and Silver versus the Sage and the Killjoy on the other side, but BrainFreeze has been popping, and Beats has been impressive all throughout. We'll see, though, what he can do on the Sage, as this is going to be time now for BrainFreeze to set things up. Guns, though, still in favor of Empire. Nexi trying to go for the push over to the spike. Cloudburst going to be into play. There we go now. BrainFreeze patiently waiting, and Beats going to be able to get the tap anyway. It's all up to Nexi now. Can he actually hold the line? Turret going to be set on up, and Beats will be able to get another beautiful, beautiful shot. It really is that sheriff difference when you're able to get a one-tap just like that. That's the only gun you need to play this game.
As you said, BrainFreeze is popping, and well, Beats, he's just rocking it right now. 6-2 on the board, and they are one round away from halving this deficit up 6-3. Now the question is, will they be able to do that, as Silver has been popping off. Not able to bring it back there during that round, but at the very least, he is still looking very good. Beats, of course, we have to see this once again. A great shot coming in from him to get a triple kill on the board, finding the opposing Sage. And well, here we go. Spike is going towards the way of B main initially, but you're going to hold off on that, leaving a turret there to cover their flank and potentially try and see what they can find, what control they can gain here towards mid. Silver, though, is going to be looking that way. There he goes. Going to be able to exfiltrate very safely. Nothing they can do about that shot, and a good opening pick once again from Silver.
Well, sometimes they say love is all you need, but here for Silver, off is all you want and more. This has been temptation for OG to try and peek against the operator, and Empire punishing it accordingly time and time again. We can really see yet again that Empire adjusting their playstyle because of that op. They waited for the Jet to get that kill first, dashing on away, and now setting up the wall. OG down by 2 people. We'll see if they can clutch it out again, but it's a hard-fought battle, and Silver is waiting at the doorstep of that staircase.
Well, they're walking up his way right now, and will he be able to find another frag here? Yes, he does. That's a triple for him. Every single frag has gone his way, and the Blade Storm is about to come out. But will it ring true that he's not able to land the shot? That slow orb kind of hampering him in that endeavor. But in the end of it, it's still going to be a 4v1, heavily in the favor of Empire. BrainFreeze, they know where he is. What can he do? He does have HP. He does have the Nano Swarm still up here, and well, he's going to be quite tough, trapped between a rock and a hard place, able to kind of remove himself from that engagement for now, but they still know where he is, and they can pretty much collapse and pincer him here on top of the stairs.
Yeah, bit of a pre-fire there. BrainFreeze now is gonna get hunted on down, and Empire is waiting for an opportunity. Oh, BrainFreeze, the timing yet again. Sometimes when you feel that doubt, you feel that hesitation, that's when it costs you. And Empire now is up by 5. OG struggling on the offensive, as we did see there on a stand. Empire right now taking command, and they do want to equalize this thanks to the operator antics of their Jets.
Yes, you hesitate. Well,
you're dead.
You're dead.
You're dead.
In the wise words, hesitation could be defeat.
Yeah, that's pretty simple. If you're in a gunfight and you don't shoot them and they shoot you, you're pretty much dead. It's very straightforward, Mr. Black and Blue.
Very, very much so. Black and white, right on paper.
Not
now,
Black and Blue though.
Oh, He'd say that too. Well, Paint Shell to come out here, and that's going to do so much damage actually, but the Blast Pax is able to get Ghidorah's the verticality that he needed to get away from it. Now, he knows that Stiletto rather is on the other side of it, and he's able to find him, destroying the lockdown. Good push there from Ghidorah's, good heads-up play to try and gain in the space that they need, as Beats is able to find the opposing Nexi here. Z7Z is able to find Ripper as well. It's been a mirror match of each other finding the opposing agents.
Yeah, and now bad screens, Drax are going to have a hard time. Beats, though, whipping out the up to answer back again. So Silver there, but here comes Brain Freeze and Worship to get those takes, and just leaves everything to the hands of the Jet. What will Silver do? Okay, never mind. He says, I'm out. I'm done with this one. And this is the right answer here for OG. Whipping out their own operator to challenge Silver and everything he wants to do. Beats one of the best players right now on the OG roster to whip that gun out. And you can really see that he has made a mark already for this round. One thing to note though, OG has to be a bit more careful because Empire has found ways to actually stop Godot in his trap. The verticality that he got a little too high up rather than towards the screens instead, and the exit will catch out Beats. Can they actually get the operator? That's the question. Oh no.
Oh, they drop it.
They dropped it, and OG, they say, okay, we have to play rifles again, and this gives Empire such a big advantage out of nowhere. Silver refusing to fight another round against an op. He will take it out at the end of that one.
That is actually one of the biggest or most impactful picks that we've seen so far lately here coming in there from Silver, because the reason why they pulled the operator on Beats out in the first place, you don't normally see here for the side of OG to be them pulling out the operator and attack here on Split, but they did that specifically to answer back towards Silver's dominance there on the operator. But this time, him removing him is going to be big. Now, Drax is able to find the frag of their own, but look at this, the showstoppers stopping the show from both of their sides. Beats is able to find Brave Freeze in return and get them back to a 5v4 situation. They do have control of the site, and the spike will be planted as the retake is about to come in here. Will the retake work out in their favor here for Empire? As the lockdown has come in, it's going to try and buy them some time.
Yeah, OG going to be able to buy themselves precious time, but Z7 getting a precious double kill there as Godowers will be able to get the refrag at the end of that. 3v3 for now. Godot by the ramps, waiting patiently for someone to come. He still has the Pain Shell. Silver now picking up that Vandal, and here comes Godowers taking care of business and taking care of the Jet. Now, what can Nexi do alongside the Killjoy? He's trying to clear out the site, and Ripper going to go on down. All the defenders here for OG going to be by A main instead, and this might be time for Empire to stick it as much as possible. There we go with the defuse. Will it actually work out? Nexi will hold the line to buy time, and OG will lose this round as Stiletto will yoink that round win away from them.
What a retake there from Empire. They begun that, mind you, in a 4v5, and so good composure for them to really bring things back in 18-6-0. You can see here from the side of Silver, not really getting any assists here, landing all the shots that he needs to and confirming all the frags that he can. As we're about to get going under here, last round before the second half, 8-3 on the board. If OG can have the deficit here, 8-4, it's going to be still doable. If they give it up though, 9-3, it might just be the end of map number 2. While it will be possible for them to bring it back against a 9-3, it's not going to be probable, even though they're going to be on the defensive side. As you can see here now, the attack, rather the offense of OG seems to be crawling its way towards the A side. They do have 3 members here still kind of focused towards mid, but the rest of them are making their way towards A main already. The question is, will they commit to that? The spike is very close there to the A side, and Empire do have quite of a spread out defense, and that's understandable because they don't know, they don't have any information yet on what to expect. They do have Silver here pushed up towards B main, but that's all he knows.
The big thing here is Silver with the operator will get them a pick if he does go for that sight line. But in this case, OG able to avoid the operator, and they might be able to use their numbers accordingly. Empire though stalling for time. Nano Swarm's gonna get popped. OG still funneling on through to try and get to A. And it's up to Stiletto now to hold the line. No one gonna be peeking him so far. Actually, he's gonna get tagged from behind, and Godowers will be able to use that audio and be able to get 2 instead. The race right now raising hell indeed. It's a triple kill for Godowers so far. 4v2. There's the Pain Shells right now. And the question is, what can Silver and Z7 do? High ground taken by Godot also to hide in this nuke. And surprise, surprise, it's a 4K for Godot so far.
Give him the ace, why don't you? It's all going to be in the hands of Silver. Of course, not going to be easy to take it against a player of this caliber. But Silver, he's going to be in for a tough spot. He's going to be able to really remove himself from this situation. He does have a chance here, a window of opportunity to try and get away safely. But it seems like he wants to press the issue as it's going to be last, well, Ghidorah's
The
give him the
ace.
ace. He could have wrapped around there towards the ramps, but choosing to go for the peak instead. 8-4 on the board, and as I said, if OG can get this last round 8-4, it could potentially be brought back here on the second half. It's going to be a lot more doable because 9-3 is just a bit too oppressive. Ghidorah's great play there, going for the spray down all the way towards the screens and finding the Sage here for the side of Empire. Now, they were actually quite fortunate on the fact that they were able to really dodge where Silver was playing because Silver was all the way there towards B main. If he was towards A, he could have potentially do something and done something because for the side of Empire, they've been kind of banking on his, well, opening picks on the defensive side to really be able to bring it back when he does go down on the retake.
I mean, exactly the point. That's what Empire wanted to do time and time again. And OG figuring out where the Jet was, figuring out who was there on A site, and they were able to take it away from Empire there. So 8-4 as OG now going to be on the defensive. We've seen them struggle twice on the attacking side in map number 1 and here in map number 2. But this is where OG can truly shine. Silver, though, creeping closer and closer. Frenzy in hand. Wall now gonna get broken. Cloudburst to try and set up that one way. The thing is, what's the plan here for Silver, though? It's Beat waiting patiently, and no, Oasis Gaming. They're trying to make a little bit of a paradise for themselves, but this paradise is just being, I'd say, hampered time and time again by the Empire.
Well, they're bringing the spike here towards B main, and it's actually going to be a bit of a face check there coming in. I don't like that, especially when you have the spike on you. It could be dropped in a very disadvantageous position for the side of Empire. But you can see OG here. Look at this. The Killjoy has pushed herself all the way now into ropes here, Brain Freeze, and that's so much information given. And you can see because of that, the entire defense of OG has now rotated towards the B side because they know it has to be a B side push. A main is entirely clear, and mid is going to be the split, or rather where the split will come on here on split. And so Brain Freeze giving away his position, but he does have the information on where things are about to happen.
Yeah, Brain Freeze backing on now, doesn't want to get caught against many. And here we go with Ghidorah's playing by the Raptors, breaking down the turret. It's a really good take here by OG because Empire, oh, Silver though comes close, gets the headshot, but Ghidorah's able to shrug it off and survive. Thing is though, it will be the high ground still being taken by the side of Empire as Z7Z does get a kill from below Draxi, and here comes C7 again, all getting on the board. Time is ticking, and Brain Freeze will get that kill. Still a good chance here for the Killjoy because he's going to be having that turret up and about, and in the first round, in the pistol round, that turret is such a big game changer.
You know, it was a good kind of response coming in from OG because they knew with that information, you come towards B. That's the right call. Unfortunately, they're just not able to win the gunfights and the aim duels that they needed to here on the pistol, and so Empire able to just really strong arm their way into the B side and get the plan going. Now Brain Freeze, it's going to be a bit too cool for him to try and get this going, and so Stiletto not able, or rather shutting him down as Brain Freeze is the one who's not able to bring it back. A bit too, well, cold for his hands even.
Yeah, Empire just deciding, okay, we can actually take this round, we can actually make this win, and Silver throwing caution to the wind and getting the takedown there. And that's really the philosophy right now of Empire. They want to get that sudden impact, that burst of speed out of nowhere. And Silver, he really feels the win there. He really feels the chemistry with that playstyle. And he has 19 takedowns just because he knows what to do with this. Empire going for the right changes this time. They changed it up from the first map to the second to some good success. They're up by 5, but we are not done yet. And OG, you know, it's only time that will tell us when OG is going to be able to play the defense right here. They're not going to have the guns this time, but at the very least, they're still going to have the CC that they need. And over to the high ground, Empire right now trying to play away from the funnel that is the garage, but Beats trying to go for the right click. Nexi, though, finding the wall bang, finding the shot. Wall is at the perfect time also, and Empire able to reinforce this Beat take even more as Ghidorah's is the only one to get that takedown, and Empire clean up house.
Well, a clean sweep of the floor there. 10-4 on the board. Well, they do get the Sage. Really was a good and worth it trade-off. As I said, 10-4 on the board, and that means they're only 2 away from match point now, your Empire, and potentially taking the map pick away from OG. It seems to be the story right now, with each team taking away their opponent's map picks. You can see 2 rounds in a row now that Empire have strong here on the pistol, and it could very well be a third. But for the side of OG, they do have the firepower advantage. A bunch of rifles on their hands. You can see 3 Vandals, a Phantom, and a single Spectre. For the side of Empire, all Spectres across the board. And so they're going to have to be able to really pick their fights here, because them being on the attack with Spectres is not a good position to be in, as Z7Z gets found. And you can see exactly why. Worship with the better weapon in his hands.
Yeah, Empire is just trying to find a few picks here and there, and if they can run and gun their way to victory, then they're going to be happy about that even more so. But OG playing that rage advantage and playing it slow and steady. Ripper right now up top the box here by the corner of the garage. And the question is, what's the plan right now for Empire? What side can they take confidently? We do have Silver scouting out A, but the high ground being taken by Brain Freeze. They gotta be careful though, because those Vandals, they're very, very potent. Again, one taps in mid-range, but the fire rate advantage would be on the Spectre if they're close enough. And Empire, there's waiting for an opportunity to pounce the run on in. Worship though backing on away as Empire creeps even closer to the tower.
Here, the Flash is ready to get going, and Ghidorah, he's going to put the paint shells out, but as he sprays down, Draxi will find a pick of his own, able to find Stiletto in return, but good frag there, as he's able to find a double kill on Draxi after it with the paint shells, and just, coloring this entire wall up with the remains of his opponent's Ripper. Able to find Nexi, and that's going to be all in a Silver, who's going to get removed here as Ghidorah finds a triple kill. 10-5 as they do cut the deficit in half.
Yeah, a few good tags here and there from Empire, but overall, OG only losing one member. And they should be having some of the buys coming into this round. But actually, they don't have enough money for Worship, so he's going to be on the Spectre instead. Same case though for Empire. 4 of them with rifles. Nexty, the only one playing the Sheriff here and now. And that's the thing. Empire, they can actually play a bit of a gamble here, Black and Blue. Since we have Silver at a 4 out of 6 in the ultimate. He gets an orb, he gets the kill, he can get that Blade Storm out, and Nexty should have a gun at the same time. We'll see though what's the plan as A is where the spike is at. The doors though gonna get slowed immediately, and Empire trying to make an opening, trying to fake out OG. We'll see how the response is from the defense.
Well, Silver's not going to be able to take that ult charge just yet, as this wall right here is kind of hampering that endeavor. Brain Freeze on the other side of it. Once it does come down, he's actually going to take the ult charge away from him, which you can see Silver was really wanting to get in his hands, and so his head does get spotted out. Will he find the angle though to land a shot? And Silver just ducking in and out like a duck, finding Brain Freeze in return, and there it goes. They pull the defense going towards the A site, but I don't know if this is the right thing to do, because you can see that the spike here is still kind of, well, more interested towards going to B. And so Draxi's going to find a frag there off on Ghidorah's, and that's going to leave the B site entirely ripe for the taking, with only Ripper there to try and hold things back.
OG, they make critical mistakes, but not Ripper. He says he's sure shot against Draxi, but Nexi will still get the kill anyway. The numbers advantage now here for the side of Empire. So unfortunate for OG. They were challenging against the wall. They were challenging there by these sites. And it really goes to show now that Empire is on a mission to punish OG as much as possible. Those opening picks really making it an easy time for Empire to make it over to B site. Now Beats is all alone, and he wants to save this gun. This might be an 11-5 very, very soon. And Empire, they're saying this rivalry will continue. This is the eternal battle. We will fight yet again, they say to each other. This might be a close series if things do go into a game number 3.
I like the fact that even though Empire's Silver found a pick there towards A long and going towards the A site, they still committed going towards B, because they knew that the defense was going to rotate back around towards A site, because that's where the pick was, obviously. Thus, juking them out and continuing to force an issue on B, wherein Ripper able to get one frag, but in the end could not do more to hold on to it. Empire do get it 11-5, a single round away here from match point, and it seems though that OG are kind of struggling here, to say the very least, on their own map pick, the same way Empire was on Ascent.
Yeah, home court being taken away, and is that the POV of someone living in Split and then the spike detonates? Like, are you going to another dimension? Where am I headed? What is happening to me? But yeah, you have a really good point here. OG struggling right now the same way Empire was on their map pick. Apparently map picks don't matter in this blood feud between Empire and OG. Interacted right now, trying to go for a few taps here and there, but it also just goes to show that Empire, when the going gets tough, they get tougher by going back with something they used to run back in the day. All about that comfort, and it is a bit of a bitter pill to swallow here for Empire to put Silver back on that jet if they're trying to make Z7 and Stiletto work together as a duelist combination. But the results don't lie. Silver has been doing an amazing job, and more. The roles that have been filled in also by Empire have been doing a great job as well, and things are working out here for our, I'd say, for the attacking side so far, because they're up by 6. OG right now waiting things out though patiently yet again. Unfortunately for them, if this does come into contact, if this does come into Empire really collapsing against a site, they might get overrun one more time.
They're crawling their way up now here towards A main, and on the ramps there you can see the Killjoy. The Paranoia does not land, and Silver has to check this corner. Brain Freeze could potentially do huge damage here if they don't check him, and so knows where Silver is right now. Able to find that opening pick, and that's a big player removed already from the side of Empire. Their walls have come down right now, and, well, here comes the lockdown as well to try and further cement that coming in from the side of OG. They're going to wait for that to pop before they go for the retake here, and now as they come into ramps, it's going to be very difficult for Z7Z to deal with a double P coming in there, and Stiletto will get the trade-off, and Draxi will get one of his own. It's going to be a 3v3 situation now as they try and force issue here towards the A side. Draxi just shutting him down, not letting Ghidorah's stick the landing, and there it is now. The Rocket just takes Ripper out in return. It's going to be a 1v1 now. Which Sage is going to triumph is the question. Will it be Beats? No, it won't. Nexy's going to shut him down, looking very, very suave.
The punish was so real again from Empire. You could really see that because of that lockdown, there are a few nooks and crannies that Empire could hide in, and that's where they put themselves in. That's where they really position themselves. And from that point on, punish there from Draxi, punish there from Nexy, and Empire is now on match point. Can they actually wrap this one up and force a map number 3? Can they actually make it a 1-to-1 scoreline? Sources are saying this might be, yes, very, very soon, but OG still in this fight. OG still in this match, and they have one last chance to try and make it happen.
What is the call here, really, coming from OG? How do we hold on to this? We don't have the best economy on our sides. We don't have the full utility that we'd want, but what can we do to try and bring it back and take this map number 2 that we did pick for ourselves? Now, you can see there, he did go for it, and well, they have detained Ripper, but he's going to be in a safe position. Ghidorah is able to find opening pick on Draxi. A double kill from Ghidorah with the Bucky to a piece, and will he find a third is the question. Very paranoid right now, but his paint shells does buy him some space.
Yet again showing his signature gun, the Bucky. Maybe even more. He does get a 3K, and Worship hiding on the inside, able to take it away from Stiletto. Silver though with the Blade Storm, and he's waiting for someone to come. Is he looking for the chain of kills? That's the first one already. Ghidorah's will go down. Fault line though gonna get avoided. There's 47 seconds left into this round. If Empire want to play it clutch, want to put this in the highlight reel, it's up to Silver to dash on it and get those takedowns. But OG ready to face off against this one man on a mission. Beats is hiding in behind Silver with a kill on the Brain Freeze. But the numbers don't lie. The advantage is there, and OG gonna survive for now.
The war drums do beat, and Beats, he's very steady right now. 12-6 on the board, and they do have the deficit up, yes, but still a long ways to go to get over this very, very steep hill. You can see here now that the attacking side of Empire seem to want to go towards the A side. It has worked for them in the past, but will it continue to do so now? As Silver does not have his Blade Storm up yet, the only player here with his ultimate up now is going to be OG's Breach, and so they're going to be able to put that into effect. The Rolling Thunder might just ring true, and we're going to see where that exactly is going to land.
Silver at the very least going to be hiding behind the box, and Empire is trying to push over to B side. Waldo going to get set on up, and OG is trying their best to hold on to the tower as much as possible. High ground, very important right now, but Worship pulling down below, and he decides to push. Z7C going to go on down. No more lurking here for Empire. Everyone going to be committing by the B site, as one's by Garage, three's by the middle, and Beats is ready to beat down onto many here.
Well, they're crawling their way now towards B site, and well, they've given away the position. They know where Empire are going to try and make their case. Frenzy in hand is all he's got to work with, and Brain Freeze is going to shut Silver down. That's a second kill now going for Brain Freeze here on the Draxi, but Nexy, a good peek to find Ripper and return. 2v4 on the board as they're going to try and make this happen, but it's still not looking too good. Look at this! Stiletto, a good find there with the Sheriff in hand, and Nexy's able to bring it back 2-2. He does still have the heal on him, I believe, and so he's going to be able to recommit and sustain himself back in here. He does res Draxi, though, instead. And, well, 3v2 on the board. Retakes coming in. Ghidorah is able to find a pick. Able to find a second one now. It's all going to be in the hands of Stiletto. 1v2. They know where he is on the back side here. On the default plan spot, too.
The Boombot with the assist! And it is going into map number 3 from the grave. Empire will rise on up. And apparently that little bit of assistance, that little bit of the Boombot moving on around, it is just enough to get that takedown. Yeah. Well played there by Team Empire. They knew they had it in them. They knew they just went back to their roots, and they said, okay, we planted the tree, we let it grow, and it's time for us to enjoy the bounty of our labor.
What a show we've had so far, and well, the Roomba of Death seems to be the one to close it off there on map number 2. Definitely good placement coming in there, and so, guys, we are now 1-1 on the board. Whoever takes this map number 3 that we have coming up here is going to move on over to the semi-final to play on tomorrow and potentially have a slot to represent the Philippines when it comes to the 2021 VALORANT Masters. And so everything is on the line here coming on map number 3. It is do or die here, Dax, and it's very difficult to say who's going to come out on top, as both of these teams are looking supreme rather, in their own respective maps that they've taken.
Yeah, exactly. They're just like, okay, we're going to take the map that you've chosen away from you, and we're going to be able to dominate on the side that we feel more comfortable. Empire, though, putting up such a show. The operator was the star of the show. Silver was the star of the show. But everyone else on the Empire side also stepping it up when they needed to the most. In that last round, that take over the tower, move on down, win it out. OG, they had the right positions. They had the right timings. But unfortunately, they just couldn't win out those duels. Next thing with the clutch, Stiletto, the clutch. And, you know, that Boombot, MVP right there. So, guys, we are all tied up 1-1. Empire, OG, the feud never stops, and it's for that semifinal slot. Who will win map number 3? We will find out in just a bit. We'll be right back. Stay tuned and stick around for that third map.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM.
I hope you guys are having a fine, absolutely amazing evening here as well. Actually, afternoon, as we're still at like, what, 5 o'clock or something?
Not yet there.
Not yet
The
there.
sun's
But,
still up, bud.
but guys, what we do have here is our third map coming up here. Bind is what we're going to be going into, as we're going to have, once again, SV Empire and OG Chimera. I'm Black and Blue. With me is a man in black and blue.
Yes.
Dax, you should know him. And, well, we had quite a spectacular series to start things off with here on our second series of the day because of the fact that both teams took away their map picks from each other.
Exactly. Crisscross and, you know, OG dominating map number 1, Empire dominating map number 2. And, of course, we are going to be dominating all of the VALORANT Challengers Philippines action here and now for PPGL as we have the English and the Filipino broadcast for your viewing pleasure. So if you guys want to check that one out, English is where you're at right now, twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. For the Filipino side, though, it's facebook.com/PPGLGG and tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. If you want a little bit of backup, you want to see us on YouTube, both the English and Filipino commentary are there at bit.ly/PPGL-YT.
Yes, guys. English on Twitch, Filipino commentary on Facebook, and we also have it on TikTok as well. YouTube for both English and Filipino commentary. That's where you can guys tune into the broadcast you're watching right now on the English broadcast. But not only does these two teams have a chance to win, but you guys have a chance to win as well. We're giving away 1,500 Valorant points to 10 lucky winners at the end of the day. All you have to do to be one of those 10 lucky winners is simply Stitch and Duet, Azurite's TikTok video, Casting Challengers Week, to post it on the PPGL Facebook page, guys. Post a video on either your Facebook or TikTok account with the hashtag #PPGL. Just do it. Make sure the video is public so we can actually see it in the first place. And at the end of the day, a total of 10 winners will win 1,500 Valorant points. So how does this work? Basically, Asoy starts the video. He's doing the cast over the VOD, and then he throws it to you. It's your turn, guys, to try and do our jobs. And the best ones, well, you guys will be getting 1,500 Valorant points.
Exactly. So do our jobs, and you guys win. Maybe we can join, because...
Maybe they'll replace us.
No, not that. Like, can we just send in the clips we already did naturally?
Can we just do that?
Can we just do that? I want to get a nice battle pass.
I want the free battle pass.
I want battle pass too. But no, guys, it's for all of our lovely viewers there, and we thank you for all the support we've seen so far. And if you want to at least try it out, try a little bit of that cast, then just do it with the PPGL. Just do it. But incredible matchups we've seen so far. Maybe one of the clips here gonna be used for the next giveaway in the next stage. But right now, we are gonna be getting into Bind, and really, this is where it all boils down to such a tipping point. Whoever wins this is going to be moving on to the semifinals to face off against the First Order. And it'll be interesting because OG and Empire both have history against that team. OG, though, going to be defending first and foremost. Empire, in the meantime, going to be on the attacking side. If I remember my history a little bit correctly, the last time these guys faced off against each other on Bind, it was Empire's sneaky antics giving them the win.
Well, we're going to be going here into map number 3, Bind, to keep us together as we finally move into the last act of this second series of the day. You can see here on the compositions, pretty much the exact same composition here for both sides. The only difference is they have Stiletto on the Phoenix, and for OG, they do have Beats on the Jet this time. So, Silver moving from the Jet Duelist now all the way to a Sentinel here on Cypher. Very curious switch up, and I'm not sure if it's the right decision to make here for Empire to be switching up the roles so much depending on the map. While, of course, they know best on how they do perform, I'm not sure if historically it's the best thing to do for a team in general.
Okay, this is really it. Empire going to be testing out Stiletto and Z7 again. Silver going to be off that Jet and over to the Cypher instead. And Empire really trying to make this new look for them work out instead. Thing is, though, they got bailed out by Silver in Operator gameplay a while ago. But on the Cypher, he can pretty much go for the sneak kills, find the cyber cages and more, and figure things out. OG, in the meantime, back to the classic, and they will be having that Jet Trace combination, Omen, Sova, and Cypher. Only difference right now between Empire and Oasis Gaming is the Jet versus the Phoenix, and it does feel like it's all about that contact, all about trying to get the one up, and it really will boil down to who can ever execute and get the kills even better than their opponents.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to a lot of the fights that we've actually saw and rounds that were won by either team really did come down to a bunch of aim duels. We see like somebody popping off for a triple, a 4K even, and those really have been the story of how these past two maps have gone down here, Daxon. So I'm gonna be interested to see if that's gonna be kind of the same thing, because you can see here on both sides pulling out the double duelists, and it really tells us that, well, on Bind, you want to take the aim duels. If you're confident in your aim, you want to take those fights, and they both seem to employ the exact same philosophies. When coming on map number 1, Ascent, they have the completely different idea. Here now, coming in on Bind, seems like everybody are on the same page.
I mean, they just want to play it the way they know how. And in all honesty, when you look at compositions like this, it's all about executing even better than your opponent. It's not about intrinsic ability usage. It's not about knowing how to play the map, but it's more about knowing how to beat your opponent at the best time. Executions as quickly as can be. And here we go already with the slaughter. Gadors gonna be pushing on forward. Oasis Gaming playing hyper aggressive here on A side, as Empire right now trying to take control of A on the other side. They already have a bit of that showers beat, so in the meantime, backing on away through the lamps and more. And Nexi, he's on the silver right now. Stiletto has the curveballs available. And how will the Phoenix entry this one out? The raise it on the left-hand side. Here we go with Nexi right now, looking to play the Raycon Bolt if ever, waiting for someone to come. But Gadors with the kill there on the Stiletto. First blood for OG, make a second one. Silver, though, does get one. Draxi right now running out of bullets. Same case for Worship. And OG and Empire all tied up 1-1 at the scoreline. All tied up 3-3 in the numbers. And on the B side we go, where the Cypher is waiting.
Easier to Cypher towards elbow. Brain Freeze does know where the information is, and there he goes, finding Draxi off of the information he gained for himself with the spy cam. Great placement and great usage and timing to get that frag. Now Silver knows that he's going to come out here, and Gadors will still win that fight somehow. Nexi going to the TP, and so Gadors knows he has to be here right. They now know his position here towards mid, and there he goes. Blast back to try and jolt him away. Gadors finding that frag at the end of it, a triple kill to shut Nexi down and get the first pistol for the side of OG.
OG looking comfortable now, and they get that pistol round. They're happy to be on the defense. They're happy to be together. And you know, looking back at some of the clips we've seen so far, happy with the apparel that they're wearing, feeling as comfy as it can be. But Marshall right now for beats, and it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to get these shots on. It has been buffed to have that extra movement rate. You'll be able to easily move on the round, get the takedowns anyway. It's also a lot cheaper, especially against rounds wherein Empire not going to be buying anything whatsoever. Now, shower control for beats. And what's going to be the plan? Hot Hand's going to get seen. The Omen, though, doesn't get tagged. And OG has to back away. Be very, very careful. Beats unable to get the shots on for now.
Well, able to land those shots, and those could definitely bite them in the rear at the end of it. Stiletto flash out there with a curveball, and not catching anybody as they're already here safely. Worship shutting Stiletto down, going for the B-humps of his own. Beats able to finally land the shot there and get it going. Worship, a double kill for him, and a triple now to find Draxi. Gadors. A clean round here for the side of OG for the most part, and so 2-0 to start things off. Empire coming their way here towards the A site. Good endeavor, yes, good effort, but in the end, OG just winning all the fights that they needed to, especially with the firepower advantage. But now, as we move into round number 3, finally able to get some rifles and the proper weapons that they really do need here, Empire on their side.
It just goes to show, though, that OG looking very comfortable to start on the defensive. And here into map number 3, they have a good advantage because of that, I'd say, a little bit of their defensive bias as a roster. Now the Nexi looking to line things up, and he wants to shoot it straight into the hole there up top the showers. Unfortunately, it hits the rooftop instead, just an inch away from getting shot on in. And Brain Freeze in the meantime trying to get that camera to work by long, and notices that someone is coming. The Cyphers might be dueling there, as here comes OG right now controlling A short. At the same time, though, Silver with the win. And really the thing is, even though he's not on the jet anymore, he still has that potency as an amazing, amazing player to get the shots on.
They do take the control of the B side here, and the spike is so far away to even get the plant off. By the time it even gets there, the defense will already be at the doors, at the gates, to stop it from happening. And so, will they even be able to get the plant here is the question. A bit too late on the rotate, and they have to get going, honestly, right now, because they're just walking their way up, and it's taking them so much time to even get towards the B side. The rotation and the defense has come in from OG. They're already here towards elbow, and Gadors is going to shut Z7Z down. Big player being removed here by Gadors, and so he knows the information. He knows the spike is going to be planted, but Draxi and Silver and Nexi as well, a pick a piece. 3 going their way, and there goes Stiletto, a 4th to chime in. Every single remaining member here from Empire getting their own to get them the first round on the board.
Oh, Gador's making a big mistake there, not walking over the side, looking at the guard a little too long, and he thought he had that covered, but unfortunately, it was just Empire taking advantage of the upcoming footsteps and getting the takedown and a chain of kills after that fact. Silver, always a man on a mission, always a man to pretty much rely on to get those kills, and he won that Cypher duel, giving Empire the first point on the board. So the third round turnaround happens perfectly for them. OG though on the other side gonna be playing a little bit of the half buy instead. Bucky's Spectres all abound. Empire right now trying to play the classic split push over to B site. Good scan also getting that intel camera gonna be set on up, and Empire is creeping closer and closer as we do see Silver lurking on A instead.
You see Z7Z here trying to force the issue towards mid, and he kind of has to because he wants to help his teammates who are coming now here towards the Gardens and really pincer in the players inside Hookah, but he can't do that right now because of all the pressure. And so they're all going to have to filter through B main, B long here rather, and Hookah is going to be a position they're going to have to give up, and that's going to bite them in the rear quite literally as Ripper is able to find the fragment of Draxi. That's not going to bring it to a 5v4 situation, and they do have a very strong anchoring position here to hold off the plant from the side of OG. Now, the only thing Empire can do right now is plant for the side of the spawn, and that's not really going to be possible as Brain Freeze now is able to find a second kill going in the way of OG. The trade-off does come in. It's not going to be a 3v3, making out a 1v3 as Worship and the rest of his squad does get it going, and Empire, it is going to be all in the hands of Z7Z here. He's going to have to worry about Hookah. He can go for a plant for his position, but he does get the gush there on the Omen.
30 seconds left on the head also, and now 26 HP left here for Z7Z. At the very least though, Angel's gonna get thrown. Spike has been retrieved, and here comes Godot just to die. Good spray down there by the Raze. Seems like OG a little too eager with that one, and Z7Z with 2 so far. Beats though from afar. The mid-range sniper trying to really go as far as it can, and it will be a round stolen there by OG. Sneaky stuff though from Brain Freeze. With only 4 HP, he was able to at least be a bit of a bait and bother the side of Empire trying to make it happen. Kills abound also. OG sneaky enough with Worship there inside the Hookah, getting that takedown. And even though we had Empire with that gun advantage, it's OG's for the taking, and not only that, they're whipping out the Operator.
Operator in hand, and will this be the call that they need to answer? Will the Operator get them the lead that they really want to establish early on here? That is the question. So, for the side here of Empire, they're calling their way up once again for kind of a B split here. Will they be able to find the information to really play off of if they're going to commit to this? So his question. Our drone does drone out the rest of the Gardens here, and they know here towards long, at least all the way towards Fountain, it is clear for now. They're not sure if anybody's playing that very deeply, though. Brain Freeze, look at this great camera, a hidden one to really get the information. They know Z7Z is here towards Hookah. That means that they are going to assume that the more defenders are going to probably be coming towards the way of the B side. But now, the spike has been brought out here towards short. One way to try and buy them some time and really kind of hamper their attack. And so you can see that they got the crossfires coming in. They're going to be very wary of the elbow position, as they should be, because that can be very strong in Worship. He's going to be playing this. Will he go for the paranoia? Yes, that's going to come out perfectly. Going to get them quite blind, but he's going to be hit with one of their own in return. He's going to be forced out there with the Incendiary, the Molly as well. And so Paint Shells to try and deny that plan, and that's going to get him off. Not being able to stick it. Great utility usage there from Ghidorahs, but they have taken U-Haul here, Empire.
Stiletto at the very least backing on the way, and Ghidorahs trying to get up that APC, but Z7Z with a takedown instead. 2 for 130 so far. Worship and Ripper on Silver rather on the board, and Beats for now waiting with the Operator trying to make this one happen. Empire though sneaky enough. Here comes Stiletto creeping on forward, and as soon as Beats back on out, it will be the Phoenix getting that takedown. Brain Freeze though looking for another kill. Ripper right now on the high ground, dropping on down from heaven. And with only 5 HP, we see the same kind of case here for Brain Freeze. Can he go for the 1v3 clutch? Might not be the case. And the question is, what can he do now? He wants to retrieve that Operator, but Nexi will say no. Enough of the shots do connect, and the Cypher will fall. Empire getting on the board again, making it as close as can be. 3-2 for now.
Only a single round away from tying things all up here, Empire, and so I really like the attack that they've shown here so far. Very cool and composed. Know that they don't have to overextend. Take U-Haul, and that's all they really need to hold on here so forth, and really, you know, cover yourself there towards short. Hold on to the position that you need to. You don't have to, once again, overextend all the way to triple and whatnot, just to hold on to the site and the spike. So, good showing here from Empire to answer back. This looks like already the closest map we're going to have between these two teams as we are getting into what could be quite a classic.
Yeah, this might feel like it really will boil down to that last round. We already saw how close Atlas and TFO has been. And guys, this is only the second match of the day. We still got one more later on. It's 3 quarterfinals for today's broadcast. It's Stiletto right now broadcasting his position, running on in with the run it back. But Gadores again, the double kill with a Bucky. Blazestorm though going to be in the hands of Beat so far. Z7C unable to get the shots on. And Gadores is close enough to get that third. Stiletto trying to spray it down. Worship though will get that kill. And the power of the Bucky is just unmatched versus Gadores. But Silver will be far enough to stay away. It's all up to him now.
Silver here towards Hookah, and he knows that, well, what can he really do right now? The spike isn't for him. He's able to find the frag in the beats. Yes, that's a good pick here, but still, what does that gain him? A frag, but not much else. No positions that he can really abuse, and, well, I think at this point, you should probably just go for a save. Like, what really is the point for trying to go for this? He realizes that, and I think he's going to back on off. No,
30
he's still
seconds
gonna
left.
press the issue here towards Hookah.
Winnable situation. Silver says he wants to feel confident and he wants to make it happen. Thing is though, that spike is being protected heavily by the side of Oasis Gaming, and Empire right now trying to bait things out with Cyber Cage there. What can Silver do now? The Worship is watching, waiting, and the crossfire is not just only real, but it's 3 people, making it such a bad time for Silver to drop down.
Unfortunately there for Silver, not favoring him at all, that situation. And, well, 4-2 on the board. They do double the deficit now in their favor here for the side of OG Chimera. And you can see the operator does come out again on Beats this time, who is on the Jet. Now, on Split, he was on the, while he was on the Sage, he still pulled out the operator. And so it's curious to see now that they finally put him into that Jet role that he seems so itchy into getting into. And so, going now here towards the A side, once again, is the side of Empire. Sheriff's in hand, and that's all they can really got to work with. But, ooh, Silver, I'm the sheriff in town, and he definitely is slinging that bling.
No matter what agent he's playing, Silver has felt the heat from the second map, and he's bringing it the third right now, and he's a force to be reckoned with. Gadores, though, throwing that one gun away, putting it on the other side of the lamps to make sure that OG has a handle on where that piece of arsenal has been dropped. But in this case, though, it will, of course, be OG defending with only 1 member on the side. Still, though, that gun advantage is going to be very helpful. Empire has only a few shots here and there to actually make their shots count. Shock darts right now getting thrown to the showers. And this is going to be Empire playing it slow, but Beats with a bit of a tag. He wants to go for that kill, confirm it. Gadores, though, in the meantime, with the kill onto Silver to answer back, make it 4v4. And patience is the only virtue right now for Empire. They have to be careful, though, and Ripper will find the shot, find the tag, and Beats is next to get another takedown.
A good opening pick there from Beats to bring things heavily in their favor now, thus cementing that deficit, the man advantage that they do have. 4-2 on the board, and the Sheriff is all they got to work with here for the side of, well, Empire, and a good camera placement there coming from BrainFreeze. He's been using and abusing that round after round, and they do get the spike planted. Well, there's nothing that BrainFreeze can really do to stop that, except for getting Draxi at the end of it. So, Stiletto, at this point, all you're really playing for is to get that extra money from the plant, but if you can find a frag, nice. But in the end of it, Beats will shut him down, a shorty in hand, and shouty like a melody. That's what he praises.
Shorty squad, and there you go. Yet again, that mini shotgun bringing in a little bit of that burst. And in that case, it was just a big surprise inside the smoke. Goodbye and good riddance to Empire there. Oasis Gaming right now gonna be up by 3. It's 5-2. But Empire is waiting for the opportunity to go for the comeback. And with their arsenal into play, they should be able to find a bit of that fight in them. All about the full buys right now. 3 ultimates available to both sides. The thing is, though, what I really noticed that Silver has still been a bit of the star of the show for Empire. No matter what agent he's playing, he's just on the Cypher right now. And I'll be very scared for OG later on when Empire is able to defend whatever site Silver should be in, should just be avoided.
Well, as you can see, Silver, he has been raining terror all over the sites that he can. And Gadores, as I said it, finds Silver in return, and that is a good opening pick. The star player for this series for Empire already removed quite and cleanly and quickly here for Gadores, and so it's not looking too well for Empire. They do have something to work with, though, and that is the Hunter's Fury here, and of course the From the Shadows, the ultimate here of Jiraxi on the Omen, and so that is something that they can work with. If they can find a pick here, they can potentially employ that. They know that here towards U-Hauls, and there is his worship. Good use of that Hunter's Fury to bring it now 4-4. But that just leaves him with a single Omen ultimate to try and get this round going. So Ghidorah's, he does have the showstopper here a bit too close, and he knew he can't really fire that deep, otherwise he might get himself in return too. So Ghidorah's flushing out here the corner in the U-Hauls, and they know that the spike has to be stuck.
Both Rays is taking some chip damage, and Z7C with only 21 HP has to be very careful. One more shot from a rifle should put him to the ground. Spike though has been planted by the default, and Nexi watching over the lamp so far. Ghidorah's, he's trying to challenge it, and here comes Ripper instead. Z7C and Nexi, Crossfire's the way to go, and there you go with that takedown. All of these angles being held together by Empire and more, and Brain Freeze right now the only one left up on Heaven, gonna get smoked on out. This should just be a disengage and a goodbye here from Brain Freeze. But what's the call from the Cypher? He's still staying on the high ground. Empire though, very good defenses. They watch over through the lamps, they watch over through the site, and their vigil, their watch was rewarded very, very well. Nexi even getting that 4th kill, and Empire now making the lead only 2 yet again.
5-3 on the board, and as you said, only 2 rounds away between them and tying it all up. While there are 4 rounds left in the half, it is still looking not too bad, honestly, for Empire. If they can get like 2 more rounds here and cap this off at like a 7-5, that is not going to be bad at all coming in for their side when they do move on over, into the defensive side. And so I don't doubt that Empire are definitely capable of doing that. You can see now that the spike is going to be kind of concerned and going its way here towards the fountain. Now, mid and hookah is a place of contention right now. You can see the Cypher here for the side of Empire crawling his way up. Ripper on the other end of that. He's going to be firing shot darts out and the recon ball, but Ghidorah's is going to punish Silver for his over-aggression. Z7Z is going to get the trade-off in return, though. Bring it to 4-4, and Solano's going to try and run it back. What can he find, though, with his ultimate? That smoke just cuts off his sightline perfectly. He'll be pushing now here towards spawn. Not able to find much aside from information, and so the post plant will come in now as they're going to try and make it happen from the rear side of things.
Yeah, quick take there from Empire, but OG playing the flank, and Z7Z doesn't care about that backstab because Beats will get that face full of lead instead. Stiletto right now look to play the curveball as well, and Empire just practice a bit of their defense later on, but Worship will still catch out the Phoenix there. Z7Z though with 3. Nexi right now, Shocker connects onto Brain Freeze, and all eyes on Ripper now. Here comes the showstopper though, and he's just waiting patiently for what angle will come, but the Soba doesn't care, looking to fight back. It will be Ripper getting that kill. Z7Z though gets that 4K, and that spike has been left alone to just detonate. It will be a win. Empire again.
Totally worth it there to burn the showstopper and, well, end the round when he definitely could have lost that if he was not able to get the frag at the end of it. So, post-mortem, he's able to go down a martyr there.
Sometimes you just gotta do it for the cause. Sometimes you just gotta accept it. And in that case, the attacking side already got that spike down, so their win condition was set in stone. Great call from Empire, great shots to wrap it all up. And we are almost all tied up yet again. Nexi though, does he get the lineup right this time? No. Oh, I think it actually, does it actually get a little bit of scan if it's just under you, but it's not gonna be the way you would like. Not too sure about that, but great shot anyway if you guys are studying your lineups in the first place. Ghidorah's though, paint shells gonna be zoning him out, but he has the power of the Bucky yet again. He does go for the right click, he does go for the paint shells, and that's just gonna be another buckshot there to count. 2-1 advantage right now. It will just be another one falling. Apparently it's 4v1 as OG is picking apart Empire quickly and securely. And that's the thing, when OG has a defensive round that it feels like it's one-sided, it's because of how quick they get the pickoffs. All eyes though on Nexi, he's trying to play it clutch, but Ripper will tear that one away from him. And now we are almost running out of rounds here for OG's defense. 6-4, 2 rounds left till we swap sides.
2 more, as you said, before we go into the second half, and I think all Empire really need to do is take a round away here. If they can bring it 7-5 as they move into the second half, of course, if you get it like 6-6, that would be even better. But 7-5 is all you really need, I believe, here in this situation for them to be able to get over the hump on the defensive side as they move into it on the second half. So Empire, what they have to focus on right now is potentially, okay, we can eco right now, we can get some frags, make their economy as painful as it can be, and then we'll try to win the round right after, wherein we can use that momentum, the positive energy from that, to hopefully get the second pistol going. They win the second pistol, they can potentially tie it up 7-7. So, guys, let's see now what can they do in this situation. For the side here of Empire, of course, only Sheriffs in hand. They don't have much in terms of, well, shields and all as well. And so look at this. Stiletto will find the frag, but the quick trade-off coming in from Worship there towards the bath. And so, as he does clean things up, next he's going to be playing around the corner here to try and dissuade any other further aggression.
4v4 from now. Ultimates, though, still available here for Empire. We'll see if they can actually force things out coming into this round. Hunter's Fury, though, gonna get thrown on away. And this is gonna be a lineup to remember, as Brain Freeze gonna get tagged down to Oblivion. 3v3, though. It will be OG still having that gun advantage, but they have to be careful because Empire is slowly but surely picking them off. Now over to B along. That's gonna be two of them. The Omen and the Raze trying to creep on forward. What's the plan, though, between these two? Ripper gonna be behind that double box, and the Sova has to play patiently to wait things out as Empire is looking to set on up and regroup as a team.
River, it's all going to be in his hands as he's playing here on the back of the site. He's going to have to hold it down until his teammates can come in for the rotation. And here, Z7Z has blast packed his way into the site. They will be able to get the spike down. Nobody able to deny that from happening in the first place here coming from the side of OG. And so the post plant will come in. They're going to have to go for the retake right now. There's only one round away after this at the end of the half. Z7Z going to go for the pick towards elbow. They know where he is right now. He's able to land a shot on the Ripper too. Gador's and a second kill by Z7Z. It's going to be a 1v1 situation. Draxi here by the default plant spot. Worship, will he know that he's going to be sticking this plant? Pros don't fake. Worship's going to go for the peek. He's going to win the fight, and that gets them the 7th round on the board as we move into the last one of the half.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. They could have just peeked that spike and gotten that takedown, but assumptions made that that was just a bit of that fake. And there you have it, OG able to win it out. So, you know, they've been asking, why do you buy a rifle when the Sheriff can go for one tap? The answer is just more bullets back in blue. You have more of air, you can spray it down. And now here we go into the last round of OG's defense, of Empire's attack. And the operator for Beats is apparently the answer to try and defend.
I will say that was still a very good eco there coming from Empire. While they're not able to take the round, able to get some economy going into the way into the last round of this first half, and that's going to let them try and, you know, force the issue here and potentially get it once again, as I said, 7-5. Stiletto, though, a double opening pick here, and the Worship on Ghidorah is coming towards A side. That's going to open things up. He's going to be able to run it back too, as Silver does land that shot. Will he be able to find a second follow-up here? I'd rather that just Beats who does go down. Silver will get the trade on him if it ever did happen, but 5v2 on the board. As I said, 7-5 is all they need to take in this half, and they realize that win condition, and they're going to be going for it here. Now, as the postman comes in, Dax, I don't think OG will be able to take this one 2v5.
Beast is just trying to run the gauntlet, trying to stay away from the Raze, trying to stay away from everyone, but apparently the Cypher was just waiting it out, and now Silver says, thanks for the op, let me try to use this one and show you how it's done. Ripper and Z7Z, though, as well as Nexi, wrap up that round. Empire now making it 7-5. And this is as close as can be between these two teams. This is the closest margin we've seen as we get into halftime. And now all eyes are on OG if they can keep this up, or will Empire be able to equalize after the first 2 rounds of the second half?
First 2 rounds of the second half can definitely go their way. All they have to do is win this pistol, and they can potentially equalize things up 7-7. Now, you can see here, Stiletto finding that lineup going his way there towards the showers, and he does once again clean things up very spiffily. 7-5 on the board, and as we move into the second round, or second half here, the pistol round is coming in, and you can see Frenzy still in the back of the minds here of OG. They're not gonna, even after the nerf, not gonna let go of the Frenzy just yet. Might be a weapon very close to their hearts.
I mean, the Frenzy is still a really good gun, honestly. The only thing it prevents you from doing now is to buy Frenzy and Light Armor.
Yes,
and actually, there's one thing I want to take note. Both of these slicers that we've seen so far have been really good at tracking targets with the camera. Darts do connect, and when they want to be sneaky, they just watch over whatever these guys are doing. Ghidorah's, though, just going to be able to hop up top, but Silver going to be able to have his own shorty. Takes the bone medicine, says Silver to Ghidorah's Worship, though, in the meantime with the kill on Stiletto. And Oasis Gaming trying to make this plan work. Beats ready with that Frenzy. Spike now ticking on down. And Silver is just waiting patiently for someone to come into the lamps to steal their gun away.
He's going to try something here with a shorty in hand. Silver, what can he do? He switched it out now here for the Classic, and Z7Z is able to find a beat. Silver will get taken down there by the frenzy of Ripper, and next, a double kill going his way. It's going to be a 1v2 now here with BrainFreeze. He's going to have to be calm, cool, and collected. Not able to land the final shot, though. He's able to find Nexi to bring it to a 1v1, and Z7Z is going to be low, very, very low as he sticks it. BrainFreeze gets the 8th round on the board, and the second pistol going the way for OG.
A little danger there for Z7Z to actually stick that one, and he paid the price for it with his life. So OG able to keep up that momentum and prevent Empire from having a little bit of that burst to try and equalize. 8-5 now is the scoreline. And Oasis Gaming, even though they got surprised by the shorty, they made sure to put Silver in a bit of a cage, and that was where the Cypher just basically died in. Now then, we move over to B side. Ripper going to be having Spectre alongside many of the Oasis Gaming roster. It is a little more popular now to go for the buys yet again, to try and run those SMGs, try to run those Spectres as much as possible. Hot hands though has been thrown, and OG right now says, hey, what you doing there, good bud? What are you waiting for? You have to back on away, because this is gonna be Beast right now looking for the beatdown. Nexi though gonna try to stay away from the dart. There we go with the paranoia as well, and targets right now being chosen by both the duelists. Beats the doors with the 2K so far. Here comes Silver though, but he cannot get that running right clicks to connect. Draxi instead with that shorty, and all eyes now on Nexi to go for the 1v4.
He's got the Bucky, but what can he do? Luckily, he does have some good angles to fight here, although they have now been pushed back, and so it's quite far for him. I don't know if his right click will be able to do enough damage at this range to secure him his one-shot kills, and so next he can be pulling it out. He's playing it towards elbow, able to find a frag. Will he find a second is the question. Nope, as DreamFyre comes in for him for Worship. 9-5 on the board, and the second round in a row coming in the way from OG. A good take there on the B side, and I think honestly Empire just kind of barreled their way in from spawn very recklessly, and that really cost them that round. You know, they could have waited, they could have went for the retake instead, but three of them just pushed one after another, not even pushing at the same time, but one after another into the site from spawn, a smoke spawn door as well, and so a bit ill-advised coming from the side of Empire here. I think they got a bit too overeager to try and stop the plant and catch him off guard.
I mean, they just went in without any caution, and it just really was OG setting it up very, very well on the site. Twice did they lose a member there from the side of Empire because of the speed of how OG executed that paranoia play. And now Godot is very low on the HP side alongside Silver. There we go though with Silver finding Godot. And that is just the Cypher being very, very sneaky yet again. Proactive plays from Silver, always a sight to behold. Z7Z though trying to disengage. Worship pushes forward. And who cares about that intel when you can get that kill apparently? OG making it 4v4 for now. They want to make this A push still work as BrainFreeze playing with the cages and waiting for someone to beat him right now.
Z7Z there was trying to get out of that sticky situation, but Worship ready to pounce on the information gained by his teammate there with the recon dart. So Spycam is spotted out, good by Beats to recognize and really kind of counteract and destroy it immediately before they even go for the push. While that information is given out that they are towards short, still kind of mitigating what else it could have done in terms of information gathered. Now Beats making his way here from the back of U-Halls. He's giving his position away, and Worship's able to find Stiletto. He does put the Cloud Burst out, and Drax is going to try and go aggressive with it. He's able to find a frag on the Beats too. That's going to be very unfortunate for his side, but BrainFreeze will get a trade off on the Silver to bring it down to a 3v2 in the favor of OG. The post plan does come in. They do have Shower's position in their way. It's going to be a 1v2 as Nexi and Ripper do get a pick a piece, trading each other off, and now it's going to be, as we're here now, it could potentially be 10-5 as it's a 2-on-1 on the board, and well, what can he do here? BrainFreeze knows where he is right now. It's all going to be on the hands of Empire's Draxi on the Omen. Going for the peak, BrainFreeze cools him down, and that's going to be 10-5, doubling the lead now here. 10-5 once again, the deficit absolutely stretched out.
Marked for death. You get tagged by the camera, okay, fine, shrug it off, go again. And then as soon as you come out, you get tagged by the recon ball. Double intel is frustrating to deal with because of that factor. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and you are just spotted easily there by Oasis Gaming. Now, things are looking very dire for Empire. A while ago, it was still acceptable. They can be like, okay, we can actually try and go for the comeback with these rifles, but this lead is stretching out, as you mentioned, 10-5. Double or nothing, basically, as OG right now Gonna be at the very least trying to keep this one up. Silver trying to play the hero with that Sheriff, but it is gonna be him 0 down instead. OG right now with 2 kills so far. Beats even punishing the Omen there with that Judge. And Gadowers, he doesn't care about the gun there on the other side. He is just to shrug it off and trying to make the pain shells count instead. Beats though coming in close, and the power of the Judge yet again executing one more on the spot. 5v2, and things are so difficult for Stiletto as he's the only one left, and he has to try and deal with both the Raze and the Jet. And no sir, it's not gonna happen. A flawless win, and OG just need 2 more to make it to the semifinals.
OG are looking so good right now, and Empire, the pressure is on them. You can see them, they're going to be forcing up the operator now here in the Silver. Even if he's on the Cypher, they're going to try their luck on it because it did work out on Ascent, rather on Split there on map number 2, even though he was on the Jet. Now, on the Cypher, we'll be trying to put the same philosophy out once again. He's playing towards the A site, and hopefully it'll be enough for Empire to hold on here in their defensive half.
Empire, at the very least, they have decided to bring out the operator. Silver wants to try it out one more time. But the thing is, though, especially the angle he's taking, there's no room for error. He misses a shot, and he gets charged in by OG. He's basically going to be saying good night and goodbye to his team. Beats, though, in the meantime, going to be working together with the Sova on their side. And not only does he still have the Judge, he unleashes the Blade Storm. So unlike this from Beats, he's going to have a bit of that long range, a bit of that short range, and overall a Juggernaut package to try and fight back. OG right now trying to play the split push also to B sites, and they might execute where the Raze as well as the Sova are waiting.
Right now, they're waiting to try and pounce on this B site as it seems to be the point of contention as they're going to be moving on the execute right now. Beats, he's going to have the Blade Storm out. Now, the Showstopper does come out as well. Not able to find the frag just yet, but Nexi there, able to find Worship in return. So, good use of his utility. Ghidorah is going to let that shot ring out as it was about to expire, and the post plant does come in here. Empire, can they find the pick here to try and open their way back up into the B side? They do have a man advantage, and Z7Z is able to find Beats in return to bring it out to a 5v3. And so, Empire, still looking good right now, but Ghidorah's looking at his flank. The double kill from him, but he's going to get shot down before he finds anything more. And look at this 1v1. Nexi will find Ripper, the opposing Sova, in return to get it 11-6. Empire still hold on, not giving away match point just yet.
Godot with that beautiful flank, but Empire able to mitigate their losses, still survive. And OG, they felt like they could have gotten more out of that one. But the quick reflexes there from Empire, keeping them alive, keeping them in this fight, and at least giving them a round on the board. Nexi also playing it clutch, and we've seen him do it time and time again, especially on a map like this. I remember his performance on the Cypher, was it last time, to play on Bind, and he was just able to really clutch it out, defend as much as he could, and win it out for Team Empire. Will it be the same case though? Will we see a comeback from Empire right now? The Silver sets up on A site instead. Spike right now going to be in the hands of OG, and they are looking to push over to A. Split A might be the way to go. Cypher though by short, and Draxi going to get scanned on that, pass it back on away, as this is now Silver watching over the shortest angle of the ball.
Well, they're going to need Silver to shine bright here with that operator in hand. Empire are going to be banking on that factor as they now have found the information that there's at least 2 defenders here on the A side as expected, but will they know that Draxi is also there waiting to help them out? Silver does let his shot ring out, and so they know that the operator player here, who is Silver, is close to the U-Haul position, and there it goes once again. So Silver going to be forced back because of that dark cover, and now you can see your OG. Seems like they want to press the issue here still towards the A side. That one-way smoke is going to buy them some time and kind of dissuade OG from further progressing in, at least for the meantime. Now, Execute is about to come in. They do start off with the Hunter Spirit to cap things off, and Silver opening pick on the Ghidorahs to get it going their way. Now, will they find a second frag? Brain Freeze will find the follow-up is what is going to happen here. And now, 4v4, make that a 3v4. Brain Freeze finding Draxi, Nexi finding the trade frag on him in return. And now they still cannot get the spike planet down because of all this action happening around it.
Carnage yet again, and Ripper right now gonna be able to get to Sova versus Sova. Who can play it clutch? It will be Ripper this time to get the 3K, and this is now OG on match point. Yet again though, the chaos unfolding right in front of us. A while ago it was on B side, this time it was A. But in those situations it's a bit 50-50, and this time the grace of a victory went over to OG, and this is just them one round away from making it to the semifinals.
During the last round, it was Nexi who was able to get this 1v1 clutch over Ripper on towards the A side. And then, as we just saw now, Ripper getting his revenge. bringing it very grim looking here for the side of EMP Empire. Their gates have to hold strong now. Steadfast is how their walls have to be. But the question is, will it be able to withstand the might here of the OG Beastly Chimera? So, Chimera right now looking very, very good. And Empire, not looking as hot, but they still do have a chance here. 12-6 on the board. If they lose this, once again, if either team loses this, they're out of stage 3 already. And they're going to have to, stage 1 rather, already. And they're going to have to qualify as things come back up. Silver does find information that they're coming here towards short. The doors, letting some shots ringing out. Going for the pre-fire in case anybody gets a bit too overeager from the side here of Empire. But for now, the spike is going to be crawling its way back towards B as the defense has been pulled towards the A site.
Yeah, OG, at the very least, playing it patiently, waiting for an opportunity. And that's the thing, they're trying to find love at that paradise. It's running through their veins, and they want to make it happen here on Bide. We are all tied up 1-1. But there's only one more round that OG needs to win to make it to the semifinals. There go already. Curveball can be into play. Run it back though. Allows Stiletto to pick apart Frame Freeze. And there we go to Pain Shells. But Gadover's having the idea. And he isn't going to fall for that anymore. The God spot a while ago from the last time these two teams faced off. And Beats also going to catch out Draxi. Seems like Oasis Gaming have learned their lessons and more. Beats right now lining it up to get those takedowns. Gador is there. And is this going to be it? Is this going to be another chance? Silver coming on out. But third time's the charm. Third map is the victory. Oasis Gaming makes it 3-3 to the semifinals. And they're going to be facing off against their former sister team, the First Order, now coming into tomorrow. But what a win. OG slaying some demons, able to get that retribution, and we'll move on to tomorrow.
You can see fist bumps and high fives all around. They definitely are deserving to be very proud of that win, taking the series 2-1 in a very hard-fought one at the end of it. Guys, congratulations there for them. Moving on now are going to be OG Chimera. As you said, they're going to be facing off against potentially kind of like a match between the two teams who in reality are kind of sister teams. They both were fighting for a slot, and well, now it's going to be a chance at redemption for the side of TFO.
Yeah, it would be interesting. TFO versus OG tomorrow, but OG getting the retribution they wanted. They got the victory again against Empire, and history repeating itself. History is a trend between Empire and OG. I've always said two things about OG, especially about challenges. The first one is they'll find a way to tie it up against Empire. So in series, in the playoffs, 1-1, as has been prophesized. Another thing is, 3 out of 3 semifinals yet again for Oasis Gaming. Consistency is key, but I'm waiting for them to break that barrier and make it to the grand finals.
That is what I'm waiting for. As you said, 1-1 right now in the VCT stage 1. But guys, as we move on over into our third series of the day, that is going to be one to definitely look out for, as I believe it's going to be AA versus DreamFyre coming on up here for our third quarterfinal to be played this weekend. It's going to be our final series of the day. But guys, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in the hair after this.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, GPay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at download sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody knows it. It's your you watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
formerly known as Chimera, has found themselves yet again in another semifinals. But will they be able to make it to the grand final this time? Can they break the curse? Only time will tell, and we'll find out that tomorrow. But before we go and talk about any more games, let's have a little bit of a chat with one of the most important players on the squad of OG itself. We got Worship on the line. Worship, where are you at, buddy?
Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
Hey, we got the whole
Ayun.
squad over there, so shout
Yes,
out to
sir.
Oasis Gaming. First of all, congratulations. This is the, I'm going to be straight up with you. This is the best form we've seen OG in a very, very long time. Tell us about that progress. Why are you guys looking so much better? Is it the boot camp? What's going on here?
Para sa akin actually, malaki rin talaga yung yung impact ng bootcamp sa amin since nagkakasama kami. Kumbaga yung hype andon. Tapos kung may madali naming ma-reset. Pero hard work talaga. This past few days kasi talagang pinagsasabay namin yung studies tsaka yung practice kaya limited lang din yung time namin. Kaya nag-double time talaga kami.
One thing that I also noticed is the discipline on your roster is just so much more than we saw before. And I know your coach right there had a lot to do with that. Tell us about that. You guys look so much more organized, so much more disciplined. Is it the communications? How is this happening?
Para sa akin to be honest kasi talagang sa pag-discipline to ni coach. Like every night kasi kinakausap talaga kami kasi may time talaga na sobrang namin. Like risky kami maglaro. Pero this time kasi parang inisip na namin na final game na namin, parang kailangan mag-all out. Kasi ito na yung pinaghahandaan namin eh. Lahat ng hard work namin, lahat ng preparation namin, kailangan namin buo sa tournament na to. Since ito yung last slot for Masters.
All right. Yeah, this is the last chance for this first split. Before I let you go, I'm going to ask you a couple more questions. Who are you looking forward to fighting in the upcoming days here? What team are you looking out to seek?
Para sa akin, ArkAngel.
Yeah. Well, why? Because
kasi yung ArkAngel kasi, yung ibang members ArkAngel talagang ka-team ko dati sa CS:GO and sila yung parang nakakatapat sa Bren. So para sa akin sila lang yung talagang looking forward kami nakalaban.
Okay, definitely. I 100% am looking forward to that matchup if we see it. This matchup goes way back. The battle for top two teams in the Philippines, OG and ArkAngel, maybe. Definitely looking forward to that. So excited for it. But before I let you go, one last question. Any shout-outs from any of you on your team or you personally? Anyone you want to give a thank you to? It's your time right now.
Shoutout daw. Shoutout nga pala sa Oasis Gaming, sa lahat ng fans na sumusuport namin, sa Downfall kahit Downfall kami. The shoutout sa Barcode, shoutout sa Plantersia, shoutout sa mama ko Luma. Ayun lang po.
All right, again, thank you.
Shoutout sa mga magulang namin.
Oh, okay. Anyone else?
Wala na po.
Okay. So thank you again, Worship, and the rest of OG. Good luck and see you in the finals, guys.
Kita-kits.
All right, so that we just heard it right there from the members of OG themselves. You saw them, and of course, we heard from Worship. What an exciting time. But we do have to go into a quick break before we go into the next series, which is going to be the last one of the day. The last quarterfinals for today, and it's going to be a banger. It's ArkAngel going up against DreamFyre, the young guns, the up-and-comers, versus yet again the old guard. And we're going to tell you that story once we return from this short break. Again, I'm Ilustrado, and I'll see you after this.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na data ng Wi-Fi ko.
Focus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found! Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
seems that the stars have aligned for Oasis Gaming as they find themselves yet again in another semi-finals. But can they break the tides of destiny or their fate, which seems to be strong up to until semi-finals only? I mean, we've seen them get far before, but not as far as the grand final. Could this be the time for Oasis Gaming? We'll find that out tomorrow. But in the meantime, let's talk about the last one of the day. It's going to be ArkAngel versus DreamFyre. But before we talk about that, I want to let you all know that you can be winners yourselves. Maybe not go to the Masters just yet, but you can win yourself 1,500 Valorant points. And if you want to be one of those lucky 10 winners, this is how you can do it. All you gotta do is Stitch and Duet Asterize TikTok video, casting challengers week 2. Maybe go toe-to-toe with him and spend a little time with your favorite caster. Show us what you got. Post that video on YouTube, Facebook and TikTok with the hashtag PPGL. Just do it. And make sure your post is public because a total of 10 winners will be selected at the end of the day to be winning 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. And get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also don't forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page, facebook.com/PPGLGD. And subscribe to our official YouTube account. Just search PPGL on YouTube, honestly, or this link right here, bit.ly/PPGL-YT, all in caps. And make sure your post is public because we will be choosing 10 winners. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. 10 winners. So let's get on with it and talk about the very, very last match. And where you can watch those matches are on 2 separate languages. So over here that we're going to be putting on your screens are 2 of the channels where you can find your favorite broadcasts either in English or in Filipino. So Twitch is for English, so that's twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, or Filipino, which is facebook.com/PPGLGG. Of course, you can check us out on TikTok as well, and that's @HelloPPGL. And there's also those bit.ly links right there, but you are fully capable of doing that yourselves. And all panel discussions are going to be in English, and you're going to see us on both the English and Filipino casts. So, again, my name is Illustrado, and welcome back to the VCTPH, where we just saw a 2-1 series with Oasis Gaming leading the charge against Empire. And now we move on to our last quarterfinal, DreamFyre versus ArkAngel, the young guns versus the old guard, the veterans here. Can either team find their form? Can ArkAngel continue on this trend of success? Or will DreamFyre finally catch them off guard in this rematch of a rematch? Talk about that with me, my co-panelists rather, Trix and Viminal. How are you feeling about this next matchup?
I'm feeling pretty good about this next matchup. I think DreamFyre coming in with that play style of being really aggressive, and they've thrown out the whole pug style, having a little more structure in their matches. I think they've got a good shot, but I also think ArkAngel, the professionals that work with decorated members in their team coming from other titles, knowing what it means to be a professional.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you 100% there, Trix. Again, we know of DreamFyre to be some very very powerful young guns. They got game, definitely, and they've proven that time and time again. They're here again for week number 3, and they have faced off against ArkAngel in the past. They were able to take away a map from ArkAngel very convincingly. Of course, let's not forget that they also took down Affinity Esports, also a very powerful team.
Yes.
These guys know how to play, and they're in it to win. So, honestly, I do believe ArkAngel is going to take this. Might be a 2-1, might be a 2-0 in favor of ArkAngel, but it's going to be a tough uphill battle. Yep. That's for sure.
I think that definitely we will be seeing DreamFyre improve a little bit. They have had more time together, and ever since when we saw them previously, they have been performing to a better and better level every time they step up to the plate. A little bit more tactical each time. Will it be enough to take on ArkAngel this time? That's definitely going to be a very big question mark here. But let's take a quick look at the highlights, the replay of the previous series, just in case you missed it. For those who just are tuning in, it was definitely a close series all throughout, ending in a 2-1 victory. Let's go ahead and talk about this right now of the previous game. We didn't really get a chance to, so let's go ahead and do it right now. And there's a lot that we can break down here. Empire. They're looking so much different from the Empire that we knew and fell in love with in week number 1. What on earth is going on here? And OG, why are they just looking so much better? I'll let you start with this, Trix, because I know you have a lot on your mind about this, but feel free to follow right up, Viminal.
Definitely when it comes to OG, I know what it's like to finally get that boot camp scenario and finally be able to play alongside your teammates. You look to your left or to your right, and then you can see the reaction. You know how to take care of each other. You know each other very well, and because of that, you don't always have to be talking in the game in order for your teammate to understand what you want to do. But on the other side of that, I also know what it's like to be in that team that doesn't have the boot camp, that has to struggle without it, and there's this whole identity crisis of teammates maybe not wanting to commit as much, or knowing that you have to switch out some players, or knowing that your team is just falling apart. And it's heartbreaking, honestly, to see Empire like that when they have such great fundamentals, and I wish they would just go back to that.
You know, when you're in a boot camp, it's pretty much all or nothing. You can't exactly back out. There's no being
Yeah.
half-hearted in a boot camp. And I feel like a lot of the sort of apprehensions that one team may have before going into it, it all starts to sink in like, hey, we're here. It's do or die. It's go.
Yep.
Yeah, but you know, that's a very good point. You know, the boot camp being a huge game changer for OG. But I would argue that perhaps it's more on what Empire is lacking right now that caused this sort of outcome to truly happen. You know, Empire, we were talking about how we're seeing pretty much a fall from grace. They were the team to beat on week number 1, right next to Bren. And it's just such a far cry from that, seeing their performance today.
Yeah, I agree. And I think a lot of it, and we talked about this, you know, off stage, where honestly, Silver was basically, I don't know, relegated to the Sentinel role. And it just seemed completely overwhelming. Underwhelming, excuse me.
You read my mind. Basically, it's just kind of confusing, and we're left with question marks over our heads. You know, kind of why was he relegated to the Sentinel role? He's such a fantastic duelist, as indicative of his performance in the second map on Split, where it was a completely opposite story of what happened here in Ascent.
I mean, he looked phenomenal. Just the rounds he would win for his team alone was amazing. And we can see some of the stats, the head-to-head right now. Case in point, you know, Silver with a Jet, 2.2 KDA, 353 combat score, and the other side, Ghidorahs with a 397 combat score, despite only winning 6 rounds. A really amazing performance from... Yeah, isn't it insane?
Crazy.
They are insane players.
Yeah.
It's just that Empire, for that one map, were able to pull themselves together and almost in the very last one.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's just, you know, people are starting to realize now in Valorant, of course, yes, it's an FPS and it's really fun, but you can't just pick up players anymore. You have to think about what your team composition needs, what's actually going to fit with your playstyle, how the players are even in terms of personality. And I feel that might have showed today in Empire's match that you can't pick up just amazing players. You need to pick up amazing teammates.
I agree. I agree completely. And it just goes to show. And you can't just swap out people like, I think, willy-nilly. And that is, I think, one of the big question marks here. The presence of Bat Ghost was, I think, and this is probably unanimous when we were talking about backstage, very much missed on the side of Empire. Bat Ghost on the Sova, I don't feel like, you know, Nexi, I don't feel like he really made an impact on the Sova, whereas he always stood out on the Sentinel and giving, it just didn't fit. So you put Silver on the Cypher, which doesn't make sense. Nexi's already really good at it, and you make Nexi play, you know, the Sova, and he's honestly just a little underwhelming on it too.
I'm going to have to agree with you that, Illustrato, it's just, we talk about how we value consistency so much here on the analyst desk. Consistency here, consistency that. Time and time again, week after week. But one surefire way to not be consistent is if you keep switching around your players. Imagine if I had my own Valorant team, or coaching a Valorant team with a bench of like 10 players. I guarantee you I will not be a top team. If it keeps switching around.
Yeah, I mean...
You know how ridiculous that picture is?
I 100% agree. I mean, the funny thing, this is the only day that we have not seen Young Pork in the roster of OG, and this is the most consistent we've seen them. Maybe it has to do with the fact that they're really sticking with their core 5, or maybe it's, I don't know, even on Ascent, which is where we always see
You always see Young Pork, and we didn't see Icebox today, so maybe that's probably why. But yeah, I do agree. Maybe they're honing in on their strengths, and perhaps we saw them try on some new agent compositions earlier as well.
And you know, it worked at the end of the day. The no duelist lineup actually did work in their favor. But let's talk about the MVP. Who was it at the end of the day who shined the most here? And without surprise, I'm pretty sure Ghidorahs, you know, we all know he's just
what a good-looking man.
We all know that it was going to be Ghidorahs,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
It's either he's on fire.
Yeah, it's just, he just changes the game. That's just his presence alone.
When he's on fire, he's really, really, like, super hot.
Yeah.
In-game. But
like Phoenix.
Yeah.
Super hot.
Yeah.
Fire.
High-level tactics.
But again, when he doesn't come online like that, and when he doesn't really make that huge of an impact, then of course his teammates step up.
Yeah.
But you just know when it's Godor's good day.
Yeah. One more player I did want to point out, and I think we didn't talk about too much, is Ripper. Holy moly, he was hot today as well. Just the shots and the clutches that he's had, the impacts he's had on those games, despite him being on a controller, was really rather amazing. And, let's take a look at their journey as they go further and further into the tournament itself, the semifinals tomorrow. So the bracket coming up on your screens. TFO versus OG tomorrow, and that's, yet again, a blood feud.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, it's the
Round
rivalry of
2.
rivalries, I think.
Now this is something that I would really, really love to watch. I'm very excited for this matchup.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about that tomorrow because that's all for tomorrow. But definitely am going to be looking forward to it. No love lost between the both of these teams here, TFO and OG. That rivalry goes way back. And DreamFyre ArkAngel will be up next, and then the very last match will be tomorrow for the quarterfinals, and that is DR versus Hashira. And personally, of course, I'm looking forward to that as well. Whether the new kids on the block and then the little bit of a couple of oldies on that squad showing their veteran side will be able to carry on over to the grand finals. And I wanted to talk just a tad bit more on this TFO OG match. What does it mean to take that victory on the semifinals for either of these teams?
It probably means I think it's gonna mean a lot more than they're willing to admit, honestly. No, kidding aside, I know they're good friends, of course. A lot of us here are friends of the VALORANT PH community, but definitely them being sister teams in the same org, of course, that's gonna mean a lot.
I agree. I mean, you have to prove that you were the right choice, of course, in the end for that final roster in OG. But let's talk about the game that we have on our hands. We're pulling up right now the roster of DreamFyre. Take a look at what these guys have got. It's the 5-man roster, the 5-man squad, the Radiant stack of Eman, Urza, Georgie, Vindict, and Waytopia. I'm not sure if Waytopia is Waytopia still playing.
There was a guy who swapped over in in place of Waytopia.
Right. But yeah, so just to be clear, Hopeless is actually going to be playing instead of Waytopia. So pardon us, Howblast, excuse me, sorry. Howblast is staying in for Waytopia, exactly. And they will be just sort of, I will be adjusting that graphic very soon, so don't worry about that, guys. On the other side, though, it is going to be the squad of ArkAngel. But in the meantime, let's talk about this. Georgie, he's always been the standout player here, 100%. Can he keep the pace going? So just real quick, players to look at, that's going to be it. But now, Trix, I'm going to ask you, in this ArkAngel lineup, Jing, Josh S., Carl Modsky, Johan, who should we be looking at today?
I'd say look out for Josh S today.
Okay.
There was one I'd say.
I mean, we're always kind of looking at Josh S. But
yeah, but look
especially
forward to it. Look forward to it.
Okay.
He's synonymous to ArkAngel at this point in time. Josh S, I think of ArkAngel.
And Carl.
And Carl, yeah.
And Johan, yes.
And Modsky and Shane.
Yeah, these guys have been...
like all of them, so...
I mean, these guys have been in the community for so long.
Yes.
Like, we all know and love them. Like, especially Josh S. He's such a nice guy. Like, one of the nicest guys in esports.
Very charismatic team, I'd say.
I'd say. I mean, that's why they have such a good fan base, I guess. Like, you can't... They're not just players. They're like... Personalities, too. I mean, that's kind of what we want to see here, especially after we interviewed Johan that last time.
I remember.
Search for that clip. If you're watching it now, search for that clip of Johan's message to Brenny Sports, and you'll know why we're fans of ArkAngel. So let's go ahead and talk about this matchup right now. Okay, DreamFyre.
Okay.
Do they have a chance? And if so, what would their win conditions possibly be against a team like ArkAngel? I'll start with you, Viminal, because you might be a little bit more of an outsider perspective in this.
Okay, here's the thing. DreamFyre, again, very, very impressive. I'm really impressed by DreamFyre. And I've been saying this a lot. I tell you guys this a lot backstage. I really enjoy watching DreamFyre and the way they showcase their mechanical skill. But again, mechanical skill is not the end-all, be-all here in this level of VALORANT. You really need that extra dimension of synergy and utility economy, etc. And that's what I think they're going to lack. And their win condition is if they overcome that extra layer of skill, then they can defeat someone like ArkAngel.
I'm going to be a little bit honest, man, say that they got a little bit unlucky in the draw. Because I think DreamFyre may have a pretty good chance at defeating literally anyone else except for the most experienced roster in this tournament, because you can catch people by surprise with your playstyle. And don't get me wrong, they're so exciting to watch on DreamFyre side, but you're not going to surprise a team like ArkAngel.
True.
I would admit that I feel it's a little harder to make a team like ArkAngel get caught off guard. It's, they've been through other titles, they've been through other types of games, and they've approached them in a similar fashion, which is instant reaction.
And it showed, especially in their matchup against Hashira, where whatever Hashira threw at them, they were ready for.
Yep.
So let's find out if this trend can continue. Where is the veto? Where is that? We're going to be pulling it up on your screens. And sorry, before the veto, it's the head-to-head, rather, excuse me. Seeing which of these players we're going to be taking a closer look at under this microscope. Georgie and Ching, no surprises here, as the two duelists, the two stars of the squads right now. I mean, Josh S aside, also Ching is also there, who's also a phenomenal player.
Yes.
Which we have not touched on very much. We haven't really talked about him. He's been settling into his role as well, a little bit more on the squad. So Trix, tell us a little bit more about Ching and his performance.
Ching is just always performing very well, especially when he's on the duelist, especially on Jet. He's got this whole confidence to him, which helps allow him create space for his team as that duelist role.
Yeah, I mean, Ching on that Jet makes it seem like he's so comfortable on that role and allowing him to shine and basically unleash his full potential.
I mean,
as a player.
There's something about being a player that you have to be bloodthirsty if you want to be a duelist, and that's exactly what Ching.
You have to have the right mindset.
You do have to be a
Not
little
everyone has
bloodthirsty.
the right mindset, you know what I mean?
But there's also a double-edged sword, because I know on Hashira's side, our bloodthirsty duelist can be a little bit too bloodthirsty. You know what I mean? And they,
like lacking the
right amount of
discipline, kind of.
yeah,
bloodthirsty.
exactly.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of there has to be a precision to that mix.
Yes.
So, But before we go and talk about the players any further, let's find out where they're going to be facing off. We got the map veto up next, and we'll find out which battlefield we'll be landing on here today. So it's gotta be, Icebox Bind, and then followed up by Haven here. So, Icebox is, a map which both of these teams can be comfortable on. We already know that ArkAngel beat Hashira on Icebox, and that was their map pick. DreamFyre have been successful on it. They beat Affinity on Icebox as well. And this is basically the same three maps that we saw these guys fight on.
Yes.
It just in a little bit of a different order here. Do you think this is going to make any difference? Who do you think won the picks out here?
I would think that maybe ArkAngel won the picks out here, just because in terms of being more confident and having more experience under their belt, they've played all of the maps. I think DreamFyre, though, has an amazing icebox, and we've seen them do very well on that map, so I'm expecting very good things from them today.
I think that perhaps DreamFyre will bring something new to the table. Maybe they did show that they're not that one-dimensional sort of pug-style team that we thought they were during that previous week, but now I'm excited to see how they evolve further than that.
Yeah, they have been showing signs of growth, and whether this is a good thing for the team or a deterrent coming into the later stages, maybe playing structure doesn't work for them at all. Who knows? We'll only find out once we get into the game itself. I know one thing for sure: you do not want to play 100% structured against ArkAngel, because they will read you, and so you have to catch them off guard, which is what DreamFyre excels at. So it's going to be. It's just a little bit tough for me to find a solution. If there is a win condition, I'm going to ask you guys, what is that win condition? And give me your predictions for this game.
I think, asking that question, it's super hard to answer, because putting it on paper, on one hand, you can't play super structured, or you can't play too one-dimensional either. You can't play, because ArkAngel is so good at reading the opponent. They have so much experience under their belt. So honestly, I think go with your gut feeling, DreamFyre. Play it by ear.
Play your comforts.
Play your comforts,
Yes, you have to play comfortable all the times.
And what is your win condition if you see one for DreamFyre?
Just doing more homework than ArkAngel ever does, because there's a lot to catch up on.
And ArkAngel, we know for a fact they do their homework. Okay, before we go to the casters, real quick, predictions.
ArkAngel 2-0.
Okay,
I'm gonna have to echo that. ArkAngel 2-0 this time.
I'll say 2-1. I'll say 2-1 ArkAngel this time. because I feel like DreamFyre will be coming in a little bit more prepared. But let's see whether that's going to be true or not as we hand over the floor to our amazing casters. So casters, tell us the story because it's all yours.
The story has two endings here, two possible endings. Is it going to be ArkAngel to fly high or DreamFyre to set the competition ablaze? My name is Asteroid. Joining with me now is Black and Blue. We'll be your casters for the English cast here. And one question, Black and Blue.
Yes.
What do you think is going to be the outcome of this final best of 3 for tonight?
I have to say that DreamFyre are a very impressive team. Yep. They're very young, they're very new to the scene, but even with all that, ArkAngel, we have to give them respect. They were able to make it to the grand finals of week number 2 and first strike as well. And so I have to say, ArkAngel, while sometimes they might not be as, performing as we might expect such impressive players to be doing, we have to give respect to them. And I think they're going to take this 2-0.
We do have some kind of, again, knowledge that ArkAngel is going to be changing up how they play, but it's going to be something of, I think, similar performances in the way that DreamFyre and ArkAngel are both very aggressive teams.
Yeah.
They're going to be duking it out heavily up against each other, and we're just going to see how that pans out. The first map is a pick for DreamFyre, and I think this is the map that they kind of became the more known for, especially up against that match with Affinity. They really did pop off, and DreamFyre is just going to try to do that once again, going up against ArkAngel. But help me out here. Raise up your right hand, Black and Blue, because we're going to direct you to our language streams. Come on, please, production, so it's not awkward. There you go. Thank you so much. As English commentary is here at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH.
Yes, and for the Filipino commentary, we do have it on Facebook/PPGLGG, guys. We also have a YouTube stream of both, and on TikTok, we do have the additional Filipino broadcast there as well at Hello PPGL, saying hi to us, guys. So once again, English on Twitch, Filipino on Facebook and TikTok, and YouTube for both. That's all you need to do to be able to watch the broadcast in any of the 2 languages that we do provide here. And of course, not only are these 2 teams going to have a chance to win, but you guys can win as well. 1,500 Valorant points is on the line, and 10 lucky winners is what we're going to show at the end of the day after this series on who those lucky people are going to be. All you have to do to be one of the 10 lucky winners of 1,500 Valorant points is simply just Stitch and Duet Asarai over here's TikTok video casting challengers week number 2 posted on the PPGL Facebook page, guys. You post a video on either your Facebook or TikTok account with the hashtag #PPGL. Just do it and make sure the video is public, and you guys might just be lucky. Say, Asarai, maybe I can join it right now. Since you're here with me, maybe I can get some 1,500 Valorant points to me too. I would love to have a free Val Pass.
I'm not the one who's going to give it, right? It's going to be Riot and everything. But yeah, you guys can definitely join that one out. I have seen some of the entries already, and they're pretty dang good. Honestly, if these guys wanted to sign up for trying to go for shoutcasting, I think they have a solid shot. For those that I've already seen, very smooth, very concise how they cast. And honestly, just shows that people are enjoying themselves. People are just liking Valorant and trying out shoutcasts. It's pretty cool. Anyways, again, going back into it, ArkAngel versus DreamFyre. It is going to immediately be the agent select. And let's just break it down. I will be just taking notes, of course, as always.
Yes. Well, look at the composition here coming in from both sides. ArkAngel, I do love to see Johan on the Viper once again. We've seen them do this the whole time throughout week number 2. The 2 times, I think it was 2 times that they did play Icebox during week number 2 here of the VCT. They pulled Johan out on both the Viper on both of those times. So there, we have the Sage, we have the Sova, we have the Breach, we have the Omen to round things off. Ching on the Omen once again here for ArkAngel on the side of DreamFyre. They do have quite a similar lineup, but the difference is they do have a duelist now here, and that is something that is actually lacking on the side of AA. They do have the Reyna, and they do have Eman here on the Raze. They have a Sova as well, and they do have the Brim and the Sage to cap it all off. So, very interesting dynamic here coming in. They're very different contrast from these 2 teams. AA, the Viper, something that we've seen very, very formidable when it comes to playing on the B side here, especially on Icebox. We've seen it in EU VCT, and it really does work out quite well if a team can support it. On the other side of things here, DreamFyre, they're going to be pulling out the double duelist, and that's quite a different approach to this philosophy.
To kind of add to that, I think I do like the picks right now for ArkAngel because it kind of says one thing. Again, Viper can allow you for those proactive plays, but once she sets her utility, it's just going to be one and done. It's going to be on that side, and it's already going to be seen by the opponents. That one line straight with her toxic wall. So I do like this, that if Viper either goes A or B, if Johan goes A or B, it's going to be the Omen going to the other side, which helps them lock down on that starting defending side, which is going to make it possibly a little bit more difficult for DreamFyre here. But like you said, DreamFyre did pick up the double duelist, so they're going to go in fast, they're going to go in hard, and they're going to go in mean into these sites, and it's all going to be up to DreamFyre to see what they can do up against this new lineup that ArkAngel is introducing to us.
I think they have the right idea here, actually, to counteract the fact that there is a Viper on the side of ArkAngel. The fact that you have two duelists means that you have those flashes on the Reyna, and that will allow you to be able to kind of switch up the pace whenever you have to get out of a sticky situation because of all the controllers on the side here. So ArkAngel, they're going to find the opening pick here as Ching getting eager there and finding Vindict. They're going to find the 4v5 to start things off as the A execute comes underway. Eman will find a frag on Ching too.
Eman did have to throw out his nade there, and surprisingly, we are going to be seeing Ching play around with the Omen here. First time to see him with that one, as he's usually the duelist main for ArkAngel. In any case, that will be DreamFyre with going for that post-plant situation. Georgie misses the jump, and that is crucial time that he could have used in being able to play Vanguard on up to pipes. Smolsky is going to be pushing right in, but they do have that nice little crossfire set up already, but nice little use on that recon dart will stop and make the members of ArkAngel a little bit honest. They're charging right out, and they have to challenge this end. The defuse.
Completely stuck there by Johan. There was nothing that they could do, DreamFyre, to stop it from happening. While they did have the post-plant situation, the smokes there from the Brimstone was able to conceal just enough of Johan for them to stick that plant, and throws never fake.
Was never fake. He brought himself with that toxic cloud, able to use it to just basically give him such a long duration. Nobody was able to spot him. His teammates were providing that distraction, and even if ArkAngel did lose the sight, it seems like they were okay just playing that retake. And this is akin to, again, their composition not really needing to just go ham against their opponents. They can play this a little bit more passive, a little bit more calmly, and it gives them a lot of options. Again, having this dual controller into their roster. That's a nice little pickup by Ching there. Just
That's a good
pixel angle.
That's a good find there to find Eman, and that's going to start things off very nicely for the side of ArkAngel. Now, they're trying to make their execute here, DreamFyre, towards the A side once again, where Ching is right behind the default plant spot. He's going to be the first one to make contact with him as they do try and break this barrier down and try and find the angle. Able to find the shot, not able to find the follow-up as Urza's able to find Ching in return, and a good trade-off coming in from Blaz. 3v3 on the board. Still no spike planted down yet, but they are just at the edges of it.
If they try to go for the spike, they have to be worried about Rafters, or maybe even worried about Josh S, who comes in from the backstab and basically gives a rather clean round for ArkAngel here. That was the bonus round for them. This should be the bonus round for DreamFyre, as ArkAngel will be on the weaker weapons. Are they gonna stabilize and just go for the weaker guns to kind of match the SMGs that they already have, or will they just go for the force buy? It seems like they're gonna go for the latter. Ching and Motsky buying right back up, and this should maybe situate, maybe tell us that ArkAngel will have to go for that aggressive push first before they back away, just so that they can make some value with these Vandals.
Fortunately, they rather are starting on the defensive side here, so they can make use of those Spectres by choosing the angles that they can fight in. You can see here Johan, he's going to be aggressing all the way down towards B-Long. His toxic wall is going to buy him all the concealment that he needs to be able to crawl on up there. On the other edge of it, the Sova, will he be able to expect this? No, Vindic goes down. Will he find a second follow-up Krag? No, he won't. Georgie going to get the trade off on him. The duelist finding his mark, and now a 4v4 as things cap off.
That was interesting. Yeah. I don't think they should have known that something was going to be rather amiss there. Johan's a pretty aggressive player, and if you think that he's not going to challenge these kind of angles with his toxic wall, then well, that joke's on you. In any case, that's the 1-for-1 trade, but it seems like ArkAngel, or rather DreamFyre, are definitely set up into getting this B site already. Motsky, though, is going to play that sentry at the back of the site. Really good in being able to just push them back out. Has to back away as well, has to heal, but Josh S is here to help him out with the flashes. Once he flashes out, you're going to know that you're going to challenge him. Urza is just that good with that aim. Still, nobody has gone with the plant, though, but Georgie is the linchpin here. He's going to be charging in, and it's still time. Enough time for
30
DreamFyre to
seconds
try to
left.
go for that rotation.
Now, Ching, it's all going to be up to him, but Urza, while he might be on the stage, he's definitely going to be taking more lives than he can heal up. So, 2-1 on the board, and DreamFyre finally take their first round. Now we can see here that ArkAngel, of course, they might be a bit shaken, but definitely not stirred just yet because they still have Duo Economy on their side. You can force up the Vandals, and they're going to need to win this one if they want to restabilize their bank.
That was just messy for ArkAngel. I think what happened there was, I did like the point that they were trying to control DreamFyre as they were exiting out of B main or B long, but the big problem there was they challenged 1 by 1. That's kind of like the spell, the disaster that happens right when you're challenging for B. You gotta just try to figure stuff out. Seems like their A, at least at the start, looks to be a more solid site rather than their B. DreamFyre still wanting challenge for A as they know that they have the gun advantage. Carlo at the back of sight with the Phantom. He could deal some substantial damage here, and he is setting up some, let's see. Oh, let's just hold for a little bit. But yeah, just chasing right out the Ching with the Marshall.
Ching able to find the frag there, and interestingly enough, DreamFyre are going for the A site once again. This is their third attempt in this game, and so you can see if that's going to really come into fruition. They're able to get the spike plan down, and Mozgi will get the trade-off on the opposing stage. That's a big find for them. Now as they go for the retake, Ching's going to get removed from Vindic, from the side of the head, a bullet to the cranium, and that's all he needs. Eman will find a frag on the Josh S, and he's going to find a double, but not after Carl will get the trade-off on Georgie. Quick triple kill from Eman, and a quick round from DreamFyre, finally making the A execute work out.
Man, Ching was rather unlucky, I think, with his little aggressive lurk play, because he did have his ultimate already from the shadows. That's why you were kind of curious to see, wait, he got a kill on Raptors. How is he in the back? He just uses from the shadow there. But Vindic was wise to the shenanigans of the one of the star players for ArkAngel. In any case, though, you are seeing a lot of the contact plays that we've known and come to love with the DreamFyre team, and they're definitely using it to their advantage. We're 2-2 for now, but they do have a big up against their opponent, as they do have 3 ultimates to work with. If they can find something, maybe Vindic can just activate his Hunter's Fury and basically bamboozle the bejesus out of ArkAngel. Smartly enough, they're going to be using their Sova drone just to get that information where they are or where their opponents are on that A site.
You can see here the Viper wall blocking off the entirety of their B long and mid. That's normally really to try and get them a safe wall and be sure that there's no flanks about to come in. And so Ching's able to find the frag, giving the trade-off now 4-4. Eman will find Ching in return, and Georgie will get Johan. That's now going to be heavy man advantage towards DreamFyre here. Blast is going to take out Carl, and it's all on the Mozgi. Sheriff in hand, and, well, the Outlaws do win. 3-2 on the board, and DreamFyre are looking very, very fired.
Again, like I said, setting the competition ablaze. Checking out the scoreboard real quick here. Mozgi and Ching are in the front with 5-4 kills. The kind of duelist duo now onto other roles. Really interesting to see how they're going to be adjusting up onto this one. Did say a while ago that there is a lot of aggressive offensive ultimates that is up to be utilized by DreamFyre, but now coming into this round, it's going to look like the same thing, as there is Josh S with his Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury on their end as well. Maybe they're going to try to make this work out, as they do use the fault line immediately onto A-Long. Lots of peeks out. Ching wanting to really go for that challenge, but Urza is just the better shot, really popping off in this first game.
A good punch there from Urza, and Ching, I think he got a bit overeager there. I don't blame him though, because he did have a good position. Unfortunately, not just unable to win the fight. Vindic will find the frag on Carl, and Josh S will find Eman in return. That's going to bring it down to a 3v4 here in the favor of DreamFyre, as they're going to be barreling their way down towards the A site. The spearhead of this is Vindic right now. He's going to be first contact. Never mind, as Georgie is going to be barreling his way too. The Leer does come out, and that's going to pull Mozgi's, attention. But for now, not able to capitalize on the information given, as Georgie finally does find Mozgi in return. Gonna dismiss out of the way into safety. Josh S not landing his shot. That was crucial for him to hit, but could not land that angle, and Urza will get the frag once again, getting the first one and the last of the round. 4-2, and DreamFyre, a very, very good start here, Asarai. One that we did not, frankly, expect.
That was risky. The Rolling Thunder from Josh S, I really did like it, because it did stop the push that was going to be coming from DreamFyre, but there wasn't really any follow-up. Usually when you'd see a ultimate like that, especially with such long angles, you'd probably be seeing duelists that have lots of mobility just kind of dash right in and try to pick off those dazed opponents, but they didn't have any, so it's more of like a stalling tool rather than a counter-engage tool that they can capitalize on. And you did see that after that, I think that was DreamFyre that just threw out a couple of slows so that Josh S could now capitalize with his own ultimate and that really kind of left ArkAngel with scratching their heads. Johan, I do love his positioning here. He might have some damage done, but only will find the one target. And DreamFyre, I'm not sure if they're going to have their ultimate back up with that revive, but Georgie does take some damage, will activate his ultimate there, but it seems like B is the name of the game.
The site is under attack now, and Georgie's able to find Modski once again. This time, Amon's going to use the showstopper to stop Josh's show from continuing on in the 4v2. Make that a quick 2v2. Carl getting the lineup on the Georgie and Amon. Urza's going to find Carl in return, but here in the 1v2, it's not going to be able to be pulled off as Urza will shut Ching down. And as we were looking into it, you know, it seemed like such a good round to start off with ArkAngel there. Johan, even though they were on the eco, yes, Johan playing that very cubby, cheeky corner, unfortunately could not find the second follow-up. I think, as for what's happening here is, it's kind of, a lot of what's happening is like the symptoms of not having a duelist to be able to capitalize and follow up on the initiations, the counter initiations given by, you know, some of their other agents that they have on the board. As you said, when you saw the Rolling Thunder come in during the round prior, there's no duelists to really capitalize and, you know, dash on in and really use their mobility to capitalize on that. And there, once again, while distractions were made by Johan, nobody could have really came in to help him out because of the fact that they don't have that mobility in their favor.
It's true. It's either they have to stop them from coming in or just let them get the site and play that retake. Anything in between seems very not likely to be successful for ArkAngel, as they, like you said, missing that aggressive piece. In any case, they have to adjust because now DreamFyre are starting to build a lead. 3-round advantage. And ArkAngel, they're starting to mosey out on the A side as they are fearing that DreamFyre will be using aggressively this orbital strike from their own Brimstone. And the thing about that is, Carl is still holding the back of the site. He has already his recon dart used, but he only gave away his positioning. Modski is going to be coming right here, but Georgie is just on the nick! And Modski still wins that duel, 4 versus 5. This looks to be a really doable situation for ArkAngel. Ching got to back away, or maybe he fakes it up with another way. His recon dart's not going to make it. Anything happen, although his paranoia will slow them down quite nicely.
Unfortunately, there's Georgie. He had a very important position, but could not win the fight. But Emon, a double kill. Carl will get the trade up, and Modski will get Josh S back online. Here, Vindic is able to find Modski, finally, but not before he does get the res up. Blast will find Carl. Now, 2v3 on the board here, Asterai. You can see the rotations are coming in, but they're going to have to give up this plant and play for the post.
They're just winning these aggressive duels. It feels like ArkAngel is setting up, and then DreamFyre are always challenging before they can have a chance to kind of take a breath and start moving, getting that mindset to challenge. And DreamFyre, the timings on these guys, even if Georgie goes down, Emon's there to pick it up. Now, leaving it in the hands of Johan. He was such a clutch god for ArkAngel back in 2020 in the later stages of, you know, first strike. But now seems like he is struggling just a smidge as DreamFyre are starting to run away with this game. 6-2. Really heavily in their favor.
What a cold start from AA right now, as DreamFyre are very blazing hot right now. 6-2 on the board, and they look a lot better than we frankly expected. 6 rounds straight in a row. The only 2 that Ark were able to win so far are the first 2 of this entire match, and so you can see here the double P coming in beautiful and perfect on that synchronization to go for it. Always would rather peek 2 at a time than a single one to not isolate yourself. So, let's see now what ArkAngel can do. They do have Johan here solo towards B, and he's going to have a lot to deal with because it seems like their attention right now for DreamFyre wants to be placed towards the B site, and so this wall will give them a perfect access into the under of the tube, and, well, Johan is going to need all the help that he can get right now.
That was a really good shot from Ching there. No one is going to be able to refrag for Georgie because he's just playing insanely as the solo lurk. But my goodness, this is supposed to be a weaker buy for ArkAngel. And in the blink of an eye, just like straight up aim duels and good timings and good aim. I mean, yeah, right? It's just allowing ArkAngel to win out that last round, a flawless, and they basically upgrade all of their weaponry for free.
They quite literally did, and that really started with a great shot there from Ching with the Sheriff to find the frag and get the whole team going, just, you know, barreling through and using the man advantage, going for the trades, going for the right timing peaks and not peeking by themselves and isolating themselves out for the opponent to capitalize on. So, good eco round from ArkAngel to say the very least. That was excellent. coming in from them. Now, A-site is going to be under siege once again, and the drone here to try and spot some information out. They know there's at least 3 players here going towards the A-site to the side of DreamFyre, and they can potentially play off of that. But Georgie, a good find to find Josh S to start the execute out.
Again, I think the best way to just look at this particular gameplay from ArkAngel is every time they peek, they always get caught with their pants down. You know, they're setting things up, and then DreamFyre just like, oh, you're not with your weapon out, and you're actually just trying to flash us before I get flashed? Okay, I'm going to get a free kill here. And it seems like that is the name of the game. Every time they try to just go in straight up into a site, Johan will at least, you know, wake up slightly with 1 kill. But in the end, Emin gets a 3, and we're looking 3-7 with DreamFyre rolling in the deep. And the fire is still ablazing.
Icebox is looking really cold right now for ArkAngel, and I'm not sure exactly what they can do to necessarily change things up here. Well, here's an idea. Have Ching on the operator there with the Omen. That could potentially swing things around back towards their favor. You can see that I think he's going to try and apply this towards the A-site, and that's exactly what he's going to do. A-site has been... It looked well for them the first 2 rounds, yeah, but after then, they never were able to really win an A-site retake at all. And so, him pulling out the operator here might be big. We're going to be Owl droning it out first, and the information is given. Operator is right here on top of the rafters, and so he's going to have to fall back. Josh S, though, very aggressive peek to find Georgie. I love that aggression from Josh S here. He's going to get punished for it, a bit over-eager, but still, he's done his job, did a lot of the information, but the res comes online, and so his frag is turned deep.
The timings and the pushes from ArkAngel, I would say, are a little bit too magnetized. That could have been a double collateral for Ching here. Emin flies high, using his showstopper to push everybody from ArkAngel. When you hear it, when you hear Raze shout those words, you're going to just be like, oh crap, let's run away. And everybody from DreamFyre knew what was up, charged with the timing of Emin, and picked off ArkAngel 1 by 1. And again, just to finish off what I was saying there, Black and Blue, it seems like the lurk timings, the push timings for ArkAngel are all downloaded by DreamFyre.
They are finding this perfectly, and I love the fact that they knew the exact reaction ArkAngel would have to hearing the ultimate call out from Emin's Raze. As soon as he pulled it out, they knew that they're going to be on the back foot, and when is the best time to throw a punch? Well, the opponent is on his last foot. So here comes out the Hunter's Spear, not able to land anything on that so far just yet, but the B site has been pushed back quite heavily. There are 4 defenders here towards the B site, and so Johan's going to be the solo man here towards the A site with his Viper's Pit ultimate out. He can potentially, you know, try and delay this very heavily as they're going to be going for an A site execute in just a bit, but his smoke, his ultimate might just dissipate before that even gets going.
The thing about that is, again, this is where Viper is very, very weak, because if you hide inside the smoke, I mean, you could always just get flushed out by the Sova, and the numbers advantage, which just means that you have to really hit those shots. They will take some damage here and there, but yeah, like that, it's not really going to be enough unless they really soak inside your poison cloud. Johan will be able to at least get the 1 kill, but you do see a nice little flankies coming out from Emin. He will throw out the nade, so that will soften up the members of ArkAngel here, leaving it into 3 versus 3. Carl will try to frantically shoot through that smoke, but still not getting anybody. But on top, it's going to be Josh S, although Blast, okay! Blast way past his opponents, and he has an ultimate. This is doable for DreamFyre.
Now Blast in a 1v1 situation. Ching, where is he going to expect this to happen? You can see him playing very safely here towards the screens. The spike is in the hands of Blast. Yes, he can go for the plant here, but Ching is going to go for the wraparound all the way towards the under a pipe. So he thought it was going to be a B rotation, but now they're actually going to be committed towards the A side. Not enough time left. He's going to have to stick this plant, and Ching knows that. He's going to be running his way. Nope, fakes it out, and great heads-up play coming from Ching to fake him out of that and win the fight after the time regulation does commit. So 8-4 on the board, and a good comeback here, at least for ArkAngel. 4-8, not the worst scoreline, but it is definitely not favorable. It is still possible for them to bring this one back here in the second half, and so the question is, will they be able to do it? Because their lineup here is very rather favorably favored towards the defender's side, and so with them being on the attack now, not having a duelist, I'm not sure if that's going to be quite easy for them to really pull off.
They do have utility to be able to flush out corners and get some information for free, especially with Carl being on that Sova. But like you said, I definitely do agree that having some form of quick takes would really help out the case of ArkAngel here, because you're seeing that they're adjusting to their current lineup with the agents that they've selected. But the thing about that is, you can also see that there's such a proactive, aggressive team that they really want to challenge all of these corners, all of these angles. You're seeing their identity, but the agents don't match that, at least for now. And DreamFyre are just kind of like thriving in the missed identity here of ArkAngel, and they're like, we're still playing with what we've got, and we're okay with that. In any case, a couple of nades were already thrown there onto the mid side. Georgie has to back away for the moment, has to be aware, but Vindic is here with the frenzy, could do some damage, but no teammates will be helping him out. Emando spots out the one, gets immediately refragged, but Georgie is still going to be holding strong on top. Not even going to matter anymore, as Josh S and teammate will be able to take him out, leaving it all into Blast, 4 versus 1.
1 to 4 on the board, and Blast, what can he do in this situation? Might be a bit too difficult to deal with right now. 4 of them trying to peek his way. He knows where they are. They know where he is. He's going to get hurt by that. Nope. Able to dodge it at the last second, but still going to get pincered in. Carl's going to get him from the back, and they do get the 5th round on the board. AA could definitely string this into a second straight round here in the second half to bring it 6 to 8, as they do have the economy advantage. Now, Bulldog forced over by Motsuki. Oh, they have Vandal too.
Yeah. It's going to be fine. Like, I think going for this kind of buy, the double rifle is okay. Because as long as you have somebody to pick up the rifle, if the rifler dies or gets knocked out, you can pick it up for yourself, and basically you're okay. It should be fine though. But they are going to give it to Ching, who will be playing forward position. He's going to try to go for that aggressive boost up onto Belong. And people got to be afraid, as they are going to be using as well that fault line to supplement the push of Ching. Also activating the Sober Drone to check out the nooks and crannies. But nobody is hiding in this particular area, and it seems like ArkAngel is setting up that everybody from DreamFyre knows, and they're all going for that rotate except for Georgie, who is still an A.
The plant will go down here on default, and Ching is able to find the opening pick there on the Urza. That's a good find from him to get them the man advantage here in the post plan. Now, Emon's going to bring things back. He's going to find Johan. 4 to 4 on the board. Sheriff in hand, but still, Carl will get it onto Emon in return. Ching will find Blast. He's going to find the 3rd on the Vindic. Will he find the 4th is the question. It's all in the hands of Georgie here for DreamFyre. And while he has been spectacular in these previous weeks, it's not going to... I mean, it's quite difficult for him to pull this off. Bucky in hand, long ranges here. It definitely does not favor him. He can potentially go for an exit frag or 2 here. That's all he can really hope for right now. So, Georgie, what can you find is the question. Will he stick this? Will he commit to this? He really wants that exit frag, you can tell.
He's chasing for it. Classic. Just peek out the corner here. He might be able to find the one, but he's going to get overwhelmed, devoured by the spike. And we did kind of forget to talk about this one, Black and Blue, that on Icebox, it is a very incredibly attacker-sided map, because you spread out as defenders, you're spread very thin. And now here comes the issue for DreamFyre. They lack the utility to really lock down both of these sites simultaneously, so they have to make proactive plays with these 2 duelists, or they risk themselves always being pushed out by ArkAngel. And that 8 to 4 now is 6 to 8, or sorry, 8 to 6. Very, very doable for the AA team.
Yeah, I mean, look at the utility that they do have here. They do have a Sova, they have the Brimstone, and they have the Sage. No one to really hold down the site by themselves, and so Ching is able to find the frag on Georgie. So once you put the defense to one side, you're pretty much leaving the sole defender on the opposing side to kind of fend for themselves without much utility to necessarily support that endeavor. And so, as the opening pick once again was found on Georgie, that's a lot of the flexibility removed here from the side of DreamFyre. So, ArkAngel crawling their way up towards the A site. It's going to be the only member here for DreamFyre. Going to be the Raze, playing very close. Can he be able to go at least 1 for 1 or fall back and get the information their way? They know now the A site is about to come under siege, and so here comes to execute Emon. He's going to have to hold fast here, and well, Ching is going to take him out.
Emon was very afraid. He was, well, basically trying to handle 2 angles with not really having any position to fall back on. Very, very risky, and very, very high risk, high reward. But he was not able to get that reward that he was looking for. And Ching has the god finally awoken. He's already with the 3K and is looking for that ace. Just give it to him already. And Ching comes alive.
That is Ching the G that we've been expecting here. Able to get the ace in that round. Of course, it was against kind of a light buy, but still not too diluted, because Ching, he has been looking so good right now on this attacking side. On the Omen as well. We don't normally see Ching on the Omen too often. He normally would play the Duelist, but right now he is looking very good, especially in that round. Look at that. Great shot to find Vindic. He's going to find the follow-up too. There, Ezra will get taken down, and the 5th to cap things off. Great play coming from Ching.
Now, 7 to 8. ArkAngel need one more. They're looking much cleaner here on their attacking side. And like I said, DreamFyre, they have an issue. They're playing this very Pug style. You know, there's a team in NA, they're called the Pug Stars, and they really do just play a lot of contact plays. I feel like DreamFyre is in a similar situation where I think they just have to play this like a 2-2-1 split and let those duos just try to offensively get some control here. Because again, you do see the lack of information being taken by DreamFyre when they just play the back of sight. Again, they're waiting for ArkAngel to come in, but that's where it becomes risky because ArkAngel's setups really force you out of the sight, really force you to be in a position where you can't get that quick kill and play the next position and survive. It's always going to be ArkAngel either getting you or them getting you into a quick refrag. It's very risky, and DreamFyre have to set something up. I like the Snake play. It's going to soften up the members of ArkAngel here ever so slightly, but they need to take down Ching first, who is playing Vendetta here on top of the site, already using his paranoia and saying, I am the king of the tower, come back at me! And he will be able to get this yellow and allow ArkAngel to pierce through B.
Now, will the towers steadfast is the question. Will they be able to stand tall here and see over this Viper wall? Vindic, he does have a Sheriff in hand. That's all they really got to work with here. Will the Sheriffs be able to take it out? So, that does pop in. They're going to be able to get the plant here on the default. Oh, a bit of damage through that, and Blast is able to deny it. Great play there to get them through green. And so, Modzki, he does go down.
For a little bit for that plant first and use the high penetration of the Sheriff to deal some damage. Note now that that little box is not going to help out with the nice little hand cannons that is in the hands of DreamFyre. But in the end, they will be able to play that post plant already. And here comes DreamFyre. Will they be able to do something? They do have a wall. You can still see that Urza is setting stuff up, but it's going to be pincered right in. They're going to challenge, but the rifles are just too much for the members of DreamFyre to handle. Leaving it to Blast, and Carl is there into the corner, spots him out, and says, good night, sweet prince.
Great idea there by DreamFyre to really commit and you know, use that wall to buy them some cover and then go for the peak to try and divert their attention away. But unfortunately enough, for the side of DreamFyre, ArkAngel do have too much firepower that wall can deal with, and they instantly melt it down as soon as it comes up, thus exposing Erza going for the defuse. And so 8 to 8 on the board now. ArkAngel have tied things up, and they're looking a lot better now here on this side than they were on the first half. Well, we can see here now the ArkAngel, they are going to be quite spread out on their defense, not committing to really holding one specific site yet, because they do have here as well, near the boilers is going to be the Rays, who has found a lot of information too. They know that here towards elbow as well, there is going to be Sova trying to fall on back. Vindic will find Josh S. Will he find a second one towards screens? Modzki will find a double kill going his way. That's a good opening pick there, and they've now found their way on the backside of the A site.
That is such a clean take here by ArkAngel. They used so many stuff. They have themselves Johan with a setup smoke onto boiler. Nobody's going to be able to get that refrag on top of the boiler because the wall, you can actually see through that, but the smoke just kind of makes sure that nobody can spot through it out. Now 3 versus 1, Georgie is an incredible shot, but this is a tall task even to ask for him. He is the lone option, the lone hope of DreamFyre here, and he does not have any opportunity. ArkAngel made sure of that. They had to go through so much utility and so many members. Now they have themselves that advantage.
Good round now from ArkAngel. They finally do take the lead, 9 to 8 on the board, and this is what we were expecting from them. For the side here of DreamFyre, though, they're going to be able to force up Sheriffs and a Bucky. That's all they can really work with right now. They do pull out the Stinger. Okay, maybe their Sting could be quite deadly, but 2 Stingers coming out, 2 Sheriffs, and a single Bucky. That's all they got to work with now as we come in to round number 18. It's going to be very difficult for DreamFyre to get this one, but still doable. They do have some weapons in their hands, and these guys, we definitely know that they are quite formidable no matter what they've got. Carl to be droning on out here, Asarai, and I think Emon just has a perfect position to try and cut this off. They don't know he's right here.
They don't know, but they're not even there, so it's not going to work out, as everybody from DreamFyre was like, yeah, let's try to stack B. ArkAngel know that we're going to be on weaker weapons here. We're probably even going to maybe stack onto the site, and with all of that utility being thrown out by DreamFyre on the B long area, ArkAngel was like, yeah, we know where we are. They're going to be able to play that post plant. There is a couple of Buckies in tow, but those weapons don't do nothing in that long range. And Ching, he's playing the high ground, the Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he's just going to be able to shut them out as they come in. George A. Lulek was able to sneak into the back of the site, but I don't know what damage he can do, as again, everybody's already for that long-range post-plant situation.
Ching finding a triple kill there, and, well, Emon will go down at the end of it. Josh S. taking that one, and 10-8 on the board for ArkAngel, the largest lead they've had so far this entire match, because, well, finally, look at this. 5 rounds in a row they do take here. Straight. Make that 6, actually. So, good job by ArkAngel to bring things back. And they're doing it on the attacking side, which, as you said, is a favored side. And so, even with them not having a single duelist, they're able to make it work on the attacking side here. And that's very impressive, to say the least, from ArkAngel. Now, for the side of DreamFyre, able to finally buy up here, and their economy does look a bit more stable. Question is, will they be able to turn that into a round here going their way? Pain Shell is not going to be dispersed there by Emon, as he's going to try and reinforce the B site instead, which is currently under attack. He's able to find a frag there on Numodski, and Josh S will get the trade.
Josh S fakes the plant onto that spike, but Urza was already there. Such a messy fight here. The Toxic Coliseum is already activated, but Georgie not knowing that there was a pocket for Johan to sneak his way through. But Urza has awoken. The Scarlet Witch is here, and the 4K will be had. And that was DreamFyre just basically thriving in the madness, in the confusion of it all, and able to get that one particular round. It's been... how many has it been, Black and Blue? I think 7 straight rounds for ArkAngel. And if they wait for another 7 straight, you know it's already done. We're going to go to game 2. So DreamFyre, they got to pick the pace up.
They're able to at least cut the deficit down to just 1 once again. So DreamFyre, a single round away from tying things all up here. And let's now look at their defense once again. We do have Georgie there towards A side with the Sova to try and help him out. They do have the Raze here on the Emon playing on Boiler, and then 2 1 in kitchen, and then 1 towards the Snowman facing B site. So, 2-1-2 pretty much is what they're playing right now, and that tells us that they really want to try and play the information game first. See what they can find, and then go reinforce the site that is under attack. Vindic, though, is able to find a frag there, and Urza will find Johan, too. That's a double kill to start things off for the side of DreamFyre, and a good start for them if they really want to tie this thing up.
Usually you don't see ArkAngel kind of spreading out slowly and trying to feel out the map here. The rounds that they've won, they really have just kind of like set stuff up and then force onto the site where there's lesser members of DreamFyre that will be challenging them. But these 1v1 scenarios that they're forcing have allowed DreamFyre to go back to their roots and just say, we're going to win these aim duels straight up every single day, 7 days a week, and you cannot do anything like that. It's a 5 versus 3, and Blast can have such a big impact, but Josh S just too quick and was able to figure out that Blast was in Snowman. Erza, though, was gonna drop down! Timing is not key for this man, and now it looks to be so very much doable for ArkAngel in this post plant.
3-on-3 on the post plant, and there it is, a paint shells, a frag grenade, finding a frag there on the Carl. 3v2 now as DreamFyre are trying to make this retake happen. They have definitely gotten a good start on it though. Ching playing here by Yellow. He's going to try and shut down Emon, but Emon's going to get the frag on him in return. Post-mortem too. Josh S will get him, and so here it comes. Josh S, a 4K from him. What a great clutch out to get the round here. 11-9 on the board, and ArkAngel a single one away from match point.
He's done this before on a breach. I believe that was Ascent. I can't remember which team they were fighting. That might have been First Strike last year. But Josh S is just a fantastic shot. He's a fantastic shot. Okay, I'm gonna use that. Even though it's a little cringe, I will take it, guys. Don't worry about it. Josh A, because his shots are A. Or that's why he's S, because he's S tier with his aim. Exactly, exactly. Oh, that's high. Anyways, the wall will be set up already, and that will reset the economy for DreamFyre. Definitely not into their favor. And yeah, Johan has set lineups here, and that will not put Emon into a good spot at all. They will be using these utilities, but it seems like deja vu all over again. A blind right here, a stun right there, and this is looking pretty damn good if ever. Still no aggressive stance will be done onto mid, and they just back away and force the utilities from DreamFyre.
Yeah, I want to point out the fact here that so much utility has been dispensed by both sides already early on, with no frags being able to come out of that a lot of this retake that's going to happen and this execute is going to come down to basically gunfights. They're going to have to go for the dry peaks with a lot of it, while they still have the Brimstone Smoke sound. That's the last Brimstone Smoke that they've got, and it's going to really come down to them winning the engagements, because here it is. A lot of their utility is pretty much dispensed right now. In the post plant, everything's going to be very dry, and Ching's going to find the frag on the blast to bring it down here now. In the 4v5 in the favor of ArkAngel. They're going to be able to try and go for the retake here for the side of DreamFyre as they do get the res up. But Modski, a double kill going his way. Urza and Blastcom both down. Vindic will get the trade off on the Ching though. That's a bit of hope, but Modski's going to shut it cleanly down, not giving them a time to even rest as he finds Georgie. 2 to 4 on the board. Modski up above. Will he be able to strike down hard below? 4 kills already to his name. Will he get the ace? Give it to this man. He's been popping off. Modski, a 5 frag ace here going in his way. That's all he needed to do, and well, he definitely delivers.
Both duelist mains of ArkAngel have netted aces in this particular game. Ching and Modski stepping up to the plate. 23 kills on Ching. Who knew that he's going to be able to pop off on an Omen? I honestly didn't, but it seems like it's not just the Ching show anymore. He's not just charging in by himself. He's utilizing his team, and his team is also like a springboard for him to jump even into greater heights. And now they're looking at match point. 3 straight rounds is a big ask for DreamFyre here, especially with ArkAngel being this coordinated in their attacking side. Carl will not be fazed by these one-way smokes that is being thrown out by DreamFyre, and they're just going to be able to take a lot of control onto this B-long area. They have 3 big ultimates as well, and they can use it to flush and get kills quite easily without even lifting a finger.
It's definitely a big thing to ask here for DreamFyre to bring this one back 12-9, down 3 at match point. But how will they respond is the question. Sky Smoke's already being readied up here by Blast to try and buy them some concealment. A one-way there, but not going to really utilize that and play off of it. Instead, we'll be going for the peak. Okay, finally. Now, will he find a frag? He's going to find a double kill. Not able to find a third, but still, very, very good endeavor. He went 2 for 1. That's all he needed to do. Modski going to burn that res to get Ching back up and bring it back to a 4-4 on the board. They are going to try and go for the plant here, but still, do not have the concealment nor the cover as Josh S. That bullet just somehow finds Evan's head, and they're going to be able to finally stick the plant, but Urza is going to deny it from even happening on the Modski. It's now a 3v3 situation with 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to try and pick this up. Josh S will find Urza. Georgie will find the trade on Josh S too. It's now a 2v2 here, Asarai. Making a quick 1v2. Georgie, he's popping off.
Carl, though, has a perfect positioning here, and if he can flick to the left, he might be able to just wiggle his way to victory. But Georgie is playing around this pulse. He cannot find his opponent, and Georgie peaks at the perfect, pristine positioning, perfect time to keep DreamFyre afloat. 2 rounds to push this into overtime, but you saw it's a hard-fought match for this defending team. Can they really bring it back?
That is the question here, and so far right now, Asarai, it does seem very possible that DreamFyre can do this and can retaliate and bring it to overtime. I don't doubt that these guys are capable of it. ArkAngel, though, we know their veteran experience will come into play here, so will they be able to close the game out before we even stretch into overtime? ArkAngel now, they are going to be able to take this ult charge here towards the A side for the side of DreamFyre, but Ark trying to drone their way out here into the A side, seeing what they can find. They do spot out the Sova, but nothing else so far. They're going to try and see and really try their luck here as Johan's able to find Urza. That's a big pick. They now have removed the Sage off the board to start things off, and that's going to allow Johan to just creep his way all towards mid.
And Ching is just going to be here on top of Rafters to make sure that there is nobody that's going to be playing onto that high ground. They will be leaving Georgie at the bottom of Rafters, but he hasn't still done anything at all. He will be activating his ultimate already, and maybe this Empress can impress us, but there's so many angles for him to try to work with, but he is dealing so much. 1v2 scenario, but that is going to be the retake for this man. He knows that one is on the side, but does he know that Johan is going to be pushing in onto screens? The 2 versus 1 from Georgie. Slowly but surely, he is trying to pick up all these angles, but Modski too quick and too good on that positioning, and we are going to go for game 1. It looks shaky, but ArkAngel on that attacking side come back strong, and they're looking for one more.
What a great map here coming from ArkAngel, able to bring it down back rather in the second half. And so, you know, at the start of it, DreamFyre looking very hot, getting that 6-round advantage over them, getting the start off 6-2. But then, suddenly, ArkAngel came alive and ArkAngel flew high. 13-10 to come back on the second half. Very impressive, even though the attacking side is, you know, the preferred side here in Icebox. They don't have a duelist that you might want to see on the attacking side. Still, making the most out of it. And as you said, they didn't even need a duelist for two of their duelist players, Mochi and King, there to get an ace apiece. So, very, very good job coming in from ArkAngel. Emon popping off with 23 frags of his own. King, 23 as well. And really, the entire roster here from ArkAngel chiming in to get that win in the pocket. DreamFyre, though, I don't doubt that their fire is still burning and they're going to bring the heat come into map number 2.
9 first bloods from Ching. Have you ever seen a high number of initiate kills on any man here in VCT? I don't think so. He's really popped off and he's really shown that even though he did leave Brent Esports to try to be a duelist main, that he's still gonna be able to pick up a controller and still say, like, I can play this however I want to, and he just does. Now, only one game for ArkAngel to go into the semifinals, looking into tomorrow. But like you said, DreamFyre, we're looking pretty strong, and maybe on that next map they can do the same. We're gonna be coming back, guys, after a break, and when we do, it's gonna be do or die for DreamFyre. So stay tuned.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Mac Club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Woo! Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng Wi-Fi ko.
Focus na lang yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found! Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
Is the fire gonna fizzle in this quarterfinal match between ArkAngel and DreamFyre? ArkAngel, they started off a little bit slow, but they started to pick themselves up when they went into that second half. And now game number 2 is looking to be something of, I think, an ArkAngel advantage here since they did pick up this map. It's going to be Bind, but of course, Bind is such a everyone's map, so we'll see how that works out. My name is Asarai. Joining with me now is Black and Blue, and we'll be your casters for this final series of the night.
Yes, guys, but of course, before we get ahead of ourselves and go into the second map of the final series of the day, we want to remind you guys that not only are these teams having a chance to win, but you guys can win 1,500 Valorant points as well. I don't know why I said it like that. 10 lucky winners will be chosen at the end of this match, of the end of the series, to be shown up here on the screen. All you have to do is join Asarai, my good buddy over here, and stitch your duet with his TikTok video casting challengers week 2. Guys, all you have to do is check out the PPGL Facebook page and post a video on either your Facebook or TikTok account with the hashtags #PPGL. Just do it. Now, make sure that your video is public, your post is public, so we can actually see it. And pretty much all you have to do is go into the video. You can see Asarai here casting a clip, and then you guys will be doing your own shot at it. So, guys, all you have to do, once again, 1,500 Valorant points is that. 10 lucky winners at the end of this series to be announced at the end of the stream. So, guys, do remember to stick around for that because we have lots to give away. That's just enough for a battle pass here. And Asarai, I think we are watching the English broadcast now, aren't we?
Yes, you are in the English broadcast, and all hell will be broken loose if we show to you these links right now. Yes. And of course, if you go and want to keep supporting the English commentary, just stay tuned here at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. If you want to support our Filipino comrades that is doing the Filipino broadcast, go to facebook.com/PPGLGG. Both of these are live at the bit.ly/PPGL-YT. That is the YouTube channel. And if you guys want and do have TikTok accounts, we are also live there at tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL.
That is all you have to do, guys, to check out both broadcasts. Once again, Twitch is going to be English for Filipino on Facebook, YouTube for both, and TikTok as well for the additional Filipino broadcast, guys. We'll see you there. We have lots of content, too, on Facebook. Lots of behind-the-scenes that we do put out there. So, guys, if you want to tune into that, do be sure to check out our TikTok account. And we're all on the social media platforms I can think of. But now, let's finally move into map number 2 of this endeavor. ArkAngel have taken the first map going their way. Very convincingly, I would say. Even though DreamFyre were able to bring it close, I did see a lot of prowess coming from ArkAngel that I like to have expected here, and they definitely do, surpass my expectations even. So DreamFyre, while they did have a good start, not able to take map number 1 in their way. So, as we move into Bind, this is obviously ArkAngel's map pick, and what we saw in the previous series there with Empire versus OG is that each team took the opposing team's map pick. It could happen again here as ArkAngel took DreamFyre's map pick away from them. DreamFyre is going to be their chance to get a bit of retaliation and take Bind away, and I think it could definitely be doable because DreamFyre are still pretty good on Bind as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's going to be a head-to-head. We'll see how this works out because it seems like DreamFyre is going to be okay with only playing Georgie on that solo duelist Jet. Emin is going to be relegated to play this breach. It's going to be a lot of contact plays, a lot of being able to flush out these corners, and a lot of emphasis on Georgie to be able to get the sights when they try to push in. But of course, that is going to be the second part of this second map as they are going to be playing as the defenders. So we'll see how good this 4-man lineup is going to be with all of that utility. So they're going to be able to lock down the sites, and it's all going to be up on how Emin and Georgie do this, because that's what I like to kind of see as well when the Breach and Jet play on these long corridors. You can flash without flashing your Jet, dashes right in, be able to get the pickoffs, and you know that Georgie will hit those shots.
Yeah, you can see there on the other side, ArkAngel, they're going to be having the double duelist once again. They're going to have the Raze as well on their side. I would have liked maybe to see DreamFyre pull out the Raze instead of the Breach, but I understand fully the intent there because they do kind of fill similar roles in that you're using them to clear the corners that you you might otherwise not be able to cleanly check. And so Raze can do that, but Breach can do it just as well. You just do trade off a bit of mobility for the capability of having 3 flashes to use to try and support your actual solo duelist. Now, as we move into bind here, as once again, it is selected by ArkAngel, DreamFyre will be starting on the defensive side here. And what do you think we can expect here coming from DreamFyre to try and bring us back? What is the mindset that they need, Asarai, to come into this and bring it and tie the series up 1-1?
Being able to read their opponents and setting their own pace. Definitely, I would say that DreamFyre just did not know what they had to do on that defender side, but maybe on bind, since everybody plays this map, they should know what they have to do up against their opponent. Now Josh S is just going to use the Boombot to basically vacuum clean here onto this crossfire that is Hookah. There's so many members here already. And you can see that they do have that all locked down, but maybe ArkAngel got a sniff of this because everybody and the spike is already outside on A. And Georgie, or rather Ching here, is going to be about to explode outside of Shower as the Sova drone is there to clear out the close quarters.
Well, the entirety of the DreamFyre defense is here towards the B side with only a sole Killjoy here to hold the A side down on the Blaz. So they're going to have to go for the retake here. Not able to get in time to try and stop this from happening. The plant still has not gone down yet though, the spike. Ching's able to find a frag into Georgie, the opposing, well, really Jet there, and that's going to kind of speed things up a bit. Vindic will find a frag on the Ching in return, and Johan will get the trade off on him. Now 3v4 on the board, and now they'll finally get the spike, find it down. Johan will get the trade off on Urza. 2v4 though, and it's still going to be quite hard, even though they do get the plant here. DreamFyre, they're going to be taken out. Carl and Josh S timing it off, 1-0 on the board, and DreamFyre put all of their eggs in the B basket, but well, A is the one that eventually got crushed.
I honestly thought they were going to mix up Emin and Georgie here because I think that would have been really good. When they didn't see anybody push up onto Hookah, they should have known maybe pushing out or rotating would have been the better option. Playing static a little bit there, waiting for contact really doesn't work out when you know that ArkAngel is going to be so fluid with how they play. Lack of information is the dagger upon which they die. And if DreamFyre don't use that, don't get the knowledge, the info of where their opponents are, they cannot rotate. They cannot play accordingly to how ArkAngel are positioning themselves in this attacking side. And that's where it all begins. Ching is going to be starting us off. He spots out a couple already, but uses immediately his dash to get away from that one. And Carl is on the side with that refrag. Immediately, Blast does come out, but the damage be done by ArkAngel as they stomp right onto the B site.
Nothing there DreamFyre could have done to really stop the train just chugging on into the B site and taking what they wanted. It's going to be all in the hands here of Urza and Georgie to try and get this one back. But really, at the end of this, all they have is pistols in their hand, and they don't have anything really else to work with. Aldrone does spot both of them out here towards the spawn, and Johan's going to go for that peek. Finding Urza, and I think Asarai, it's kind of safe to say this is 2-0 already. ArkAngel. Georgie, he can go for the exit frags here, though. He can potentially find the frag. Unfortunately, could not, and so Josh S closes it off 2-0 as we expected. Coming here from ArkAngel. Good start from them, but now finally, DreamFyre are going to be able to invest and buy up. You can see the Phantoms and the Vandals finally coming out with DreamFyre, and this is their opportunity to try and swing things back their way.
Maybe. I mean, they are going to be on such powerful weapons here, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy round, to say at the least. You know that ArkAngel has a lot of setups already that's going to be very, very strong from them. I do like the start that they're doing here. They're going to be utilizing kind of like the same thing that Bren sort of does. Josh S will be using his Boombot to clear out Hookah to find some information if somebody's there. They will be putting Modski on this Cypher so that he will be playing a lot more of that lurk, a lot more of that positioning, and everybody else is just going to be here onto the corner. Ching is just going to hit an insane shot onto Urza. Not really insane shot, but a quick shot onto Urza. And even though Carl did kind of get softened up a little bit, the positioning as well as the optimization of who needs to be where on the attacking side is so good. And Josh S, oh no, the pincer play, say goodbye.
They pushed their way up here to U-Halls already, and Emma and Georgie are able to frag a piece. Georgie, that's a double kill now going his way. 2v3 on the board, and ArkAngel, they do have the spike in their hands, but Georgie's going to be wrapping around here towards triple. He could potentially stop this default plan from happening in the first place. He's not able to find a frag, though, as Mochi's going to get the trade-off onto him if he did get that frag, and Vindic will find two of his own. Josh S and Moski fall down one apiece. The chess pieces come down at the end of it. The victor of this round, at the very least, will be DreamFyre, and well, as I said, this is their chance to bring things back their way, and they've definitely made the most of that opportunity.
Georgie really is the star player for DreamFyre here. If it didn't get those 2 kills, the positioning and everything should have gone into the favor of ArkAngel there. Goes to show that why Georgie is, what is he right now? Top 25 Radiant, I believe. Very, very strong, very capable as an individual player, and his individual plays are keeping DreamFyre afloat. But how long can he do this? He did it a lot during the Icebox map, but in Bind, it's a different spell.
Definitely is a different spell, but the alchemy here has to come in play for DreamFyre to bring it back. 1-2 on the board. Ching able to get the tag up there with a kunai to the face. Well, not really the face, but more like the chest there on the side. But Georgie is going to get the Blade Storm going his way to find Carl in return. So both Blade Storms were utilized here from both sides, DreamFyre and ArkAngel. So now, as you can see, Georgie walking his way here. He's right in front of the TP in a short, and the rest of the ArkAngel squad has made their way towards the B site. We're in. We can see a waiting Killjoy who does not last too long. Blast gets taken down. It's all going to be in the hands of the Breach here. Flash out, able to find Josh S. Going 1-for-1. Emon, he's going to stay steadfast and strong here. Headstrong in this. He's able to find Johan to going for that teleport. Not advisable really in that situation. And Emon's going to find the triple kill. He's going to do so much here for his team. And now it's going to be a 2v1. The Blaze Sword does come out, and Sheng knows he's going to go for the peak. He's going to be trying to wrap around him inside the container too. Will he be able to isolate this fight? No, he won't. It's such a curious and confusing battle right now, Asarai.
He has an ultimate. He can try to make this work out in the end, but he has to go for the reload on this Phantom. They know that Ching is just trying to play himself along this elbow corner. 14 seconds on that clock. He does have the spike in hand, but he doesn't have the sight, so he has to go for his 2 versus 1. Goes in for the quick flick, but still the 2v1. Well played by DreamFyre, and Georgie just shows up once again.
That, to say the very least, was a very messy round. It's very scrappy, you know? Everybody just clawing back and forth and seeing what they could get in such a mosh pit of battles and fights here. You can see Georgie hopping up and down, and same goes in the way for Ching too. Everybody just utilizing and finding the openings that they can, even though there weren't too many given. A lot of it really came down here at the end too. Great play to get them 2-2 on the board here for DreamFyre, equalizing things back on up. It's going to be on the side of ArkAngel to try and re-extend and retake the lead once again, as they're now moving their way up here towards Belong. Fountains has their position been given away.
Ever so slowly, ArkAngel, Eman does go for that aggressive peek out, but without anybody to help him out, to immediately follow up after he flashes, it's not going to be as good. Also something to point out, Josh S is back with his raise, and it seems like he's a happy boy now, able to do so much with this particular agent. He's not going to be able to get all the kills in the world, but you know he's going to be able to deal the damage that he needs. And what is going to be the follow-up here is ArkAngel only do have Carl's Hunter's Fury to work with. They will be making some noise with Modeski outside there on Shower, but they're rotating his spike onto the B site. But the thing about that, 50 seconds on the clock, if they go to B long and they don't like it, they can always rotate back to A. But without any kills up against DreamFyre, it seems like nobody is going to over-rotate just yet.
They went towards B, went towards A with the TP, and now going to commit again to the B side. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to have to try and do what they can here. Both Al drones just flying by each other, and they do have the information where each other are right now. Carl going for his Hunter's Fury, but even his Rage could not find a frag right now. 20 seconds left on the clock. Oh no, not able to land that shot, Georgie, and he gets punished for it. Now they can use the TP back towards the B site if they wanted to, but they're going to have to commit here towards the B site right now. And the spike, they're going to go for the plant here, and the default plant will come in as he tried to come in from the spawn now. Carl's going to try and do what he can to find Vindict in return. Great shock dart. Mozi's going to find Emon in return after taking that operator away from the hands of DreamFyre, and Carl will chime it all off. 3-2, and they do retake the lead.
Wait. Oh! ArkAngel won that, but they didn't get the spike planted down. They basically got kills. It was so messy that my brain had to like adjust and try to understand what just happened. Emon activated his Rolling Thunder. He tried to charge out and stop the spike from being planted down once again. It was a nice play, but there was one person on hookah that made it work out in the end, which was Carl. It was so close. Only a couple of seconds before it could have gone the way of the DreamFyre, but that was such a nail-biter. And now they've relegated the DreamFyre members to just going once again for upgraded pistols and the one Bucky that I believe is in the hands of Georgie. Now, we do have a technical pause here as we are going to be seeing a little bit of hiccups here and there, but we will be back shortly enough. Just a little bit of wait for you guys. And this has really been a back and forth between these two teams.
Definitely cutting it close there, Azurite. Really could have gone either way. Now, as the chalk is on the board, we're going to have to see if DreamFyre are going to be able to once again tie things all up and perhaps even take the lead then on afterwards. So ArkAngel here right now, what is the game plan for them now? They're on the attacking side of Bind, and for some reason, you know, their A side hasn't been looking too hot so far. B side has been looking a lot better here for the side of ArkAngel, and so I don't doubt that they might try that again. At least lately, A side has been looking a bit too crowded for their sake. While they were able to find a good pick there on Georgie towards the A side that previous round, they're on the Cypher, with the Cypher rather. Take the operator into this one. We're going to finally go in now to our round number 6, wherein, once again, the attention of ArkAngel is going to be brought towards the B side, and there's a good opening pick from Ching to find Emon once again, going for the over-aggressive peek. Very dryly, and he does get punished for it.
If you try to challenge, I mean, Sheriff at that range, even if it did connect it into the brainsicles of Ching, it still would have done only 145 damage. So in the end, that still would have just been a straight up Ching game or a Ching duel. Johan will be able to spot out Vindic through the support there of the cross onto the defender's spawn. Ching's just like hopping off around, making so much noise, and Moski was able to sneak it on through. Such a clean round here, and Georgie with the Bucky is just going to be on the corner, peeks it right out, and we already saw this at the start of the round. Peek Ching, and Ching will just, well, obliterate you.
2-4 on the board, and ArkAngel are getting things going once again. Now they've extended the lead to 2 once more, and so we're going to see if they're going to be able to finally get the biggest lead that they've had so far, if they can take this round to extend it to 3. Ching there on the operator has been working quite well on the Jet, and so for the side here of DreamFyre, no operators on their side. They can't really afford it to try and answer back to this, but they will have full rifles all around, a decent amount of utility, and some shields as well to work with. What can they do, though, is the question here. DreamFyre, they can do a lot with what they've got, honestly, but they just have to be optimal in how they use it. They do dispense the Brim's Sky Smokes here already towards the entry of Showers, and that's going to really delay things for just a bit for ArkAngel.
I like that they just kind of are just feeling the pace out. Modsky is playing the far end position for ArkAngel here, and he's set up so many of these tripwires that nobody from DreamFyre will really be able to just play this. Again, though, the weakness for this one is that DreamFyre have no idea where the whole of the ArkAngel team is. Yeah, a couple of noises from Shower here and there. And we'll see how this pans out because Ching is about to go full-on contact on this one. They're going to be able to use the rocket immediately, and Josh S. just kabooms into the face of Urza. Ching immediately gets control of this backside, and Johan has sneaked his way up all the way through spawn with his own ultimate. And Blast, I don't even know. He's not going to know that Josh S. was there on Heaven. Oh, that was just brutal. Georgie comes in. We'll see if he's going to be able to spot this one out, but Ching is just too quick on that response.
Unfortunately, Georgie could not land a shot there, and ArkAngel have taken the largest lead that they've had so far this entire map, extending it now to 3, and potentially a 4th, considering the fact that DreamFyre are quite low in the economy here. A bunch of Sheriffs, pistols is all they can really afford right now. You can see the classic there on Georgie. Will he decide to expend his money and will he upgrade? Yes, he will. Armor and Sheriff is the name of the game right now, not a single Marshal, very curiously enough, but for now, we're going to see if that is going to ring true. Oh, he goes for the Bucky. Yes, very nice to see.
Bucky good.
Bucky good.
Bucky good. Oh, finally they're going to do something like this. I was kind of waiting for a little bit of that peak, but maybe it's just a little bit too late. Ammon's just YOLO charging right now and hoping that he will hit any of his Sheriff shots. And Carl just says, no, I'm going to deny you. You're not going to be able to get more value out of that one. And it is just not true value at all. They get themselves that nice little take onto the B site. And these retakers from DreamFyre don't really have the firepower. They do have ultimates, though. The thing about that is it's going to be a wasted effort in this 4 versus 2 with only Sheriffs in tow.
Yeah, it's not really worth it to burn your ultimates right now. And so just trying to go for the exit frags that you could potentially get. Josh S will find the frag there in the Urza, and as you can see, Blasi is trying to go and see what he can find. He's going to get taken out. Josh S, if not from the shock dart, Josh S would have come and really capped it all off at the end anyway. So 6-2, and they're extending this largest lead that they've had so far right now, as they're now up by 4. As you move into round number 9 here for the side of DreamFyre, what they have to do is try and get the stop. Now, that's not going to be easy, but I do like the initiative that they took during that B-long push there, because that's more of what you wanted to see. Of course, it was a bit of a struggle to really capitalize on it and convert it into a win with just Sheriffs in hand, but I do like the really, how do I say this, the initiative being shown there by DreamFyre.
Well, sometimes initiative is great. You know, you started off with a nice little push, and then started off with a nice little peak. Think about that is, if it's a little bit uncoordinated, your opponent can't capitalize, and you damn well be sure that this iteration of ArkAngel knows what they need to do, knows what they have to kind of adjust towards to be able to get that one up. Now, Vindic could have been pushed right now by the guy from Belong, which is Motsky, but he is just holding his trigger here. He really is putting a lot of emphasis on ArkAngel. Are slowly rotating for this A site. Georgie is going to be here. Emin has gone for a lot of these plays, and he dashes straight into the embracing hands of Johan, who not only picks up Georgie, but also Emin, who wasn't expecting him to be there at the lip of the U-Haul entrance.
They line up perfectly there for Johan, and now they're going to try and make their way here towards the B site, wherein the spike is on its way too. For the side here of DreamFyre, it's going to be the Sova trying to hold them off first and foremost, and he's going to get taken out there. Vindic, unfortunately for him, could not go at least 1-for-1. Johan's going to find another pick going his way. That's a triple kill for him now, and he could potentially be on his way to an ace if he can find the Killjoy on the other side of this, who is Blas. Now, Blas, he still does have his turret up. He still does have an alarm bot, and he's going to finally shut down Johan. But Ching will get Urza, putting him in the 1v3. A very, very tough situation to be in as he tries to go around elbow. And Asarai, I'm not sure how this can potentially work out for Blas. He's probably just going to go and try and save this and go for the exit frags, really.
There's a one way that he has to just peek out through here, Black, and that's not gonna happen. Motsky, he doesn't even know Motsky to be there. Just Ching just popping one bullet at a time at the perfect possible angle that Blas could just peek right out and takes his head off in the blink of an eye. Johan, 11 kills, Ching 9. These guys are really riling things up. There is a couple of good steps here and there for DreamFyre, but again, this kind of standard, simple setup is so effective for ArkAngel that it's keeping DreamFyre on their toes. And once again, I do wonder why. Where is these pushes that I was expecting from them, the proactive plays? DreamFyre might just be that team that really thrives on the attacking side rather than defense. And it shows once again, even here on the blind map.
Now they're pushing their way very heavily here towards the A site. Mozi's able to find Urza. There's another player in towards showers. A Blast! A double kill from him! He's going to hold on to the showers very effectively. They're not going to be able to sweep him off, but finally Carl does take him out. 3v3 here on the board, and they still are on the eco. Johan's going to find a piece. Will he find a second? Nope, Georgie. He's going to swing wide with Phantom in hand and able to get the trade off. 2v2 now as they go for the retake, and this is going to be all in the hands of DreamFyre. What can they do to bring this one back? They're going to have to play this one perfectly. They're going to have to be synchronized. Vindic, this is his last recon dart to try and find him some information. They know exactly now where he is as Georgie goes down. It's all going to be in the hands here of Vindic. It's going to be a crossfire coming in from Josh S and the rest of ArkAngel. So, while he's able to find that frag, I don't think there's enough time, even if he wins this, as Carl takes him down 8-2. And ArkAngel, to say that they're dominant in this half would be an understatement.
It is 2-8, and they're still not stopping the onslaught, as to say it, you know, in simpler terms. 6 straight rounds for ArkAngel. Some of them have been hard fought, but they knew what they exactly needed to do. And 2 more rounds before we end this first half, and it is looking so mighty fine. There is really a lack of coordination here for DreamFyre. Usually the kills that they have are a lot more, I would say, are just like refrags, which are nice and all, but in the end, in the entirety duration of the rounds, it still hasn't really translated into them getting these round W's, you know?
Definitely do here, Asarai, because, well, every single dub is going to be needed by DreamFyre here on and forth if they really want to try and bring this back. Now, if they can bring it to like an 8-4 it could possibly happen where they can bring this map back, but still, it's going to be very hard for them to do. Still, I don't doubt the DreamFyre have in them what it takes to do this. The question is, will they be able to actually bring that side out of them? Now, the rotation is going towards the B site, and it seems like that DreamFyre are going to try and aggress somewhere else.
They have 4 big ultimates. I think what ArkAngel want to do now is try to force these up on this 11th round so that the 12 is going to be easier for them. They have so much money to work with that if they can just waste the precious utility of DreamFyre here, it's going to be so good. But now Georgie is back on his operator. This is going to be very crucial. He's going to be peeking out from U-Haul, and maybe he's not going to be able to get this kill. Modski is not going to get the shot that he needs to. It's very complicated. That's actually uncharacteristic from him, and we go for this 2 versus 2 scenario. If they try to go for this plant right now, I think there's going to be an immediate use onto that Rolling Thunder by Aman, and immediately he's going to go for the rotate. He even has time. This is brutal here, and they will have actually gone bamboozled by the members of ArkAngel, and Johan swags out. Oh, that is, oh my god, that is so smart from ArkAngel.
They go for the spike plant here towards the B site. They use both the Hunter's Fury and the Rolling Thunder at the same time. A bit unoptimal, but I get the idea that they were going with here. Vindicт, he's going to be crawling his way down to the site. Will he find his frag? Carl will get taken down. Good find there by Eman to bring things back. They're going to try and stick the defuse, and Johan is in no position to stop this right now. He has to get going. He has to run his way. Is he going to be able to stop the plant? Yeah, the defuse rather, and bring it to a 1v1. And a great clutch in from Johan, coming in a second late, but still able to bring it out. A triple kill for him that round, coming in there from the TP on mid and hookah. Great find from Johan to give them now 9-2 as they close that round, the half rather, with this final round. Man, DreamFyre, I like, you know, I do appreciate the fact that they had the big heads-up play and go immediately for B. They were like, okay, they're both here. We can fall on back, we can go through the TP and get the quick and easy plant here towards the B site. But as you saw there, Johan, even with a big brain play coming in from DreamFyre, not letting them really convert that into a win.
Johan's timing with that one was just sublime. Honestly, that could have gone either way, but Johan peaked at the perfect timing from that one. I mean, it was... I'll just go back into it because there's not another big play that's going to be coming out here from ArkAngel, but Blast, once again, is the king of Shower, able to get 2 kills already, make it to a very expensive round for the side here of DreamFyre, but it's gone to the way of the dodo as everybody from DreamFyre is just gone extinct, and ArkAngel have claimed themselves this first half 10-2, nigh unstoppable. And just sorry to finish what I was saying there, Black, it seems like that one crucial play from Johan, the timings on the peak and everything, and the one misstep from Vindicť to look to his left for some reason on the wall was just to the benefit of ArkAngel, and my oh my, has ArkAngel showed to us that they are ready to claim the crown of second seat for Masters. Of course, we're still in the quarterfinals. They still have to go for the semis and the grand finals, but it's looking really damn good for them.
Well, ArkAngel are kind of looking like a shoe-in right now to get into the semifinals because they are looking very dominant right now. To say the very least, ArkAngel are looking one of the favorites to really come out of this entire week, but we can't call it early yet as they're going to have to go through a lot more, and DreamFyre is going to be one of that. Georgie, he's able to find the opening picker in the Modski, so that's a good opening start from DreamFyre, and that's exactly what they wanted and needed here. Paranoia to come out and force him to remove himself from going to try and stick that plan. Information given away from the recon dart, and Georgie finds his second kill.
This is going to be very difficult. They've already lost so many of their members already, and DreamFyre just says, yeah, screw it. We're going to go straight up into the teleporter, into the B side, and Jing just comes right out once again. He has a ghost in hand, and this thing is a pin precision master. Still not going to be able to do so, but the damage be done. Josh S, oh, he eats, an arrow full of shock, and he's just going to come out, and I don't think he's going to be able to win this, but the shock and awe playstyle from DreamFyre really does get the catch-off onto ArkAngel, and they cannot keep up with the pace. They do survive for a little bit longer with the pistol round in their hands, and now the question is, ArkAngel, force or save?
You can see that they're being very oppressive on the side of Vindicť, very low on his side rather, and so good job by Vindicť to get the kill and play off that information. But as you said, force or save is the question here for ArkAngel. Seems like they're going for a triple Bucky. Yes, Johan, Josh S, and Modski. Bucky apiece for the side here for the rest of them. They do have pistols, Sheriff, and a Classic. We're going to see if they're going to continue to stick on to that, but for now, seems like a triple shotgun. Bucky is away.
Well, a little bit of information gathered already, and they do have such a very close quarter combat here. Everybody's just backing away for the moment, but the setup smokes again is going to be utilized. Johan has retreated back onto Showers as Georgie has pierced the site here. Josh S spotted out. They do have so many Buckies, and Georgie knows what's up, and he just runs right out. He does not want to be in this corridor that is filled with a lot of pellets, and he smartly just gives it back up. Now, it's going to leave into the hands of the 3 members of ArkAngel, with Carl coming in from heaven.
Yeah, a face full of buckshot is not a pleasant way to try and pie a corner, and so Josh S. He knows that this current fight will favor him, but then on their fourth, it's not really going to be too, fruitful. Urza and Georgie are able to find the frag apiece, and that brings it down to 1v5. I mean, Carl, 5 HP, Frenzy in hand. It's not looking too well. He can definitely, get some exit frags here, but that's really what you can hope for. It is an eco round, so don't have to feel too bad about this loss, as they're going to now take this 4-10 on the board. Vindic once again closing off the round, second time in a row. Now, finally, ArkAngel are going to be able to invest and buy up. The question is, what is their game plan now as they are on the defensive? How will they try and bring things back?
I'm not a big fan of this buy for ArkAngel. Granted, they did go for that force with the Buckies, but look at how many of them have light shields. 4. And when you know that your opponent was able to play flawless in that last round, and you know that every single one of them is on the Spectres, that's actually a bad thing, because with that 25 HP down the drain, you don't have it. These Spectres are looking really strong even at that longer ranges. So a little bit of grit, a little bit of just good timing from DreamFyre can definitely change the pace. And if that was intentional from Georgie, that is so big brain.
Definitely, those Spectres with that fast rate of fire can definitely shred you up close, and they have to be careful of that with the less than 25 HP because they're going obviously on half shields instead of being able to invest fully. So, flash out here for Eman, and they're going to try and make their way towards the B side where everything is going to be happening. Georgie really expect the angle under him, but no, Ching, a double kill for him. Josh S a double his way as well, and now it's all going to be in the hands of the Killjoy here. Blast will find a frag in the Ching, or will he find more is the question. Jumping Bucky, Josh S not able to make it work that time, but Blast will pick up another Spectre. Did not get the triple kill though, as Modski's going to shut him down. 11-4, and a single round away here from match point.
I can already hear it. Asteroid, what are you talking about? Ching is just too good of a shot. Even if he has light shield, it's going to be all right. Okay, guys, I hear the song already. Now I see their face. Now I'm a believer. I'm starting to believe that ArkAngel can just make anything happen in this game, even in such a risky position. They know the setup that they need to, and those shots to the smoke, the crossfire that Josh and Ching have set up is definitely good. It's not Drake and Josh anymore. It's Ching and Josh.
Ching and Josh. I'd love to watch that telly. The telly series. Well, Owl Drone is expensed here, but they do find lots of information and lots of damage on Ching there, who still has a Blade Storm up, not able to land it, going for a blind shot there, and Georgie and Eman are going to capitalize off of the great information. Look at all this coming their way. Where did this come from? They're just barrel on through the A site, and the spearhead right now, Georgie, is unstoppable. He's looking very sharp right now, and well, as they go 5-2 in this post plan, they're looking very good to take this one.
Quick triggers and everything. I don't think Showstopper will be used here. Better off to the next round because there's just too many angles to work with and too many opponents in this 1 versus 5. But maybe, just maybe, Josh S could come alive. But Georgie, as soon as Eman drops, Georgie jumps out, catches Josh S looking towards Showers and says, "What's up?" Right click.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Mouse 2.
Mouse 2.
5-11 on the board, and DreamFyre are at least, answering back here. Good response from them to not let this one slip away just yet. ArkAngel, though, a single round away from match point, but still, DreamFyre, you're going to have a chance to bring us back. You're going to have to play almost perfectly, and I say almost perfectly because ArkAngel are still a round away from match point in the first place. So if they can try and really go for the initiative here and go for aggressive plays like this, then they could potentially answer back. But Josh S not able to find any fruits from that labor that he just did to go all the way very deep there. So now, Urza, they take a bit of damage, but so far, all they've got is information.
Oh, I do like that he threw so much utility, and they're going to be expecting them to be still at that short area, but Johan has already gone all the way up onto Tube. I'm not sure if somebody's looking towards him. It's going to be Blast, though, but Johan gets him up. Does take some bit of damage, but I mean, in the end, it's a pick for Johan, and that was such a great play from ArkAngel. They made so much noise onto Market that all eyes was there. Even I think Blas may have said that maybe he's still going to be on the Market. He comes out on Tube, it's like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to win that.
Yeah, totally. I really love the initiative there coming in from ArkAngel to go and distract him as Georgie finds a frag on the Ching, the opposing jet there. Try and distract him and go for the long flank, Johan. Emon's able to find Josh S, and Carl will get the trade off, but Emon's going to get a trade on him as well. 1v3 on the board. It's all going to be in the hands here of ArkAngel's Carl, as he's going to be the last Modski, rather, sorry, for ArkAngel. He's going to be the last one left alive. He does have a Ghost in hand, but that's all he's got to work with. The question is, will Ghost be enough to haunt them and go for the spooky spooks?
Well, it have been said that that entrance going into the B site is the worst possible area that you will try to be able to deal with your opponent, because that one single entryway is basically dozens of angles that you have to peek through that you don't really have the advantageous spot. It's always going to be the player on the other end of this one, and that's why you always see Ching being able to win out those duels. That's why you see Modski here be just very, very vigilant and just hope that somebody pushes him right up, and it's not going to happen in the end. He does save up a Vandal because it was just right there for the pickings for him, but that is a nice little play there by DreamFyre, able to sneak one out, even though it seems like ArkAngel were the ones to start off that round pretty strong.
A good round there coming in from DreamFyre to bring it back, and ArkAngel, I still like what they did there, but good response from DreamFyre to not let that shake them too much and really answer back. Johan did find the opening pick, yes, and they did gain a lot of map control to start things off your ArkAngel, but DreamFyre knew that, okay, if you want to really have a so much, if you really want it, then go have it. We're going to go towards the B site anyways, and so good response and good adjustment coming here from DreamFyre. Now, the spike is towards short once again. Johan boosted himself up here on the one-way, and he does drop back down. No, actually, it's Modski. So, he does get tagged up a bit here. They don't realize that he actually got hit with that, otherwise it would have continued. And so, luckily for him, he is going to be waiting here once again in the one-way smoke, and that recon dart is not going to see on through.
They're still not pushing it. I mean, they don't know that Johan is there, but honestly, you never want to push a one-way smoke like that. They're going to hear his drop, and he even drops further in terms of HP. He was already 60, but takes 15 down to 45. And now DreamFyre, they were counting the timings, and Johan, well, he's on to his last smoke, but he immediately pushes it on to short. He might actually be able to sneak through Cubby here, but I don't think his opponents are going to get baited by this, so he just backs away immediately right after, and he says, yeah, this isn't going to look too good at all. 47 seconds on that clock, and DreamFyre is thinking, is it A? Maybe it is.
It kind of seems like that's about what they're going to do here because, well, here comes the smokes down, and that's going to buy them the concealment that they need to try and make their entryway. Johan's going to go for the big. That's one frag going his way. Could have found more, but he was already very low. Georgie will find one apiece and Blast as well, but Carl's going to find it on the Urza. Georgie will find a second kill now going this way. It's going to be a 3v2 in the favor of DreamFyre, and they do get the spike planted down for their side. They look at the flank coming in from Ching. All he has is a Bucky. A bit too far on that range for him to be able to win that fight, and so it's all going to be here on Carl once again on the Sova. And yeah, once again, 1v3, him on the A side, and he once again has a Frenzy. This time though, a bit more utility and shields and health to work with, but still, it wouldn't be worth it to give away all of this, and so he's just going to go for the exit frags. He knows that. Go for the big here, see what he can find. Maybe just keep them on the side and hopefully get themselves killed by the spike explosion. And otherwise, yeah, just waste as much time as he can here, Carl. That's all he's got to do. Take a bit of a tactical timeout and talk things over while this is happening as well for the side of ArkAngel. And that's the plan. He's going to get himself, well, removed, sausage sucked into that black hole vortex, just so he can get the bonus loss afterwards.
DreamFyre, the only times that they are successful, even if they try to take B, is when they take A first and just force ArkAngel's hand to try to deal with them. It's either they get the A site, or if they're like, yeah, we're not going to be able to take this, but we've got a couple of kills, let's rotate back onto the B, because ArkAngel is not going to be there. It's worked out a couple of rounds already. So ArkAngel has to change something up, and the change that they do is put Josh on U-Haul. They need a little bit more boom boom pow. It seems on that particular angle, and having Josh S there as the raise might be the formula, the recipe, the ingredient that they need to solidify that A side. But of course, with that, with all that noise being done, they do know that this B side is weaker.
Crawling up now here towards the B site, and the Owl drone does come out to provide them some information. They know at least no one's playing close, but they're not sure about the elbow position just yet. They have to assume that there is a player there, and Modski is. So he's going to find that information there with the spy cam. Not going to tag him out just yet. Rather, he's going to ping him so that they know exactly where it is and not give away his spy cam position. Georgie will find an opening pick on the Ching, even though they had the information where he was exactly, not able to win that fight. The lockdown is going to come in, and that's going to try and contain whoever is going to be close. Fortunately for the side here of ArkAngel, no one yet. So the Execute is about to come their way to get the retake on. Emma's going to find Johan. Carl will go down. Blast, that's a double kill from him as Josh S does go down as well. And Modski, a flawless round from DreamFyre, and they are certainly stirring things up and keeping this fire going.
They read it. They knew Josh S was shifted up onto the A site, and they said, let's go for the setup here onto A, and it worked out so well. And Georgie is still looking so on fire. 20 kills already to this man. And smartly enough, ArkAngel will be using that tactical pause of theirs. They know that they have to understand what is the problem here. Why is it that DreamFyre keep getting the one-up on us? What is happening? Honestly, it's all up to the man called Georgie. He has done so much for DreamFyre here. He's gotten great control into U-Haul by himself. He's gotten great control onto Elbow by himself. Granted, there is a couple of flashes here and there, but Georgie has always done that damage. So what's the adjustment here for ArkAngel? Is it rotating their members around the sites, or is it trying to challenge DreamFyre before they try to go into the sites themselves?
Look at this very pleasant, calm, and soothing stream where you can see the brush vegetation has definitely breathed some life into what would otherwise be a dry and drab environment. And potentially that greenness and that life is exactly what's being flowed into DreamFyre here, as suddenly a stream of consciousness came to them and they're like, oh wait, we're DreamFyre, we can take these aim fights. And that's exactly what has been honestly been doing. And they've been reading really the playbook of ArkAngel perfectly here on the second half. Look at this, only a single round taken by ArkAngel, and they are on one of the arguably better defender-sided maps, even though there's a quick rotate, yes, for the defenders, for the attackers rather, through the teleporter. Still, I think it's one of the more, it's not as attacker-sided as Icebox or Haven might be, and so
yeah,
for them to only be able to take one round here so far on the defensive side is a big thing, and DreamFyre, that's definitely no joke that they're up against right now. So let's look back here now at what is happening as the round finally gets going after that tactical pause. Spike is crawling its way up towards B-Long, wherein nobody is able to contest that and even find information. They do not have anything else really to try and hold on to the position there on B-Long. They do have the Cyber Cage, I believe, but that's all they can really work with.
Out of charges.
Now, something that I have seen here, Black, be done really well by DreamFyre, at least in this in this bind map, is that they really have shown to us that they're able to capitalize on utility expended a lot, and you saw that with a couple of flashes by Emin. They're able to get a kill. They get a couple of flashes by Emin, they get the site, and they really don't let this go to waste. And this is what we're seeing right now for DreamFyre, which I really do like as of the moment. Now, a couple of setups will be done already as Modski is holding hard onto the hookah area. And nice little pinch out coming in from Josh. They get all the utilities in the world. Yes, they do get stopped by the fault line, but in the end, so many utilities were already expended. Georgie and Emin come back alive, and Ching is going up against Georgie. He has to go up with the updraft, but Ching is just too good on that trigger. 1 versus 1 scenario right now in that boombot. Gives the positioning. He hears the reload, and there Josh S comes back alive. We are looking at the last round already, and DreamFyre have made a grave mistake. They allowed hookah to be in the hands of ArkAngel without clearing it properly.
I love the help defense coming in there from Josh S, because Modski was able to find the frag, yes, when he was holding down the with a crossfire as well with Carl. But if Josh S wasn't there, Modski would have certainly went down. Hats off to Modski for being able to go at least 1 for 1 there. Quite literally, he took his hat off with the world death. But yes, there. So I love the help defense coming from Josh S, capitalizing on that information, being so ready to go in through the TP to help out Modski if they do go for a push towards the B side, and he did it perfectly. A triple kill from him, and he started on the completely other side of the map, by the way, so good timing on the rotation on that one, as they now do pull out the tactical pause. A single round away from taking the series. ArkAngel, DreamFyre are going to have to pull out all of the stops here.
It's going to be the plan now. It seems like Cheng was trying to go for that floating self-boost on top of truck, and then just decides to, yeah, I'm going to go straight up for B. I kind of do like this because the play here is that Carl will recon dart for Cheng, get information as Cheng push out, and of course Cheng, being a very confident player by himself, will be able to just like aggressively take a kill and just back away with his tailwind. So he's gonna peek out. There's the recon dart. Cheng, hello, it's shot onto Georgie, and the crumble has begun.
Well, that's the way the cookie might crumble, and this one is definitely so sweet, but Josh S coming in from above. He's going to shut Urza down, sticking the landing perfectly, able to escape as well, and exfiltrate from that one. He does get taken quite low, though, but he does escape with his life, so that's a good thing, I guess. Carl, he does find information as well that the Killjoy is there towards mid, and that's really not a comfortable position to be in if I were the side of DreamFyre, because now, what is a call? You're going to be able to go towards the A site, yes, but you also can see, at least on our perspective, that there's lots of utility being, well, already committed towards holding down the A site. You have the spy cams, you have the tripwires. It's going to be very itchy and very difficult for them to try and get a surprise push here towards the A site, considering the fact that, and especially the fact that they have bath and showers here. There's no way they're going to be able to do this without clearing showers. They're not going to be able to plant on the default spot if they don't clear showers, and that's going to be a very, very big point here as they go for the execute now, Asarai.
I do like that they are going to take a lot more control on this U-Haul area, but they expended so much, and it's only left onto Eman. He will get the flash out onto Cheng, but this is a 3 versus 1 scenario. He does have the HP advantage, but he doesn't have the time in his back, and they have corralled all around here, black and blue. Can he really make this work out? He spots up the one, goes to the teleporter, but he will get backstabbed, and the timing by Carl. GG. We're going to be seeing ArkAngel go into the semifinals tomorrow as they beat out DreamFyre in this best of 3, 2-0.
He was halfway out the door, literally, or well, in this case, the teleporter, and then he got taken down. Unfortunate there on the timing, but GG's once again, and congratulations to ArkAngel taking this 2-0. I just want to say I predicted that. I was right.
You did. You know, out of all of the games that we had for today, I think this is the only match that I predicted correctly as well. And I mean, again, predictions are just, you know, our guesses and whatnot, but honestly, this is the one that we expected, and I expected it to be a little bit more one-sided for the side of ArkAngel, but DreamFyre did really show that they have the potential. They just need fine-tuning in how they understand their opponents and how they understand the map, and I think this is a team that is feared because, damn, Georgie is just so good as the entry duelist.
Definitely so. You can see here 8 first bloods for him. Now, Ching got 9 on that first map, now 8 for Georgie. You can definitely see the entry fraggers are kind of the tail of the tape here right now. And so, as we said, for the side here of DreamFyre, a bright future ahead of them. They're one of the newer rosters here to the Valorant competitive scene, and they have definitely been impressive so far, qualifying for all these weeks here at the VCT Philippines. Definitely very impressive from the side of DreamFyre, but in the end, ArkAngel take it 2-0.
Yeah, and well, we've said all that we can, and we're just going to be passing it on to our panelists. But of course, guys, me and Black and Blue will be signing off. We'll be seeing you tomorrow for our last quarterfinals. Yes, that's how it goes. That's the 4th quarterfinals, and then 2 semifinals. And then on Sunday, it is going to be the grand finals for VCT Stage 1, Week 3, where we'll finally figure out, finally know who will be our 2nd seat going into Masters. Again, for the last time, my name is Asarai. With me is Black and Blue. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Just leave it on to the panels to break it down even further for you guys. Yo.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng MyFi ko.
Naubos na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found! Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
Resounding victory for ArkAngel with a decisive 2-0. Not much surprise all across the board, as especially Trix and Viminal here on the panel predicted it. I saw it coming as well. I think I'm the only one who predicted a 2-1, but in the end, it was a victory for ArkAngel nonetheless. And we get a chance to speak to one of the not up-and-coming players, one of the players that have been around for quite a while, and one of the top players in the country, none other than Josh S himself. Josh S, are you there? What's up, man?
What's up? What's up, Ilustrado? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great. Okay, first of all, so happy to be able to talk to you because, you know, I've known you from the scene like since forever, from your days way back when in CS. But this is the first time we're seeing you come into your own on Valorant. And first thing I want to ask you, how do you feel, especially after being able to play Raze again?
It feels good to be back. That's what I can say.
I think we all missed you on the Raze. Like this panel has been talking about put Josh S on Raze, put Josh S on Raze, and it's so
Yeah,
good to see you again.
that. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot from you guys that you want me from Sentinel to Duelist back. So we tried to adjust things. We made role changes, just minor role adjustments, so the team wouldn't be so hard on adjusting.
Yeah.
Sorry for my English, guys.
You're doing absolutely great, man. Honestly, one of the best raises in the country, and we finally get to see it. We're so happy to see it. Let's talk about Icebox and DreamFyre real quick. It was their map pick. You ended up winning with a double controller strat. Is this something that you've been preparing for a while? Because it looked really good, especially on the attacking side.
Actually, about that, our coach, as of now, Trix, she taught us about that lineup because we also saw that lineup on NIP, I think. They don't have any duelists. The double control is really good because you can have a lot of map control, especially on T side. You can smoke both boiler and bottom mid. In any case, you can also have the wall for Viper in either A or B. That's why it's easier to fake sides and it's easier to make really fast plays with Breach.
Yeah. You guys, a couple of last questions. You guys looked really, really coordinated and much better. You guys seem to be getting better every time you come back here. You think? Why do you think that is? Do you think it's time for you guys to take this second spot for the Masters?
Sure na sure yan. Kukunin namin yung spot na yan, guys. Kukunin namin yan. Yan ang pinaka kailangan namin makuha sa taon na to. Gagawin namin lahat na makakaya namin para makuha yung spot sa Masters.
So glad to hear that. You guys looked so driven and a lot better than in every single week. And it's very much a pleasure to see that happening. One final question, of course. Who's your best friend on the team and why?
My best friend on the team, pili ko sila lahat eh. Pero para sa akin, best friend ko talaga is si Bao. Kasi siya yung kaduwa ko everyday pagka nagka-competitive kami and everything. Pati sa pagkain, pati sa bisyo.
Yeah. All right. So last thing, any shout outs you want to say to all the other, fans of ArkAngel, to all of your fans and friends and family, and of course the teams that you might be going up against tomorrow?
Okay, first of all, salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin, guys. ArkAngel fan, salamat talaga. Tapos sa family ko, sa supporters ko, sa friends ko, everyone. Kay Mama, lalo na kay Mama. Number 1 fan ko yun si Mama. Shoutout sa'yo, Ma. Nandito na ako, Ma. Tapos, sa mga kalaban namin soon sa Masters, maghanda na kayo, guys. Kasi gagawin talaga namin lahat para makuha yan.
Wow, okay, straight to the Masters. I love it. He doesn't even think about the grand finals. Congratulations again, Josh S. You've been amazing today, and we're looking forward to seeing more from you soon. All right, that's been it with our correspondent from the ArkAngel side. Heard from the man himself, Josh S. Definitely proving why he is still one of the top players in the country, someone to still look out for. But on top of that, on top of the reaction from Josh S., I want to get the reaction from the coach of ArkAngel herself. And of course, my co-panelist, Viminal, but nobody really wants to hear that.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I am kidding here. So, Trix, let's start off. You wanted to bring in this double controller setup for ArkAngel. Talk to me about why, and honestly, we can see why. It was really effective. But what was your thought process through that?
The thought process was really that ArkAngel, we've seen shine with aggressive plays, and I wanted them to utilize that. But on a map like Icebox, it's so large, there's not enough control for them to take when they have the duelist on there. So I figured just remove the duelist, put in that Sage, and let the Sage run around and battle it out.
And it clearly worked out here. On the side of DreamFyre, though, they did have a little bit of a struggle in their own map pick, and that's something that plagued them, and I felt like carried over to the second map where they might have been building a little bit more steam. It got a little bit it got a little bit hairy, especially towards the latter half of it. As we take a look at the highlights right now, we'll show you the play-by-play of what happened. You already saw this, but we'll take a look at the highlights anyway. What do you think went wrong here for DreamFyre, Viminal?
Here, in this map, Icebox, this was the pick for DreamFyre. And I think what went wrong here was them basically relying on what worked in their previous encounter. So not really innovating, building upon what they learned from that previous encounter with ArkAngel in the past. You know, they know damn well that they were able to convincingly take Icebox away from ArkAngel during the first time they met. Not the same second time around. And pretty much that is the narrative for their playstyle throughout the whole series. It's the lack of innovation to overcome an opponent that's always conversely innovating. Like
I would definitely agree. DreamFyre has shown us what they're good at on Icebox, but I feel like it's a matter of them also building on it and fighting teams that are going to punish those mistakes that they probably don't see sometimes.
Yeah, I think so too. And
yeah, so I just think moving forward, DreamFyre really just needs to understand that it is a grind. It's going to be difficult, but it's not going, it's going to be worth it in the end. But it's a matter of working together, and it might feel uncomfortable at first since a lot of them are like high-level puggers. But the more they practice this kind of teamwork, the synergy, being on the same page, the easier it'll get.
I mean, they should be really proud of how far they've gotten so far, right?
Yeah.
It takes a lot of time to get to that level of where a team like ArkAngel is right now. It takes a lot of time. You can't really fast track that. It's not going to happen within a week or two. It's going to take a very long time.
Yeah.
And they just definitely have to understand that.
I mean, playing against a team like ArkAngel is definitely a good metric. It's a good start. And it goes to show how far they can go or how far they've actually gone. But the question is, how can they break free of that barrier if they're facing the same team and losing in pretty much the same way? The answer, I think, to that question would be maybe scrim with other teams from different regions, maybe get a better picture, learn a little bit more, especially if you go in other regions and learn about their playstyles, like the Koreans, like the Japanese. Even the rest of Southeast Asia can teach you a lot because each country, as we said earlier on this desk, has a very different playstyle. But let's take a quick touch on the stats right here. Excuse me, ArkAngel versus DreamFyre, and you can see Eman and Ching as the MVPs of this match.
Yeah, Ching just doing very well on that Omen and actually playing it more aggressively than I expected.
Who knew?
Ching on an Omen? What?
Playing more aggressively as if it were a duelist, which surprised me a little bit. Relax, panelists.
Fair enough. I do think he was very good on the Omen. It just shows that he's just so used to it, I guess. Because for you guys who don't know, Ching was the Omen back when he played for Bren as well. But now he can play Omen. Apparently, he's still really good at it. So who knows? Maybe he'll stick to it. Only time will tell.
Ching might cry, but Eman also doing an amazing job. But honestly, not on the board there was the player of Reina on DreamFyre opening up the sites. I believe it was Georgie. Just really able to walk up to that ArkAngel defense, open up the sites, get like 2 to 3 kills.
Yeah.
And that was amazing. That's really what helped DreamFyre get into that lead early on.
Yeah. They were able to build up a huge momentum earlier on, but during the second half, they just faltered towards defense. It seemed like Icebox is a very attack-sided map from the narrative of what we've seen recently here at VCT.
100% agree. I mean, just the nature of the structure of it just works out for them. But we'll talk about this one right here. It's Bind 13-8. Could have been a 13-4, could have been 13-5. I felt like ArkAngel honestly forced bot themselves into this scoreline.
On multiple occasions.
On multiple occasions, they should have bit the bullet. And it got quite scary up to a certain point that we thought we might be seeing a game 3 because ArkAngel kept force buying. Fortunately, they called a tactical pause and said, guys, stop, we're not going to do this anymore. And then they picked themselves up and put themselves back together, and they won the match.
Yeah, I think looking at that match, DreamFyre, we definitely see how they are a good team. But as I've mentioned over and over again before, it's about also being malleable. It's about reading your opponents, but also knowing what you and your team are good at and fine-tuning that.
It's that next level stuff that you need to win at this level of Valorant. It's not, it's not the ladder anymore, but obviously.
The big question, however, lingering in our minds is who exactly is going to be the MVP of the day. And right now, we're going to have it manifest right here and see which one of these players is going to be the #1. And it's going to be Josh S. No doubt about it, the MVP of the series. I think it's pretty much, I think we all agree on this, how good he was.
Yeah.
I mean, Ching was great on game #1, but I think Josh S. had so much impact all throughout all of the games. Average kills is 12.6, 177 ACS, and on that raise, honestly, who can top him? I mean, let's just face it, he's one of the best, probably, quite possibly, the best raise player in the country, and it's so nice to see him finally back on it.
Yeah, the way he uses his utility and how he matches his teammates while on a raise, I think that's the important factor of why Josh S is so good with that agent.
I mean, if there's anyone, I don't think there's any duelist I'd rather see him on than the Raze. I mean, he can probably play other stuff, but if it were another duelist, I'd say just let Ching play it anyway. But if it comes to Raze, if Josh S, just stick to that because it definitely works out. Yeah, maybe we'll see those changes in the future. Who knows? Only time will tell. But again, that was the recap of what just happened over that last match. Now, let's talk about the journey, the storyline of where we are in the tournament itself. We got the bracket coming up for you, and this is where we stand. We just saw the quarterfinal finish, but we still have one more quarterfinal tomorrow, and that is going to be DR versus Hashira. And that's going to be one, I think, probably the closest fight that we're going to have all tournament long.
I've heard little stories about, DR and Hashira and how they're being coached. Respect both of their coaches. So I'm actually excited to see how the teams have evolved from the last week they were here, because we've seen changes on both teams either way.
Right.
So I'm wondering how it's been molded and fine-tuned now as they're on the 3rd week of stage 1.
And as we know, teams tend to evolve very, very fast
Yeah.
in these phases. And of course, we've heard that they've been preparing really, really hard behind the scenes.
Here's the thing, DR. Let's talk about DR real quick. They've got Coach Carter, Coach Retrak. He is a legend, absolute legend. I mean, he goes way back, more back than I think anybody. I'm not calling him.
Mad respect, Coach Carter.
I'm not calling him old or anything like that. Just much respect to the guy and the way. And the way that he will shape, I think, the minds of these young players.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it. I mean, I'm coaching Hashira right now, and I'm going to straight up say that, honestly, the experience that Retrak will bring, it's incomparable. I am excited and afraid of what he's going to be bringing to the table tomorrow, because, Trix, you've also been on the receiving end of the coaching from Carter. Like, he's crazy. He's
amazing.
He's amazing,
Yes.
and that's going to shine, I think, tomorrow when they go up against Hashira. Much to my dismay, honestly. But let's talk about happy things now. And the happy thing is going to be we're finally ready to announce the winners of the giveaway. And all those people who straight up duetted, Asterai rather, or maybe dueled, you get yourselves, we're going to pick 10 out of all of you to win some Valorant points. And these are the winners here. So we got Seboy. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Conwy, Red Problems, Mengui, ZZ Soaps, Vincent1194, Jelly Gamit, Louis _143, and Farmer Sanchez. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Got some interesting names on this. Congratulations to you guys. You just got yourselves 1,500 plus Valorant points, and an amazing effort from you guys to go with some of the best casters in the country to hang out with Asarai and, stoop to his level. No, I mean, go to his level, excuse me. But it has been a fun day, unfortunately. So I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to ask you, panel, any last thoughts for today and for tomorrow?
Speaking of happy thoughts, as always, it's nice to end on a very good note. And I just got to say, mad props to ArkAngel and Josh S. Watching that interview, you can really sense his drive, his passion, and along with the rest of his team, to really go for that master slot. So, if anything, if there's a team that I'm rooting for now, it'd be ArkAngel. And I think they have a very inspiring story. They came from a long way, losing out to Empire on the first week, and then coming back, sort of their triumphant redemption arc. That's pretty
Well,
cool.
I'm just excited to see all the matches. I see the TFO OG match again,
Yeah.
which I always look forward to seeing. And I'm excited to see who ArkAngel is going to face, because they are both formidable opponents. So, Exciting day tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm so excited for tomorrow as well, and I know you guys are too, so I'm not going to delay any longer. It's time for us on this panel to bid you adieu. So for the very last time, for Viminal, for Trix, and for me, Illustrato, good game and good night. See you all tomorrow.